Chapter 1863. There was a huge demand for warships. Lin Fei would not let go of such a good opportunity. His original intention was to sell the warships. He would not sell them personally. Forcing them to buy them was the way to go. The ultimate god of heaven left in a good mood. In the next 2 weeks, the people from the 8 sects came. They were all people he had fought with previously. They were all well behaved in front of him. It was too easy for Lin Fei to deal with them in the lower realm. Not just any ordinary easy. Lin Fei did not mind making their battles more intense. Only fools would not want to earn money. The 8 sects came to visit. It was not a secret. The news spread quickly. No one dared to ask Lin Fei why he was in contact with the 8 sections. Not long after, the 8 sects also had warships in their hands. Although they were not as good as Lin Fei's, they were still powerful weapons of war. The battle soon began again. In the secret chamber of the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei looked at the new warship and smiled happily. The 8 sects are rich. They got the materials I wanted so quickly. Lin Fei sold the warship at a very high price in exchange for a batch of materials. These materials were all used for modification. Since the last battle, he still felt that it was too weak. Taking advantage of such a good opportunity, Lin Fei modified the warship again. One powerful attack weapon after another was installed on it. The materials came from the 8 sections. If they knew that I made powerful weapons out of the materials, they would probably be dumbfounded. Lin Fei modified a few parts of the warship. For example, the 1,000 cannons at the front were strengthened again. They could deliver more energy to attack. The prerequisite was that there was enough divine power. The warship was now full of divine power. Lin Fei did not care too much. After a one-time modification, the attack power would make the ultimate gods feel uncomfortable. Although it would not hurt their vitality, it would be easy to make them feel uncomfortable. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the modification. Although he had won, the 8 great divine emperors would definitely make a move. Even if they didn't make a move, they wouldn't let him have an easy time. Lin Fei had to be prepared. He would not be complacent just because of a momentary victory. Another half a year passed. In the territory of the lower realm. The battle for territory among the 8 sects was in full swing. Small-scale battles continued to break out across the entire weave. The originally small number of warships began to increase, and without exception, all of them came from Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei did not explain that he was the one who built the warship. There was no need to explain. But everyone knew that this thing was made by Lin Fei, and a battleship would not appear out of thin air. The various large factions were all fighting over territory, and the appearance of warships caused warships to become more and more famous. Many factions were preparing to purchase warships to increase their strength. At this time, loud rumbling sounds could be heard throughout the territory. A loud noise was heard. Heaven and earth shook. This kind of tremor would appear every once in a while. Sometimes it would last for half a year, and sometimes it would last for a year. 30 years later. The shaking of heaven and earth became more and more obvious. The higher-ups all knew that primal chaos was still destroying the heaven pillars. Almost all the heaven pillars would be broken, and the lower realms returned to the divine world would be unstoppable. It should be soon. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei looked up at the sky. In the past 30 years he rarely went out. Apart from strengthening the river of time, he was studying spatial power, and he was becoming more and more imposing. Ever since the shaking of heaven and earth appeared again, Lin Fei knew that primal chaos was not killed. He was also secretly impressed by primal chaos. Even under the pursuit of the 8 god emperors, he could still calmly destroy the pillars. It was truly impressive. Another 5 years passed. God power gradually appeared in the lower realm. Originally, it was extremely difficult for a ruler to condense God power, but now it became easier. Many rulers who were stuck at a certain level also broke through their current level and became God kings. Such God kings were like bamboo shoots after the rain, constantly appearing. In the great metropolis territory that Lin Fei controlled, tens of thousands of God kings appeared in the short span of a year, and this number was still increasing because the God power was getting denser and denser. The competition for territory among the 8 great sects also became more and more intense. War broke out in the various territories, and then they were controlled by different forces. Rulers also attached themselves to the stronger forces, and the lower realm also began to change. Haha, you still lost. On this day, laughter came from heaven and earth, covering the entire lower realm. You 8 god emperors chased me for almost 40 years, but unfortunately you still couldn't kill me. Instead, I destroyed heaven's pillar, and now you can't stop me from destroying the last pillar. This was still Primal Chaos' voice. There was excitement in his voice. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook again and everyone was swaying. Only a few of the stronger ones could barely keep themselves from collapsing. Lin Fei was one of them. Amazing, really amazing. Lin Fei surrounded himself with spatial power and steadied himself. At this time the entire lower realm seemed to be much brighter. The clouds in the sky gradually receded, and divine light scattered down. A vast world appeared above everyone's heads. The distance was also getting closer. Great, that's the divine realm. What a dense divine light. That's the divine realm. I didn't think I would have such a close encounter with the divine realm in my lifetime. The world they were in was moving. They were getting closer and closer to leveling up. As divine power flowed down, the entire world changed. Large amounts of divine power appeared and many people broke through again. Sounds of breakthroughs could be heard everywhere, and countless people began to cheer. Boom. Boom boom boom. At this time there was movement in heaven and earth again. Lin Fei was also paying attention to the situation. He suddenly saw another world rising to the left of the vast divine realm, and he was shocked. Could it be that those are the other 5 subworlds? Back in the divine realm, Lin Fei had heard some rumors. He just didn't think much of it, and now it seemed to be true. Lin Fei also left the invincible palace and came to the end of the sky. With his strength he could easily do that now. He saw that another world was rising, and soon it was at the same level as his own world. That world is filled with the aura of death. Lin Fei was shocked. Based on the strength of his divine sense, he could barely sense that it was a place filled with the aura of death. Boom. Boom boom boom. Before Lin Fei could take a closer look, heaven and earth shook again. 4 more subworlds appeared below the divine realm, and each was extremely vast. What is that primal chaos trying to do? Why did he release 6 subworlds? Chapter 1864. The Divine Realm Above. The 6 subsidiary worlds were like children that surrounded the God world. If one looked closely, one would find that the height of the divine realm was slightly higher than that of the 6 subworlds. The 6 subworlds were below the divine realm, and the scene was quite spectacular. Each subworld had its own characteristics. They were not the same. Why does the world I'm in seem to be the worst? This doesn't make sense. In the depths of the sky, Lin Fei was very dissatisfied. With his current strength he could see the difference. Relatively speaking, the other 5 subworlds might be more powerful than the world he was in, be it in terms of strength or resources. Lin Fei was shocked and surprised that Primal Chaos released 6 subworlds at once. It's going to be a troubled time again. Even though Lin Fei couldn't figure out what Hun Dun was up to at the very least, he knew that it definitely wasn't something good. The fact that the 8 God Emperors had joined forces to hunt down Hun Dun was the best proof. Just the thought of the changes brought about by the 6 worlds terrified Lin Fei. The 6 subworlds were soon in the same position. From the perspective of each world, it did not seem that the difference was big, but in fact it was very big. Boom. Boom. As the 6 subworlds were fixed in one position, he thought it was over. But Lin Fei was surprised to find that the 6 subworlds began to rotate, revolving around the divine realm. Damn, the divine realm is still the sun. The 6 subworlds were indeed rotating. Except for those who had a very high understanding of the power of space, it was difficult for ordinary people to feel that the world was moving. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the world was rotating. Every time it rotated, the divine power in the world would become a bit stronger. Lin Fei had been standing in the depths of the sky, not leaving. What happened today was too strange. If he did not figure it out, Lin Fei would not be able to sleep well at night. Boom. Boom. The 6 subworlds rotated along a fixed track. At this time, all of a sudden, powerful auras burst forth from the other 5 subworlds. Such tyrannical auras appeared one after another, appearing in almost every subworld. Haha, this emperor is finally out. Jingyi, you bunch of old things suppressed us back then and sealed our divine power. Now I'm free again. Ah. The 6 subworlds have reappeared, haha. The horrifying voice kept reverberating. This voice passed through the 6 subworlds. Anyone with low strength would feel an indescribable chill when they heard this voice, and their backs would be covered in cold sweat. Divine Emperor. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Apart from the Divine Emperor, Lin Fei did not believe that there was anyone else who could do this. Could it be that the purpose of the Chaos World is to release the Divine Emperor who was sealed back then? If that's true, then his methods are too awesome. He's purely trying to make things difficult for the 8 Divine Emperors. Several terrifying auras could be sensed in almost every subworld. Only the world where Lin Fei was located was quiet, which made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. If I'm not mistaken, My world is the weakest among the 6 subworlds. Lin Fei thought, I'm afraid it's also the world that the 8 divine emperors are most at ease in. The guys who erupted their auras one after another. It was as if they came out to make their presence known, and then disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei observed for a while, then left the depths of firmament. Presumably, the divine emperors were recovering their strength. Lin Fei knew that his world was safe for the time being. The 8 divine emperors did not have the mood to deal with him, and the divine emperors who emerged were enough to affect their positions. This should be something that happened in the past. There's going to be a show to watch. Another year passed. It had been a year since the 6 subworlds had appeared. This year everything was peaceful. As divine power entered each subworld, experts sprung up like bamboo after a spring rain. There would be experts every day, and it became easier to break through the realms that were originally difficult to break through. In Lin Fei's great metropolis dominion, experts appeared every day. The number of rulers and god kings also reached a terrifying number, but compared to the other 5 subworlds, their strength was much weaker. It had only been a year. Lin Fei did not doubt that in 100 years, the strength of the other 5 subworlds would surpass his world. The divine emperors who emerged from the subworlds did not appear again, as if they had never appeared. The 8 divine emperors did not appear either. The primal chaos did not appear either. Lin Fei did not care much about this. He just needed to look after his great metropolis dominion every day. At the same time, he went to the depths of firmament every day, where the world barrier was, to absorb divine power. This was something he had to do every day. He did not know whether it was because of the 6 subworlds or some other reason, but the divine power became denser. It did not dry up like Lin Fei had imagined. This made Lin Fei secretly sigh in relief. Divine power was where his confidence came from. If he really ran out of divine power, it would be really depressing. His strength would also be greatly reduced. Whether it was spatial power or time power, they both needed divine power to activate. In addition to absorbing divine power, Lin Fei also observed the other 5 subworlds. After a year of observation, he had managed to figure out a few things. For example, the distance between the 2 subworlds. According to Lin Fei's calculations, if he wanted to reach another world, it would take him at least 10 years to fly there with his own strength. If he were to make a trip to the 6 worlds, it would take him at least 60 years to get there. This distance shocked Lin Fei. It seemed like only a few steps, but it was actually that far. It would be much closer to the divine world. It would only take a month to arrive. According to Lin Fei's guess, to enter the divine world, one had to be a god king, not a godly venerable. However, during this year no one went to the divine world. The other 5 subworlds were especially quiet. The 6 subworlds had always lived in peace. Lin Fei was happy. No one knew better than him that this period of time might be the quietest. When the 5 subworlds recovered their strength, they would not be so quiet anymore. When that time came, the rhythm would be messed up. Lin Fei saw this very clearly. Lin Fei was not sure how long this period would be. Based on his observations, it would be at least a few decades or even a century. Not everyone was like him, able to quickly increase the time. Chapter 1865. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. The 6 subworlds were in a state of peace. Year after year passed. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Another 50 years passed. Since the emergence of the 6 subworlds, 100 years had passed. 100 years was not a long time. Instead, it was very short. But in the past 100 years, the changes were too great. Not to mention the other 5 subworlds, just the subworld that Lin Fei was in could be said to have undergone tremendous changes. First, there were the 8 major sections. In the past 100 years, they had never given up fighting for territory. As divine power poured into the world, experts emerged one after another. The 8 major sects also began to recruit troops and expand their strength. In the past 100 years, the 8 major sects became the most powerful. This was also because they had the 8 god emperors as their backing. All kinds of secret techniques, cultivation techniques, and divine powers emerged one after another. In the first 50 years, there were endless small-scale battles. In the next 50 years, there were fewer battles and there were only a few sporadic ones. Almost each of the 8 major sects controlled 2 or 3 major dominions. Each dominions had more than 10 pinnacle god king experts, and hundreds of god king experts guarding it. Their influence expanded day by day. After the 8 major sects were the 7 overlords. In the past 100 years, they also expanded their territories and seized the dominions that mainly produced resources. With the invincible might of the warships, they forcefully bit off a piece of the 8 major sections. Gradually, they formed 7 factions that were no weaker than the 8 major sections. After that, it was the strongest race. Their race's influence expanded very quickly, and they also occupied some dominions that were rich in resources. Other than the remote dominions that they didn't want, the rest were divided up. Finally, the remote dominions were also occupied by some God King experts. They formed groups of 2s and 3s to occupy a dominions. In any case, they became people with a foothold. The influx of all kinds of cultivation techniques also caused experts to emerge. After 100 years of cultivation, the younger generation of the various major sects once again shone brightly. Vaguely, they were about to sweep away the older generation's limelight. Many of them had innate bloodlines and powerful strength. One person could sweep away several opponents of the same level. 100 years of development. However, there was one place that no one dared to underestimate. That was the great metropolis dominions. There had always been a legend circulating there. The strongest expert in this world was the palace lord of the invincible palace, an expert called Dition. His strength was unfathomable and no one knew how strong he was. No one knew where the news came from. No one denied the news. Even the 8 great sects didn't say anything, which made the title of number 1 seem even more mysterious. In the past 100 years, the invincible palace had become very mysterious. Whenever a disciple of the sect went out, he or she would be warned by the sect elders not to cause trouble in the great metropolis territory, and even more so, not to offend the people of the invincible palace. This also made many of the younger generation unconvinced. It was just an invincible palace. What was so great about it? 100 years. This also caused many things to fade away. For example, Dition, who was known as the number 1 expert, had not appeared since the appearance of the 6 subworlds. Such a long time was enough for people to forget someone. Great metropolis territory. After 100 years of development, the world had also developed very quickly. All kinds of sects stood in great numbers and experts gathered. In addition, the great metropolis territory also had one of the top 4 chambers of commerce, the Heavenly Fate Pavilion. In a short 100 years, the 3 great chambers of commerce had become 4, and among them, the most influential was the Heavenly Fate Pavilion. The Heavenly Fate Pavilion in the great metropolis territory had changed from a branch to its final headquarters. There was such a large chamber of commerce in the great metropolis territory. Every once in a while they would hold an auction, and the big shots of the sects would all attend. Most importantly, no one dared to cause trouble here, because the Heavenly Fate Pavilion was under the protection of the Invincible Palace. The great metropolis territory was also quieter than any other territory. There was almost no fighting here and no one dared to fight in the territory, especially in some of the big cities. Invincible Palace. In a small place in the past. Now, it was the number 1 sect in the great metropolis territory. No one knew exactly how strong it was. When the 6 subworlds appeared, the Invincible Palace had a godly king in charge. After 100 years of development, no one really knew how strong the Invincible Palace was. The current palace lord of the Invincible Palace was not Dition, but a stranger. The development of the Invincible Palace was also flourishing. Almost all the local geniuses would enter the Invincible Palace. It was founded by the number 1 expert in the past. Anyone in the great metropolis territory would feel proud. Even though this number 1 expert hadn't shown himself for a very long time, it didn't stop everyone from worshipping Dition. On the back mountain of the Invincible Palace. This place was classified as a forbidden area. Invincible Palace disciples were forbidden from entering. Finally free. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, suddenly, a slender figure in white flashed out. She quickly flew into the sky and appeared in the sky above the Invincible Palace. Quick run. Martial Granduncle is out. Quick hide. The disciples of the Invincible Palace saw the person in white in the sky. Everyone started to slip away and in the blink of an eye they disappeared. So boring. The beautiful woman pouted and then her eyes lit up. I heard that it's very lively outside, how can I miss out? In the next second, the woman in white disappeared in the sky above the Invincible Palace. This person was none other than Lin Fei's daughter Lin Yu. She was now a 9 stars ruler expert. Seeing Lin Yu leave, the disciples of the Invincible Palace reappeared. Let's go. This is great, I can finally go and harm others. Towards this martial granduncle, everyone was very helpless. Almost all the disciples of the Invincible Palace had been teased by this martial granduncle. As for those geniuses of the Invincible Palace, they suffered even more in front of martial granduncle. They were geniuses too. But this genius was too monstrous. Now that they saw martial granduncle go out, everyone cheered. At least someone was going to be unlucky. Will Shaolu be alright if he goes out like this? At this moment, in a pavilion in the back mountain of the Invincible Palace, a few beautiful women said worriedly. 100 years had passed, and the few beautiful women had become more well-rounded. Their bodies were filled with a ripe smell. Don't worry, my daughter is not afraid of anything. She won't be at a disadvantage. Lin Fei laughed. Don't think that he is a 9-stars ruler. His battle power has already reached the level of a god king. In addition, he has a god king treasure. Who would dare to look down on him? With regards to his daughter going out to adventure, Lin Fei was very assured. In the past he also went out to adventure. Now that his daughter was out to adventure, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. Although he had not gone out for 100 years, no one was willing to offend him. Chapter 1866. Lin Fei hadn't gone out in 100 years. Ever since returning to the great metropolis territory, Lin Fei was prepared to sit back and watch the world change. He didn't plan on interfering with anything, unless it was someone who provoked him. Fortunately, whether it was the 8 major sects or the other sects, they knew how to do things. Even if there was a commotion outside, it wouldn't affect the great metropolis territory. In the past 100 years, Lin Fei had been refining the time and space bloodlines. Other than that, he had been modifying the warships to attack. He had secretly sold warships in exchange for large amounts of materials. Many modification blueprints had been put to use. Although 100 years was a long time in Lin Fei's eyes, it was nothing. He was still a peak 9-stars god king, and his combat power had become very strong. Lin Fei was much more proficient in controlling the power of time and space than he was 100 years ago. If he encountered a controller now, it would be much easier to deal with them. He could definitely kill 1 or 2 of them on the spot. It was a pity that none of the controllers ever appeared again. Perhaps they were afraid, or perhaps. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. After losing, they were like turtles hiding in their shells. They were quite cowardly. After dealing with a few wives, Lin Fei regained his freedom. He was 100% in favor of his daughter going out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let her raise her realm to 9 stars before going out. With this realm and the treasures she had, it was no problem for her to protect herself. Even if she really encountered danger, Lin Fei would be able to rush over immediately. The world was huge. Lin Fei had perfect control of the power of space. He could save his daughter with just a thought. Moreover, in this world, no one would recklessly find trouble with his daughter. The 8 major sects didn't dare. The 7 overlords didn't dare. The strongest race didn't dare. As for the other factions, they didn't have the guts to do anything. With Lin Fei's current strength, he could easily wipe out the 8 major sections. With the power of space and time, his combat power was extremely terrifying. Once again he arrived in the depths of the sky. This was a place that Lin Fei often came to. Usually he would come here to observe the 5 subworlds. Over the past 100 years, he had learned some basic information about the situation. The information was naturally obtained from the ultimate god junior magnates. The 5 subworlds all had powerful backgrounds. In the past, they were all controlled by a single divine emperor. Later on, they were suppressed and sealed by many divine emperors. The 8 divine emperors were among those who took action. However, their luck was better. In the great war between divine emperors, most of the divine emperors either died or were severely injured. Gradually, the 8 divine emperors revealed their prowess and had the last laugh. This time, Lin Fei believed that the 8 divine emperors wouldn't be able to laugh. In the past, these worlds had been sealed and suppressed, isolating their divine power. Now that they had reappeared and obtained divine power, the 8 great divine emperors could only stare at them helplessly. The most terrifying thing was that these subworlds all had divine emperors who had suppressed them in the past. These god emperors were born from the heavens and earth. It was very difficult to kill them. Just like the primal chaos, they could only be suppressed. As a matter of fact, the heaven's supporting pillar was broken, and they regained their freedom. The opponents of the 8 divine emperors had arrived. 100 years have passed, their strength should have more or less recovered by now. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. If I have time, I can go to these subworlds to take a look. Maybe I can get a god venerable grade godhead. He still lacked a god venerable grade godhead to upgrade. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. 100 years had passed, and there was finally some movement in the 5 subworlds. Someone had come out from a subworld. As time passed, people from the 5 subworlds also began to appear. They either went to this subworld or to another subworld. Not long after, someone came to the subworld Lin Fei was in, Black Sky World. That's right, Lin Fei's subworld was called Black Sky World. In the past, the strongest person in this subworld was called Black Sky World. He was a powerful god emperor, and it was said that he was infinitely close to becoming an invincible god emperor. Thus he created the Black Sky World. At that time, the Black Sky World's strength was not weaker than the Divine World. On the contrary, they were on the same level. However, something happened to the Black Sky Emperor, and the Black Sky World was suppressed, eventually becoming a subworld. In the end, it became the weakest subworld among the 6 subworlds. Lin Fei sighed to himself. Lin Fei was not surprised that there were people from subworlds. It was only a matter of time. The 6 subworlds were like brothers in distress. Perhaps everyone had a common enemy, and that was the Divine World. The people from the 6 subworlds gradually began to communicate with each other. Less people from the Black Sky World went out. In terms of overall strength, the Black Sky World was the weakest. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to this. So what if they came? Very quickly. The people from the remaining subworlds had conflicts with the people from the 8 major sections. The 8 major sects also bared their fangs. For those who provoked the 8 major sects, they killed them on the spot, regardless of who they were. This move had indeed intimidated many people from the subworlds. The prestige of the 8 major sects was still feared. The people from the subworlds also became obedient. From Lin Fei's point of view, this was just the beginning. The people from the 5 subworlds could not do anything to the Divine World for the time being. However, they could do something to the 8 major sections. There would be conflicts sooner or later. In fact, this matter came very soon. As mentioned previously, the Black Sky World's strength was far inferior to the other 5 subworlds. When these people came to investigate, they realized that the Black Sky World's strength was not enough and could be robbed. Some people began to get restless. Just as they were about to make a move, Lin Fei left the Black Sky World. It would take 10 years to travel from one world to another. The furthest world would take 60 years. Battles would not happen in a short period of time. Lin Fei also left with a peace of mind. If others really came to kill, they would first look for the 8 major sects and not his own great metropolis territory. Lin Fei was not worried that they would cause trouble. The great metropolis territory's strength was enough to kill them all. Moreover, Lin Fei had left behind a divine beast. 30 years ago, Hairball finally refined all the divine king flesh and blood and became a primordial evil dragon divine beast. Her strength improved greatly and her combat power soared to the godly venerable realm. This huge leap in strength shocked Lin Fei. After Hairball's advancement, her defense could not be shaken by a peak divine king expert. It was like a tickle to her. His most casual attack could seriously injure a peak divine king expert. With the restrictions of the heavenly law, there was no better guarantee than having Hairball around. Lin Fei left with a peace of mind. His first destination was the nearest hell world. It was also the world with a gloomy aura. Chapter 1867. Hell World. Lin Fei's first destination this time. After 100 years of cultivation, he can go out and take a look now. Lin Fei also set Hell World as his first destination. If he wants to go to Hell World, he also has to go to the other worlds. It's just that Hell World is the closest to Profound Sky World. Lin Fei chose Hell World based on the principle of proximity. The time between Profound Sky World and Hell World is 10 years. For Lin Fei, who controls the power of space, it doesn't need that long of a time. He can reach Hell World in about 3 years. Let's set a coordinate here first. A year later, Lin Fei landed on an uninhabited star. He opened up a small cave abode underground and set up a door. This door is a space door. 100 years is enough for Lin Fei to condense a space door. Setting up a space door is also for convenience. After going to Hell World, it won't be so troublesome. He can return to this uninhabited star. It is also a convenient way. Setting up a space door is not difficult. Lin Fei set it up very easily. Seal. After setting it up, Lin Fei set up a layer of restriction array. Using 10,000 layers of space to seal the space door. If someone barges in, they will only think that it is an ordinary small cave abode. They will not be able to see that there is a space door here. Coming back, it will be much more convenient for me. After memorizing the coordinates, Lin Fei set off again. Every other year, Lin Fei sets up a space door and then hides in the space. Other than Lin Fei himself, no one can discover the secret of the space. Even if the space controller comes, they will not be able to discover the secret. This is a secret that belongs to the space controller. 3 years later, Lin Fei is infinitely close to Hell World. The closer he is to Hell World, the colder Lin Fei feels. It is brought about by the death energy. Profound Sky World used to have Hell World. But compared to the one in front of him, it pales in comparison. There is no comparison at all. These people are all ghost hunter. Lin Fei entered the hellish world and saw that the people who came and went were not flesh and blood, but ghosts. He could feel a cold aura from far away. Since it was his first time here, Lin Fei would not swagger in. The power of space enveloped his body. Almost no one knew that such a person had entered the infernal realm. I hope those who said that a great war broke out in the infernal world and ultimate god experts were not lying. Lin Fei was looking for a hierarch rank godhead. Now that he was stuck at the peak of God King realm, Lin Fei wanted to find an hierarch rank godhead to break through to the next realm. Unfortunately, this godhood was not easy to obtain. Regarding the godly venerable rank godheads that were left behind in the hell world, Lin Fei had heard about it from a godly venerable rank godhead in the divine world. With this clue in mind, Lin Fei came to the hell world. The infernal realm was huge. It was much bigger than the profound sky world. The entire netherworld realm was filled with the aura of death. If one didn't have a certain level of strength, they would be invaded by the aura of death and turn into a skeleton. Let's find a place to understand it first. Lin Fei did not have a deep understanding of the hell world. He could only find someone to understand it. He went straight to the nearest city and appeared in the sky above the city. The hell world is really strong. It's much stronger than the profound sky world. With a sweep of his divine sense, Lin Fei saw that the population of this city was only slightly over 10 million. There were indeed more than 10,000 God King experts and 2 million ruler experts. This was definitely a terrifying number. A small city in the profound sky world with a population of 10 million was far weaker than a small city here. There was a certain gap. The strongest person in this city is a peak God King expert. I'll just target him. Lin Fei came to a palace in the center of this small city. He was speechless. Why did everyone like to cultivate in palaces? Moreover, it was built in the center of the city. It was impossible not to be noticed. There were many God King experts gathered in the palace. It looked very eerie. Lin Fei did not like the aura of the hell world. It was too different from the aura of the profound sky world. When they came in, the people here seemed to be in a meeting. They did not even notice that someone had come in. They were looking at them silently. A bunch of trash. What's the use of gathering such a small number of people after all these years? There was a huge throne in the center of the palace. A gloomy-looking man sat on it and was reprimanding his subordinates. I don't care what method you use. You must gather enough people within a month. Alright, all of you go out and work. The gathered God Kings lowered their heads and left. King, don't be angry. It's not good to hurt your body. After they left, a few young women came out and leaned on the man. There were also women who brought fruits and handed them over. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Lin Fei did not understand what was going on. He was not anxious. Whoosh. The power of time descended. The man on the throne was the first to feel that something was wrong. He realized that he could not move. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. The next second, the man's neck was grabbed, and an aura of death shrouded his body. Don't kill me, let's talk this out. Lin Fei restrained this person and used soul-searching methods to search his memories. So, the interior of the hell world is not peaceful. Lin Fei touched his chin and thought that this was interesting. He knew a lot of things from the search just now. However, it was only some things on the surface. He was not clear about the matters of the upper echelons. Who asked the person in front of him to not have a high status and not know much? Lin Fei was quite satisfied. There are a total of 3 God Emperors in the hell world. They were originally suppressed and later rescued by someone. It seems that that person should be Hun Dun. He wants to use these God Emperors to fight against the 8 great God Emperors in the future. At the very least, he wants to give them some trouble. Lin Fei knew that Hun Dun would not be idle. Unlocking the seal of the subworld was the first step. The second step was to release these guys who were suppressed. It seemed that the second step was completed. Fortunately, these 3 God Emperors disappeared without a trace. They must have gone to recover their strength. According to his memory, there is no more information about those God Emperors except for when they first came out. Now that the hell world is in chaos, the godly venerable experts have established their own factions and fought for territory. Lin Fei's analysis was not wrong. The only thing he did not guess correctly was that the chaos in the hell world was also caused by someone with ulterior motives. Lin Fei did not get any useful information from this person's memory. Lin Fei left the small city and decided to go to a big city to have a look. Maybe he could get some information. Along the way, Lin Fei passed by a few more small cities. He entered each of them and searched through their memories. Thanks to that, he gained a better understanding of the hell world. Before he even reached a large city, he had a good understanding of the hell world. Chapter 1868. The big city was tall and majestic. It was completely black and was called Black Prison City. In Lin Fei's impression, there were not many big cities like this. It was rare to see one in Infernal World. From afar, Lin Fei saw that the big city was very lively. There were people coming and going at the city gate. Lin Fei was keenly aware that something must have happened. As there were very few humans at the city gate and almost all of them were ghosts from Infernal World, Lin Fei did not dare to go down to see what was going on. As for entering from the sky, he did not want to do that for the time being. That was because there was a formation restriction in the sky, and it was very sharp. If he tried to break it, he might be discovered because there were a total of 8 ultimate gods in the big city. Although he did not care, there was no need to clash with the ultimate gods from Infernal World at this time. Just as Lin Fei was thinking about how to get in, a shocking roar came from afar. A huge guy appeared in the distance and was heading towards the big city. Dodge! The 9-headed Hell Dragon is here. The Feng clan is here. After a while there was a series of roars. The huge 9-headed Hell Dragon appeared in front of everyone. The 9 ferocious dragon heads shocked everyone and made way for it. A few ghost experts who were slow were killed by the 9-headed Hell Dragon's fire. What a powerful divine beast. Its strength is equivalent to 9 ultimate gods. It was also Lin Fei's first time seeing such a powerful divine beast. The aura on its body was that of an authentic divine beast. At a glance, one could tell that it was a terrifying divine beast. The 9 heads could perform different attacks. The strength of each head was at the ultimate god realm. It was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. The 9-headed Hell Dragon came in front of the big city. Quickly open the formation restriction, the young master wants to go in. Someone immediately shouted. The formation restriction was opened. The 9-headed Hell Dragon flew into the big city. Lin Fei also took the opportunity to sneak into the big city. However, the 9-headed Hell Dragon suddenly stopped and looked around as if it found something. In the end, it did not find anything and continued moving forward. The reaction of the divine beast is quite fast. It can actually sense it. Lin Fei appeared and muttered to himself. Since he's riding a 9-headed Hell Dragon, he should be someone of great status. I can follow him and take a look. Lin Fei followed. The city was very lively. Lin Fei soon discovered that these people were all rushing towards the central area of the city, as if there was something lively up ahead. In the center of the city, it was a huge plaza. At this time there was a huge arena built in the square. Sai, that person is going to lose. The people from the Yama clan are really powerful. They've won 19 rounds in a row. The Yama clan is one of the 10 great clans of our infernal realm. A young man stood on the stage. His eyes were scarlet red, and he emitted a chilling intent. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and die? His arrogant tone caused quite a few people to be unhappy. However, not a single person dared to step forward. The young master of the Yama clan was extremely powerful and had killed a total of 19 experts. Far away from the arena, there were also some people sitting there high and mighty. Each of them emitted a tyrannical aura. Yama Eagle, don't be so arrogant. I'll play with you. In the sky, a huge creature appeared. It was the young master of the Feng clan. He stood on the back of the 9-headed Hell Dragon and said disdainfully, "The young master of the Feng clan is here." He even brought a divine beast like the 9-headed Hell Dragon. There's going to be a show to watch. The people below started discussing. The Feng clan and the Yama clan were both part of the 10 great clans. The two clans were not on good terms with each other. They had been fighting for a long time, but there was no victor. When Lin Fei arrived, the battle on the stage had already begun. The young master of the Feng clan controlled the 9-headed Hell Dragon to fight, and the Yama Eagle of the Yama clan was not an undeserved reputation. With a long spear, he fought against the 9-headed Hell Dragon and actually fought to a draw. What a powerful guy. Lin Fei restrained his aura and let the system simulate the aura of death as he watched in the crowd. They should be experts with the battle strength of an ultimate god. It was Lin Fei's first time meeting such a young expert. It was rare to see someone with the battle strength of an ultimate god in the Divine King realm. At least in the mysterious sky world there were almost no such geniuses. This required one's own talent. "Brother, what's going on up there?" Lin Fei asked a middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man was watching excitedly. He did not dare to offend a Divine King realm ghost hunter and explained honestly, "Senior, there's an elite selection going on here. Those below the ultimate god level are allowed to fight. I just came out of seclusion, so I'm not too sure about the details. Can you tell me in detail?" Seeing the Divine King's polite tone, the middle-aged man did not mind telling him. It was not a good choice to offend a Divine King expert. "No problem. The middle-aged man explained in detail without hiding anything. Lin Fei finally understood what was going on and his eyes lit up. He actually encountered such a good thing. As it turned out, there were many secret realms in the infernal world. This time, there was a big secret realm opening that allowed people below the ultimate god level to enter. What interested Lin Fei was the rumor that there was an ultimate god level godhead in this secret realm. No one dared to confirm whether the rumor was true or not, but the rumor had spread. An ultimate god level godhead was better than a divine king level godhead. As long as one's talent was not bad, almost anyone could enter the divine king realm. As for the ultimate god level, it was difficult. Hence, many people decided to take the shortcut and condense the ultimate god level to become a pseudo-ultimate god. After all, they were ultimate gods and could display the battle strength of an ultimate god, but they were still stronger than a divine king. An ultimate god level godhead had become a hot commodity. Now that there was such a thing in a secret realm, Lin Fei naturally had an idea. With his strength, as long as he entered the secret realm, there was no need to worry about not getting a godhead. Lin Fei was secretly glad that he came across such a good thing in the infernal world. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to give it a try. If it really appeared, it would not be as simple as 1 or 2 ultimate god level godheads. There were at least a dozen ultimate god level godheads in this kind of secret realm. Although Lin Fei had not entered the secret realm, he had already regarded the ultimate god level godhead as his own. He would not allow outsiders to take it away. After asking about the situation, Lin Fei had a clear understanding of the situation. There were not many sects in the infernal world. It was the family clans that had the greatest influence. The top 10 families could get a few spots, and the main cities of the infernal world would also get 3 spots. The competition was fierce. Chapter 1869. Lin Fei was quite happy to get a clue about divine spark in such a situation. After understanding the situation, Lin Fei quietly left Black Prison City. According to the middle-aged ghost demon, there were a total of 136 cities like this in the hell world. In other words, there were 136 choices. Lin Fei left Black Prison City and planned to go to another big city to get the quota. This was because it was not that easy to get the quota, and he needed to think about it carefully. After leaving Black Prison City, Lin Fei found a place in the wild, opened up a cave residence and set up a formation. 3 quotas. This is not easy. The 10 great families reserved a part of the quota, and the rest was up to competition. If he went to compete now, Lin Fei was confident that he could get one, but it was inevitable that the news would leak out. Along the way, Lin Fei could see that the people of the hell world did not have a good impression of the human race. If a human came in, they might be killed. But Lin Fei was not too willing to expose it. It was not a good thing to be high profile. Lin Fei wanted to find the most suitable method for himself. If he were to participate as a human for no reason, anyone who wasn't a fool could imagine what the result would be. Master, you think too much. Suddenly Little Devil flew out. Think too much. Lin Fei muttered to himself. It seemed that Little Devil's words were very reasonable, but he did not understand it for a while. Why am I thinking too much? It is not easy to sneak in. Because just now in Black Prison City, Lin Fei found a big problem. Because the people of the ghost race did not use divine power but ghost power. Both of them were at the same level of power and could be converted into each other. Lin Fei used divine power. As long as he used it, people would be able to see it. Master, aren't you worried about divine power? You can let the system convert it. There will be no loss. It is a complicated matter, but it can be solved. Little Devil rolled his eyes. His master was too stupid. He could not even think of such a simple thing. It can be like this. Lin Fei felt that he was really thinking too much. Was there a need to think so much about a small problem? Wuxia City. In a large city in the infernal realm. It sounded good, but in fact it had nothing to do with Wuxia. This was a relatively remote city in the infernal realm. At this time on the official road, a black-robed man moved quickly and appeared at the gate of Wuxia City. Because the mystic land was about to open. Almost every big city was extremely lively. Many heroes came out to fight for the 3 spots so that they could obtain their own opportunities in the secret realm. There were many people dressed like this, so there was nothing strange about it. Lin Fei paid the entrance fee and went straight to the center of the city. Every location was the same, and the arenas were all placed in the center of the city. There were only a few days left until the deadline. Lin Fei had changed his appearance. He looked extremely ferocious, and anyone who saw him would feel a chill down their spine. This was also caused by the system. In the words of the Little Devil, if you don't want to be noticed, you must let people remember your current appearance. Then, when you change your appearance, no one will remember you. That's because I've already remembered your ferocious behavior from before. Lin Fei pondered for a while and felt that it made sense. No one would suspect that they were the same person. That's why he looked like this. There were many ferocious people in the infernal realm, so Lin Fei didn't pay too much attention to them. When he arrived at the central square, another battle was going on. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move, so he just watched from the side. The second spot has been announced. Half a day later, the second spot was confirmed. Someone came up to announce. Now, the third spot will go to whoever can last for 100 rounds and win. The competition for the secret realm spot was very fierce. Ordinary strength was not enough and one had to be very, very strong. In Wuxia City, every spot had to last for 100 rounds and win every round. It was obviously very difficult. Without real strength, going up was equivalent to suicide. One spot had to go through 100 battles. The requirements were also quite harsh and not everyone could do it. Not far from the arena, there were big shots in Wuxia City. There were a total of 6 of them and all of them were ultimate gods. With them personally overseeing the scene, it was also to prevent any mistakes. Who do you think will get the third spot? A bald ultimate god on the high platform said with a smile. That's hard to say. An ultimate god shook his head. Not everyone can win 100 rounds. The previous one was a disciple of the top 10 families. He had a lot of divine stones and elixirs with him so he could persist. Then the ultimate god shook his head. Obviously, they weren't sure who would be able to advance to the next round. Cheating? It was very difficult. If they met a powerful person from the top 10 families, it would only take a moment for them to kick you out. Even the ultimate gods couldn't guarantee it. The third spot was announced. Many people were eager to go up, but no one dared to be the first to go up. Lin Fei saw it and thought, forget it, I'd better go up first. It's not easy to win 100 rounds. I want the third spot. Whoever comes up will die. Lin Fei's figure flashed and appeared in the arena. He didn't care about the crowd's expression and said that. Those who were about to go up were furious. Coupled with his ferocious face and murderous ghostly power, it sent chills down people's spines. This guy didn't look easy to deal with. He dared to say that as soon as he went up to the arena, it was either he was capable or he was being pretentious. Nobody dares to fight for a spot. I'll see what you can do. There were many people who were not convinced. There were even more people who were not afraid of death. Soon after Lin Fei went up, someone else came up. It was a 9 stars divine king. You can't do it. Lin Fei shook his head and appeared in front of his opponent. He punched his opponent's chest and the body of death was destroyed. Blood flowed everywhere. Too weak. Many people were surprised that he killed a 9 stars divine king with one punch. This guy was really capable. The competition for a spot was fierce. At first, there were some people who were not convinced. Then, there were peak divine kings and then ultimate gods. There was almost no pause. No. 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 Every time someone went up, everyone heard, no. There were many arrogant people. There weren't many people who didn't take the people who went up to the arena seriously. Lin Fei had always killed people with a single punch. Chapter 1870. Hell World, Wuxia City. The central square was filled with people. At that moment, everyone was staring at the battle in the ring. He punched. That guy punched again. It's too tricky. I can't even see any traces of it. With a series of ups and downs, the people who were originally fighting were sent flying and smashed into the ring, no longer breathing. So fierce. He has already won 83 times. I don't know which family this genius came from. Starting from the fight for the third spot, the competition was very fierce. What the people didn't expect was that as soon as the ferocious guy went up, he took the initiative and defeated his opponents again and again. He had already won 83 times in a row. This guy only needed to win 17 more matches to qualify for the third spot. It was so fast that it was also shocking. After all, the competition between the 2 spots was extremely fierce before. There were even people who were kicked out of the ring after 70 matches. But now the guy in the ring looked as if nothing had happened. He didn't have a single injury on his body. It was also surprising. Another opponent was defeated. Lin Fei took out the God Stone to deceive Jianghu so that he wouldn't be too conspicuous. Low profile. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei had been using fist techniques. That fist technique was not an ordinary fist technique. It was infused with the power of space and was unpredictable. In the eyes of others, it was a tricky and strange fist technique that was almost impossible to crack. He won 83 matches in a row. No one dared to come up rashly. If they didn't have the strength, they would be courting death. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He was determined to fight for the third spot. No one could take it away from him. Such an unknown black-robed man. It also made the ultimate gods on the high platform secretly guess which force he came from. With their eyesight, it was enough to see the exquisiteness of the opponent's fist technique. It was not that easy to block it. This black-robed guy was a troublesome guy. It seems that the third spot will fall into the hands of this guy. The bald ultimate god squinted his eyes and smiled. The bald ultimate god was the city lord of Wuxia city. If there are no accidents, it should be. Such an exquisite fist technique is really rare. It seems that there is the power of space in it. Several ultimate gods said one after another. The battle was still going on. In the next 17 battles, the strength of the people who appeared became more and more powerful. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took some time to drive them away one by one. This could be considered to be showing mercy. On the surface, he seemed to be having a hard time. In the eyes of others, they also thought that the black-robed young man had reached his limit. Now, I announce that the third spot will be taken by this young friend. After defeating the last person, someone immediately came out to announce the result. Such a fast speed was also very rare. The previous two competitions had taken quite a few days, but this black-robed kid had only used a little more than a day's time. Fellow cultivator, follow me. The city lord wants to see you. A god king led Lin Fei into a magnificent palace. Lin Fei followed him calmly. Not long after, they arrived at a palace. When Lin Fei arrived, there were two young men standing in the palace. When Lin Fei entered, their sharp gazes landed on him. Needless to say, Lin Fei knew that these two were the ones who had qualified. They were very strong. A peak god king's actual combat power could reach the ultimate god realm, at least the combat power of a low-level ultimate god. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. The martial power of Chongshan in the underworld. The ghost clan experts here had always been very overbearing. Lin Fei also didn't want to be suspected. One look at their eyes seemed to have a sense of provocation. No matter what, they would first scold them so that they would leave an impression of being fierce in the eyes of others. The young men who had won 2 spots. They were originally very arrogant. They were very uncomfortable when they heard that a powerful expert had won 100 battles in a shorter time than them. They also wanted to see who the other party was. Both of them were related to Wuxia city. They were not afraid of this outsider causing trouble. You want to dig our eyes out? One of the young men with long hair shot out 2 jingguang rays from his eyes. How arrogant. I'll dig your eyes out first. 2 jingguang rays shot straight at Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei laughed and shook his head. You can't. Bang, bang. Lin Fei's eyes also shot out 2 rays of light. He headbutted the other party's jingguang, smashing the other party's jingguang. The young man who attacked first took a step back. Murderous sword technique, 1 sword to kill. The other also quietly attacked with a thin sword. It was very fast. Once the sword was out, a murderous aura soared to the sky. Golden spears and armored horses galloped majestically, merging into the murderous battlefield. This sword was very powerful. Even ultimate gods had to be careful when facing it. Lin Fei snorted coldly and shattered his opponent's battlefield influence. Then he sent out 2 punches, smashing his opponent's rapier and forcing it back. Your murderous sword technique is also not enough. The 3 of you are young heroes. A little sparring is enough. Why do you need to fight again? Suddenly, someone said. The 2 who did not gain any advantage originally wanted to continue fighting, but their expressions changed and they stopped. What the city lord said is right. Today, I learned a lot from sparring with this little friend. The 2's attitude changed very quickly and was quite shameless. Lin Fei thought to himself, these 2 fellows had better not provoke me. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as killing dogs. Inside the palace, there were several ultimate gods present. They also saw the black-robed boy's strength and temper. He was really fierce. He wanted to gouge out someone's eyes with just a few glances. His ferocious gaze caused people's hearts to palpitate. It also made them believe that this person was definitely someone from a great clan. Even if it wasn't one of the 10 great clans, it was still a first-rate clan. The ultimate gods present did not dare to underestimate him. This kind of person was not easy to offend. It was better to be safe than sorry. The bald ultimate god encouraged them first and said some polite words such as taking a good rest. Then, when it was about to end, he finally mentioned the purpose of summoning them. The 3 of you are heroes. It is a rare opportunity for you to enter the Abyss Hell. The bald ultimate god said, the Abyss Hell has a total of 18 levels. There are treasures in each level. I hope that after you enter, you can fight for Wuxia City and help us collect the Abyss Immortal Fruit. Lin Fei listened very quietly. Abyss Immortal Fruit? What is this thing? Why does Wuxia City need this thing? Lin Fei pondered. I don't know what benefits we can get from helping you collect the Abyss Immortal Fruit. Lin Fei asked, everyone knows that the Abyss Hell is very dangerous. I will not do anything without benefits. Chapter 1871. It was about the deeper purpose. Lin Fei wasn't sure. The middle-aged man didn't say much either. He only knew that this secret realm was called the Abyssal Hell. It was a very famous abyssal hell from a long time ago. A bumpkin is indeed a bumpkin. You don't even know about the immortal abyssal fruit. Aren't you afraid of dying in there? Those with great skills are bold. It's normal that you don't know about it. The two started mocking Lin Fei. Since they didn't gain the upper hand in the fight earlier, they were already angry. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If you don't speak, nobody will treat you as mutes. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. The city lord didn't even say anything. What are you so anxious about? Bickering? Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. It seemed like they were going to quarrel again. The bald city lord said in a deep voice, good question. Young people should have this kind of confidence. Zhang Feng, Luo Yuan, you two should stop quarreling. Hearing the city lord's words, the two had to stop. They knew very well that if they didn't give the city lord face, it wouldn't be a good thing if the city lord bore a grudge against them. The city lord only needed to move his lips to deal with them. You two should know that there are a total of 136 big cities in the underworld. Our Wuxia city is ranked 120, which is quite low. Do you know why we are ranked 120? It's because of the number of immortal abyssal fruits. The city lord explained. Lin Fei finally understood why the city lord would suggest collecting immortal abyssal fruits. It turned out that there was such a reason. If the city lord didn't explain, he wouldn't have known. The immortal abyssal fruits you collect won't be used by Wuxia City. You have to hand them in. Every time the abyssal hell opens, it's a ranking competition. The city lord said excitedly, as the three seated contestants of our Wuxia City, as long as you bring back the immortal abyssal fruits, we will reward you handsomely. Apart from that, the Underworld Supreme Ruler, the Underworld Union, will also open its doors to you. The Underworld Union, on the other hand, excited Zhang Feng and Luo Yuan. We will try our best. Lin Fei knew about the Underworld Union. The Infernal Union was the most influential existence in the Infernal Realm. The 10 great clans were powerful and influential, but compared to the Infernal Hell Alliance, they were as insignificant as the Grand Magi. The Abyssal Realm was controlled by the Hell Alliance. Furthermore, this secret realm was only one of them. From this, it could be seen that the influence of the Underworld Alliance wasn't as simple as one might imagine. The 136 cities were either under the control of the Infernal Realm Alliance or the 10 great clans. It was no wonder that the city lord had personally summoned them. Your mission is to collect the immortal fruits. The benefits that Wuxia City will give you are absolutely beyond your imagination. Whoever among you collects the most will be rewarded with a low-rank ultimate god weapon, a low-rank ultimate god battle suit, and 100 earth divine veins. That's just the reward from Wuxia City. I heard that the Infernal Hell Alliance is also giving out rewards that you can't even imagine. A series of encouragement and rewards tempted him. The three of them came out of the palace and were brought to rest by the servants. At the entrance of the palace, Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Kid, I hope you don't get killed too quickly. The Abyssal Realm isn't that easy to go to. The waters are too deep and you might drown. I advise you to give up on going to the Abyssal Realm so that you don't die. Luo Yuan said coldly. The two of them were not convinced by this guy. They had gone through a lot of hardships to get the quota, but in the end the people outside only remembered him. They were not convinced. Lin Fei smiled. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat. It's a reminder. Zhang Feng said. That place is dangerous. It's not good to die there. Lin Fei was not a fool. How could he not understand the meaning behind those words? If it wasn't a threat, then what was it? I'll also give you a reminder. You better not meet me in the Abyssal Realm. Leaving behind these words, he didn't care about the expressions on the two's faces and followed the servant. This kid is too arrogant. Zhang Feng said in a deep voice. He was even more annoyed by this guy. Let's let him be proud for a while longer. When we reach the Abyssal Realm, we will teach him a lesson sooner or later, Luo Yuan said. This time the Hell Alliance is offering us something good. The accommodations were luxurious and there were even servants to serve them. Lin Fei found an excuse to chase them out. He picked a room and set up a restriction around it to prevent them from being disturbed. Abyssal Undying Fruit, Hell Alliance, 10 major families, 136 cities. This is really interesting. Lin Fei felt that this trip to the Abyssal Realm would be quite interesting. Low-grade godly weapon. Wuxia City is really willing to spend so much. A peak godly king equipped with such a weapon can easily suppress a large number of experts. Unfortunately, this thing is useless to me. I wonder if the Hell Alliance will reward me with a godly grade godhead. Currently, there were very few things that could catch Lin Fei's attention. Low-grade godly weapons were only a matter of time. Moreover, he had mastered the power of space and time. With these two bloodline powers, there was no need for an ungodly weapon. Well, I'll play slowly then. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested. Lin Fei stayed in Wuxia City for a full 10 days. During these 10 days, Lin Fei kept a low profile and did not step out of his residence. Zhang Feng and Luo Yuan did not come to cause any trouble. Thus Lin Fei was happy to be at ease. 10 days later, once Lin Fei stood in the palace. This time, apart from Zhang Feng and Luo Yuan, there were 18 other peak godly king experts. When Lin Fei entered the palace, he saw Zhang Feng, Luo Yuan, and a few others talking and laughing. However, when he entered, they all looked at him. These people should also be going to the Abyssal Realm. Lin Fei did not believe that there were only 3 of them collecting the Abyssal Undying Fruit. There must be other people in Wuxia City. It seemed to be true. It was impossible to count on the 3 of them. Alright, since everyone is here, we can set off. The bald city lord was in a good mood. After the last person came in, he announced that they could set off. The foundation of Wuxia City was quite shocking. There was a spatial portal under the palace. At a glance, it was obvious that it was set up by a spatial controller. One could go to the next place without having to climb long distances. Chapter 1872. 136 cities. Each city had a space gate. This gave Lin Fei, who had been on his way here, a huge shock. It was not an easy task to set up such a space gate. As a space controller, Lin Fei knew it best. The Hell Realm should have a few space controllers. With the space gate, they did not need to waste time. The group passed by one city after another. In one day, they passed by 136 cities. As they stepped into the space gate for the last time, they appeared again. They were in a mountain range. Swoosh, swoosh. The group came out of the space gate and found themselves in the mountain range. Is this the base camp of the Hell Alliance? I don't think so. Where is this place? We have never been here before. As soon as they came out, the young people began to discuss. The Hell Realm was huge. Their footprints were all over the Hell Realm, but they did not know where this mountain range was. They were very puzzled. You don't need to guess. This is the entrance to the 18th floor of the Abyss of Hell. The city lord said with a smile. Even I don't know where it is exactly, let alone you. Everyone suddenly understood. If they did not come through the space gate, they would not have thought that this mountain range was related to the Abyss of Hell. Among the people present, only Lin Fei could see the reason. The space controller was not an exaggeration. The Hell Alliance is so powerful. They set up the entrance of this secret realm with a space formation. Other than the space controller, only those god emperors can find the entrance. Outside the mountain range, layers of space formations were set up. Spatial formations were much more powerful and profound than restrictive formations. Although the sky above was gray, in fact it was not. It was just a refraction from a distant place. It was not real. But in front of the ghost domain experts who did not control the power of space, it was real. They could not see any problems at all. Even if they rushed out, they would be transported away by the space formation. Moreover, it would not leave a trace. Even if that person went out, he would not be able to find this place. Old one, you are finally here. Not long after the group of people appeared, someone else also appeared. That person was tall and sturdy. There was a smile on his face, and he seemed to be quite familiar with the city lord. As soon as he arrived, he greeted him. Wan Qin said with a smile, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. The one leading our Wuxia city is you, old ghost. We haven't seen each other for 500 years. 508 years. The newcomer smiled and glanced at the group of people. Old one, you're a good person. You're full of energy. I believe you'll get a good ranking this time. Wan Qin said, of course, we have to get into the top 100. I'll arrange for someone to take you to rest. I'll hold a welcoming dinner for you tonight. A few of my old friends will be there too. The man smiled and called over a subordinate, ordering them to rest. I'll bring them to rest first. I'll definitely come back tonight. This mountain range was huge. You'll stay here tonight. Everyone followed him to an immortal abode. There were countless immortal abodes here, and all of them were for people to stay in. Everyone checked their auras and found that the Senfu all belonged to the same area, and they could see the words Luoxia City. Alright, each of you find a place to stay. Wan Qin said, there are still a few days before the secret realm opens. Stay here obediently and don't make trouble here. If you make a move, you'll be disqualified, and even I won't be able to help you. Everyone nodded, indicating that they wouldn't make trouble. Wan Qin wasn't worried that they would act recklessly. It was a rule that forbade fighting here. As long as they weren't fools, they wouldn't act recklessly. Moreover, there were people from 136 cities and 10 great families gathered here. If they offended anyone, they might have a great background. Lin Fei found a house near the side to stay. Along the way, Lin Fei didn't dare to look down on the Hell Alliance anymore. Since they had a space controller, they might also have a time controller. No matter which one it was, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Right now it was better to keep a low profile. After resting for a while, Lin Fei decided to go out for a walk. He wanted to understand the situation. Perhaps because he was the last to come out, the people who came with him seemed to have all gone out. Coming out of Senfu, Lin Fei asked around and learned some things. It turned out that in a place not far away, there was a commercial street created by the Hell Alliance. On the commercial street, there were a large number of treasures for sale. Many treasures that were rarely seen in the outside world would appear on this commercial street. The Abyss Hell was very dangerous, so everyone would buy protective treasures on the commercial street. After Lin Fei asked for the location, he went straight to the commercial street. The commercial street wasn't far away. When Lin Fei found it, this place was surging with people. The small commercial street was filled with people coming and going. At a glance, almost all of them were peak God King powerhouses. There were also quite a number of shops. Everyone quickly come and take a look. The map of the Abyss Hell's 18th level is on sale. Only 1 billion low-grade God stones. The safest walking map. You won't regret it after seeing it. God King weapon, the first choice for fighting monsters. Everyone come and take a look. When Lin Fei heard the hawking, he suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Almost all of the shops were hawking. Lin Fei listened on the side for a while. They sold all kinds of things and they had everything. The most popular was the map of the Abyss Hell. The prices varied. Some were cheap for 1 or 200 million God stones. There were also hardcover versions that cost more than 1 billion God stones. No wonder it's so lively. Lin Fei looked around as he walked. There were even people who came up to forcefully pull him to sell the things in their hands. In order to be prepared for the Abyss Hell, Lin Fei didn't lack God stones. Therefore he bought a map and some records of the Abyss Hell's ferocious beasts. These were of great help to Lin Fei. Apart from that, Lin Fei also bought a map of the Abyss Immortal Fruit to record the origins of the Abyss Immortal Fruit. As for the location, he didn't know if he could still find it. This trip also cost Lin Fei more than 4 billion God stones. Fortunately, the things he bought were useful. Among the crowd, his spending was still the lowest. Many people not only bought defensive equipment and weapons, but also some antidote pills and other things. When it came to using God stones, they spent money like water and didn't care at all. Chapter 1873. Mountain Range Senfu. Lin Fei didn't stay outside for long. He bought some useful things and came back. He took out the relevant materials and looked through them. For example, the book about the 18 levels of hell in his hand. It recorded some information about hell. He didn't know if he didn't read it, but after reading it, he realized how terrifying it was. The 18 levels of hell are so terrifying. Each level is vast, no less than a territory. There are a large number of abyssal undead creatures living in them. They are quite powerful and hard to kill. Lin Fei was shocked as he continued to read. The 18 levels of hell were more dangerous than the one before. For example, the undead creatures in the first level could be killed once. It was very easy. But later on, the undead creatures in each level would change. For example, the second level needed to be killed twice, and the third level needed to be killed 3 times. At the 18th level, it needed to be killed 18 times to be killed. It wasn't just a normal level of terror. Lin Fei was naturally shocked. According to the book, from the 10th level of hell onwards, it was very dangerous. Almost no one dared to go down. According to the book, the 18 levels of hell were created by the God Emperor of the Hell World in the past to nurture his disciples. Countless undead creatures were captured and died inside. The rich undead power gradually formed powerful undead creatures, which resulted in the current appearance. Lin Fei opened the map of the Abyssal Immortal Fruit and took a look. What he saw made him suck in a breath of cold air. This kind of Abyssal Immortal Fruit wasn't easy to harvest. Each undead tree would have powerful undead guarding it, making it very difficult to deal with. These undead trees would only appear in the 5th layer of the hell, so there wouldn't be a lot of them. I can't go to these places. Maybe I'll be targeted. With my strength, I can go directly to the 10th level and beyond. There's no need to fight with them. Lin Fei was very open-minded. The underworld needed the immortal fruit so much. There must be some use for it. Lin Fei wouldn't give up this opportunity. Lin Fei wasn't a kind-hearted person. His main goal was to find the hierarch godhead. From the immortal fruit there were clues that could help him. Maybe. Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle like an old fox who had stolen a chicken. He stayed in Senfu for more than 10 days. While Lin Fei was worrying, Wan Qin sent someone to inform him that the abyss hell had opened and that everyone could set off. Lin Fei finally had the motivation to continue. As long as he reached the abyssal hell, it would still be his world. Regarding this point, Lin Fei was still very confident. Even if those geniuses came in, it would still be the same. It was just a matter of whether or not he could torture them. The group followed the 10,000 Qin city lord to the depths of the mountain range. Someone had opened up a huge square in the hinterland. The square was huge and almost hollowed out the mountain range. At this moment, all 136 city lords were present. Apart from them, there were also people from the 10 great families, as well as those who stood out and competed for the spots. Even though everyone was standing inside the mountain, the square was still very empty. That's the entrance. I really can't imagine that the entrance would be inside the mountain. Don't think that the entrance is in front of us, it's actually not. It's hidden in a node in space. This node is constantly moving, not everyone can find it. After hearing this, everyone realized why it looked different. So there was such a reason. Lin Fei stood in the crowd and took a look. He could see that the entrance was in a node in space. This was arranged by a big shot. Even the current him couldn't easily find this node. After observing the entrance for a while, Lin Fei lost interest and looked around. The square in the mountain was very big. They stood at the outermost edge of the square. The inside was divided into 10 areas. Each area had dozens of people standing, far more than them. Roughly estimating, there were about 4,000 to 5,000 people at the scene. This kind of gathering abyss immortal fruit was very amazing. You all represent the people of Wuxia city. I hope that after you go in, you will also maintain unity so that it will be easier to break through. Wan Qin said some words as usual, even though he knew that these words were useless. Those who could come to participate were all people with backgrounds. Unity? It was not possible. This had become a normal thing every time the secret realm opened. Wan Qin did not say much as long as they brought back more abyss immortal fruits than the last time. It was not a good thing to be in the 120th place all the time. The higher the ranking, the greater the benefits of the surrounding areas. For example, the benefits of the top 50 big cities were huge. Wuxia city had always been at the bottom. As the city lord, he felt inferior every time he came. He always hoped that the people he brought could get a good result so he could hold his head high. The Hell Alliance's deputy alliance leader is here. Everyone, let's welcome him. No one knew who shouted, but a middle-aged man dressed in brocade clothes appeared, surrounded by a group of people. He exuded a powerful aura. Ultimate God, a high-level ultimate God. Lin Fei could feel the other party's strength at a glance. He had no doubt that his space and time powers were basically useless against such a high-level ultimate God. Lin Fei knew that the Hell world was much stronger than the mysterious Heavens world. A high-level ultimate God was enough to wipe out a large group of ultimate gods. From this point, Lin Fei could also see that the Hell world was not inferior to the divine realm in the past. It later declined and its strength was not affected much. 100 years was enough for experts to recover their strength with enough resources. The appearance of a high-level ultimate god was not surprising. A deputy alliance leader's combat power was that of a high-level ultimate god. What about the alliance leader? He was either a peak ultimate god or a half-step into the divine emperor realm. The Hell Alliance's deputy alliance leader arrived. Everyone could feel the deputy alliance leader's strength. After the deputy alliance leader arrived, he took a quick look and said, "You can open it now." 2 more ultimate gods immediately appeared and used their powerful space powers. With the help of treasures, they opened the space node in one fell swoop. In other words, the abyss hell was opened. Everyone here is Hell World's pride. The deputy alliance leader said lightly, "You're fighting for glory. Don't let everyone down." It was a simple sentence, but it had a powerful effect. Chapter 1874. A high-level immortal venerable's battle prowess and the position of deputy alliance lord. Other than feeling a little surprised, Lin Fei wasn't too shocked. With his current strength, it wouldn't be easy for a high-level immortal venerable to kill him. The combination of space and time bloodlines wasn't as simple as 1+1. Who cared about the Hell Alliance's secrets? Lin Fei didn't care as long as there was a hierarch-ranked godhead in the abyssal hell. This deputy alliance lord didn't speak much, but his words had a great influence on everyone's emotions. After listening to his words, Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that this person was an expert in stirring up emotions, especially the group of people at the front. It seems like the disciples of the 10 families are very clear that the Hell Alliance will bring out good things this time. The importance of the abyssal immortal fruit is really something to look forward to. Lin Fei decided to capture a few people and search their memories after entering the abyssal hell. He believed that he would find some good things. With the Deputy Alliance Lord's encouragement, the spatial node was completely opened and connected to the entrance. Now everyone, don't be in a hurry. The disciples of the 10 families who went in first had a complacent look on their faces. Obviously they already knew that they were in the first batch. The people at the back could only stare at them, but they couldn't say anything. There was a high-level immortal venerable here, and if they dared to show any dissatisfaction they would suffer. Lin Fei observed for a while and discovered another thing. The people who entered the abyssal hell were ranked according to the ranking. At the front were the 10 families, followed by the 136 cities. Wuxia City was ranked 120th, and the front was filled with people. Lin Fei also heard many people grumbling. At this rate, by the time they entered, the immortal abyssal fruits in the fixed spots in front of them would have already been picked. Several thousand people entered in turns. Every time the entrance was limited to a few people, the time would be extended indefinitely. After more than half a day, it was finally Wuxia City's turn. This is a spatial teleportation talisman. If you encounter danger in the abyssal hell and can't escape in time, you can use it to come back. Just crush it and you will be teleported back here. At the entrance, someone handed a teleportation talisman and explained how to use it. Lin Fei also obtained a teleportation talisman. With just a glance, he could tell that he was far away. He had left the spatial controller's spatial power inside, locking onto a fixed location. It was a pretty good item. You go in. Lin Fei took a step forward and entered the passageway. The space around him constantly changed, and when he reappeared, he was in a dark world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A thick aura of death blew past. Is this the abyss hell? The abyssal hell was just like its name, it was filled with a gloomy and deathly stillness. The only difference was that the abyssal hell was filled with lush undying plants, which was the biggest difference here. For example, right now Lin Fei was in a lush forest. These trees were all undying plants. They were tall and large, carrying with them an undying aura. Roar. Not far away there was a commotion in the woods. An enormous undying tiger demon sprang out of the woods and pounced at Lin Fei. Whoosh. A beam of light shot out from Lin Fei's eyes as he killed the undying tiger demon. Then the undying tiger demon turned into a ball of death chi and disappeared. Sure enough, I only have one life. Lin Fei was very interested in the abyssal hell. This was the first time he had encountered such a special place. Let's find out where I am first. The first layer of the abyssal hell was very large. Lin Fei quickly figured out the location because in each layer of the abyssal hell, there would be some fixed objects such as some mountains etc. that could help people identify the location. After finding his location, Lin Fei flew straight to the second layer. The number of undying creatures in the abyssal hell was not ordinary. Along the way, Lin Fei was constantly attacked by undying creatures. Be it in the sky or on the ground, they would take the initiative to attack. Apart from that, there were also undying plants. Even the seemingly safe underground would be attacked by undying creatures. Lin Fei found many skeletons near some undying plants. Without looking, he knew that they were left behind by unlucky people. Following the directions of the map, Lin Fei quickly passed through the first layer and arrived at the second layer of the abyssal hell. From this layer onwards, there would be some sporadic abyssal undying fruits. Lin Fei was temporarily not interested in them. There were also many God King experts who had begun to search these places. Lin Fei went straight to the next few layers. Third layer. Fourth layer. Fifth layer. Lin Fei moved very quickly. Spatial power wasn't something that could not be used. Along the way, Lin Fei used spatial movement. This was a new ability he grasped after the upgrade of his spatial bloodline. After arriving at the fifth layer, the entrance was attacked by a large group of undying creatures. Moreover, they could be resurrected 5 times, and their combat power was also at the 5-star God King realm. Killing them 5 times in a row was not a small matter. Lin Fei was too lazy to make a move. He used spatial movement and left, moving non-stop. There are many people fighting for the abyssal undying fruits. While moving, Lin Fei felt energy fluctuations erupt in several places. Without guessing, he knew that they were fighting for the abyssal undying fruits. Lin Fei's current goal was temporarily on the 10th layer. Next he had to hurry. Starting from the 5th layer of the abyssal hell. The entrance was almost always occupied by a group of undying creatures. These undying creatures easily numbered in the hundreds or thousands, densely packed together. Time slowed down. Spatial movement. Lin Fei's bloodline power had finally been put to use. Rush in and start a massacre? Lin Fei wasn't that bored. Fortunately, the undying creatures were still affected by the power of time. Lin Fei used the time technique as soon as he arrived and calmly passed through. Hehe, you guys take your time killing. Soon Lin Fei arrived at the 10th layer of the abyssal hell. I dare not say that I'm the first one here, but I should be the first few batches. Lin Fei took out the map and prepared to look for the abyssal undying fruits first. What was the use of this thing? Why did the Hell Alliance put so much effort into it and even organized a ranking competition for the major cities? Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei didn't make any moves along the way. He either used time cage or slowed down time to avoid the moving undying creatures. He arrived at a valley without any danger. According to the map, there is an undying tree here. Lin Fei barged into the valley. There were no undying plants in the valley. It was bare. Lin Fei almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. A few dozen breaths later, Lin Fei came to the end of the valley. Beside a lake, he saw a pitch-black undying plant. Its whole body was surrounded by death energy. Under its luxuriant leaves, there were pitch-black fruits hanging. Chapter 1875. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen an immortal abyssal fruit. It was also something the Infernal Alliance desperately needed. This place is filled with death energy. Lin Fei sensed that the valley was different from other places. First, the death energy was unbelievably thick, especially the immortal abyssal fruit hanging under the immortal tree. There's nothing strange about it. Lin Fei took a step forward and appeared under the immortal tree. He was ready to pluck an immortal fruit to see what it was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Lin Fei was about to pluck it, countless tentacles suddenly shot out from the lake below, making air-piercing sounds. Damn, there's something like this. Lin Fei used space movement and appeared on the other side. As he moved, air-piercing sounds came from behind him. He looked down at the lake below and saw a huge creature. It's a giant octopus. In the lake, a tentacled undead creature that looked like a giant octopus glared angrily at Lin Fei. At the same time, it controlled hundreds of tentacles to lash at him. It's a god-level undead creature. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked from the moment he made his move. A battle prowess of a godly venerable level, and one with 10 lives at that, was extraordinarily powerful. Lin Fei kept moving. Boom, boom. Large holes were dug out in the mountain behind him, rocks flying everywhere. Immortal abyssal fruit, I'm going to take it. It's just 10 lives, I'm not afraid. Lin Fei was not afraid. It might be difficult to deal with others, but Lin Fei had a killer move. The River of Time flew out. This was the first killer move. Lin Fei summoned the River of Time and wrapped it around the giant octopus like a long rope. He wanted the octopus to slow down. Otherwise, he would not be able to deal with it. What a powerful undead creature. It can actually resist 30% of the power of time. This was the first time Lin Fei encountered it. The River of Time firmly wrapped around the giant octopus. The tentacle's attacks also slowed down, and the divine power was rapidly consumed. Space slash. Lin Fei used another attack. The power of space was tricky and strange, it was suitable to attack this kind of undead creature. Bam bam bam. The blades bombarded the undead giant octopus, shattering its tentacles. However, after a while, new tentacles would grow out and be suppressed by the power of time. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a trump card to suppress it. To kill such an undead creature, Lin Fei consumed a lot of divine power. He sighed inwardly, this undead creature was not easy to deal with. In order to obtain this abyssal immortal fruit, it was really troublesome. Boom. The undead octopus exploded, completely dead. After the octopus died, the deathly aura that filled the sky converged. The undying octopus was resurrected once again, and its tentacles that filled the sky lashed out once more. Bang bang. The attack speed of several of the tentacles actually increased, and when they struck Lin Fei's body, his blood and chi were shaken. He couldn't help but curse. You can still increase your strength after dying? What the hell is this? Lin Fei had never seen such a strange thing. The River of Time rolled up again. Fortunately, it was able to resist about 30% of the power of time. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If the power of time could not suppress it, then there was no point in fighting. Today I'll go all out. It was not easy to kill 10 lives. Every time he killed one, the opponent's strength increased a lot. Forced to do so, Lin Fei had to change his position every time. He kept moving and the river of time was getting closer. Boom! The last slash finally killed the undead creature that looked like a giant octopus. It's finally over. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. For the first time he felt that killing the Divine Lord was so difficult. Thanks to his strong divine power, he could easily kill this kind of undead creature. The 10th floor was already like this. Lin Fei dared not imagine what the situation would be like in the 18th floor of hell. He was afraid that it would be even more difficult to deal with. Clap, clap, clap. Just then there was the sound of applause from afar. My friend, you are amazing. You actually killed an undead tentacle with your bare hands. You're smart. You didn't make a move. Lin Fei already knew that someone was here when he was fighting the undead creature. He had the invincible defense, so he was not worried about the other party. A young man stood on a black boulder not far away. He was holding a folding fan and looked elegant. However, his face was a little pale. He looked like a sickly young man. I'm Wang Ming from the Wang clan. The young man in luxurious clothes cupped his hands. In fact, Wang Ming was also extremely shocked at that moment. As a member of the 10 great clans, he had seen all kinds of geniuses. He was one of them. Although he had not broken through to the ultimate god realm, his combat power was already comparable to a lower-level ultimate god. He was also famous in the infernal world. As soon as the abyss hell opened, Wang Ming set off alone and rushed all the way to the 10th floor of the abyss hell with his treasures and strength. He was very confident in his strength. However, Wang Ming was dumbfounded when he arrived at the valley. Wang Ming had thought that he had arrived quickly, but he had not expected to see someone fighting the undying tentacle beasts. Moreover, this person had displayed the strength of a dual bloodline, killing the undying tentacle beasts 10 times in a row. This completely frightened Wang Ming. As a member of the 10 great clans, Wang Ming naturally knew that the other party's strength was terrifying. Even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be a match for the other party. He had been watching from afar. As for taking advantage of the other party's lack of divine power to sneak an attack, it was not that he had not thought about it, but he had been suppressed. Wang Ming could not guarantee that he would succeed if he went up. He had no confidence. If he had a few companions around him, he might really have such an idea. Wang Ming himself was not confident in killing the undead tentacle beast. He was afraid that it would take him some time to do it. It was impossible for him to kill it easily like the other party. Therefore Wang Ming took the initiative to come out. It was better not to offend such a genius. However, he did not seem to have such a person among all the experts in the infernal world. So you're from the 10 great clans. Lin Fei knew what the surname Wang represented. It was a surname that only the 10 great clans had. I've heard a lot about you. Wang Ming did not say that he was from the 10 great clans. To be able to cultivate such a genius, the force would not be simple. I have to congratulate you, fellow Taoist. You easily killed the tentacle beast and obtained the immortal abyss fruit. You don't plan to snatch some back? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Wang Ming shook his head. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. You can easily kill the tentacle beast and you are a double bloodline controller. I don't think I have the ability to do so. The people that Lin Fei usually met were all arrogant. Once they saw the situation, they would definitely sneak an attack. Who would admit that they were not a match for him? Just this honesty alone made Lin Fei have a better impression of Wang Ming. At least he was a person who knew self-restraint. Aha, we came at the right time. Someone helped us kill the tentacle beast. Chapter 1876. The 10th floor of Abyssal Hell. It was not difficult for disciples from the 10 great clans to enter this floor. For example, this group of people had a total of 15 people, and they all looked to be in a sorry state. It was obvious that they had suffered a lot when they were rushing down. The 15 of them stared at the tree of immortality by the lake. There were at least 100 immortal fruits hanging on it. Mu Cheng, what's the meaning of this? Wang Ming said expressionlessly. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Lin Fei. My friend, I'm sorry. The Mu clan thinks you're one of my people. Lin Fei's impression of Wang Ming improved a lot when he heard this. Hee, you should know what I mean. Mu Cheng smiled. I'm interested in the tree of immortality. If you don't want to die, leave here and I'll let you live. The tree of immortality in abyssal hell was almost fixed. As long as one followed the records on the map, they could almost be found. Mu Cheng came to the valley and was surprised to find that the tentacle beast was killed. He thought Wang Ming had killed it with some treasure and thought he had gotten a great bargain. The hundreds of immortal fruits would be very useful if he brought them back. He must get them. If Wang Ming was alone, he might really hand them over. However, he did not own the immortal fruits on the tree of immortality. It was the black-robed young man. He just happened to be there and did not have the right to speak. Wang Ming did not say anything. Mu Qing thought Wang Ming was unwilling and gestured to someone next to him. Master Mu, you're interested in the tree of immortality. If you don't know what's good for you, you'll die. Whoosh. The person was fast. It was almost silent. Wang Ming was secretly shocked. He knew the person who attacked. It was a clan from hell called the Dark Ones. They were best at sneak attacks and assassinations. A lower-level ultimate god was killed by the Dark Ones. The Dark Ones became famous after the news spread. From then on, no one dared to look down on the Dark Ones. They would not offend them if they could because no one knew where they came from. Mu Qing wanted to give Wang Ming a small warning. I'm interested in the tree of immortality. Plop. The Dark Ones attacked but appeared above the lake. They even fell and were wet from head to toe. Empty? The Nighthawk was also shocked. He had clearly planned to appear next to the other party and slit the other party's throat, so why did he appear on the lake instead? Again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard. If the Nightwalker thought it was a coincidence last time, there would be no more. After 100 years of cultivation, Lin Fei's temperament had also stabilized. However, someone wanted to snatch away his abyssal undying fruit. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. This person wanted to kill him at the drop of a hat. Did he really think that he was the king of heaven? Lin Fei snorted in dissatisfaction. He moved as fast as lightning, reaching into the void and pulling out a skinny fellow. How dare you try to kill me? The Nighthawk was startled. Subconsciously, he prepared to soar into the sky and leave. Because the Nightwalkers had a spatial bloodline, this was what made them famous. When the Nighthawk tried to break free, he found that he couldn't move and the space around him was like mud. He couldn't move at all. Bang! Lin Fei smashed his fist into the Dark Knight assassin's head, causing it to explode on the spot. He casually threw the corpse aside. You want to snatch my abyssal undying fruit? Mu Qing was a disciple of the top 10 families. He could almost do whatever he wanted in the hell world and usually no one dared to offend him. However, when the other party easily killed the Nighthawk, Mu Qing was shocked. He realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. This guy was definitely not Wang Ming's man. With Mu Qing's strength, it wasn't that easy to kill the Nighthawk, but the other party easily killed him, which meant that his strength wasn't ordinary. However, with the name of the top 10 families, Mu Qing wouldn't lower his head and admit defeat. Young Master Wang, it seems that you found a good partner. I really underestimated you. Mu Qing said, however, this undying tree is mine. Everyone attack. He didn't dare to kill Wang Ming. The other party had a space teleportation talisman. If he couldn't kill the other party, he would be in big trouble when he returned. It was better to kill this black-robed kid. At that time, young Master Wang wouldn't dare to say anything and would just leave obediently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The people behind Mu Qing all took action after he gave the order. Space storm. Lin Fei shouted. A huge storm appeared in the sky. It was an authentic space storm. It was also using the power of space. Its power was greatly increased. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the space storm rolled, all the Divine King experts who rushed up fell into it. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as the smell of blood filled the air. Young Master, help. I don't want to die. Help. The space storm spread. Those who went in could not come out at all as they were constantly strangled by the space storm. In less than a few breaths there was no more screaming. That was because they were all dead. No one could withstand such a powerful space storm. Lin Fei hadn't used it for a long time, but it seemed to be pretty good. You killed them. Mu Qing's face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. The people he brought this time were all from the Mu clan. All of them were peak Divine King realm experts. With their treasures they could even fight a lower-level ultimate god. However, they were all dead in the blink of an eye. Basically, this is the end for those who want my things. Lin Fei casually killed more than a dozen Divine King experts and glanced at the people from the 10 great clans. So, it's the same for you? 10 great clans? Lin Fei didn't care. He wants to kill me. Mu Qing had seen overbearing people, but he had never seen anyone who dared to attack people who knew they were from the 10 great clans. His heart sank. He knew he had met his match, so he had to make the first move. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. Mu Qing was very confident in his own strength. Is that so? Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed Mu Cheng's neck with one hand. Mu Cheng wanted to resist, but he couldn't move. His movements couldn't keep up with his thoughts, so Lin Fei grabbed his neck. What I don't like the most are the family disciples who want to snatch other people's things. Lin Fei really didn't like family disciples. He glanced at Wang Ming as he spoke. I'm a good person. Wang Ming's hair is standing on end from being stared at. This guy really has hidden his strength. Poor Mu Cheng. I have no interest in snatching other people's things. Fellow Taoist, please don't treat me as one of them. Only then did Mu Cheng realize that he seemed to have gotten something wrong. Wang Ming alone couldn't kill the undying tentacle beast. The person who killed the undying tentacle beast must be the black-robed man in front of him. It's over. Chapter 1877. Right now Lin Fei was like a huge iron plate to many people. Whoever kicked him would regret it. Mu Cheng was a poor guy. He was not ignorant. He knew he was in big trouble when his actions could not keep up with his thoughts. How could he not understand Wang Ming's meaning after hearing his words? This bastard, he made me suffer. Mu Cheng already knew that Wang Ming had arrived earlier than him. Even when Wang Ming was fighting with the undying tentacle beasts, he had already arrived at the scene. However, he had not made a move even in the end. Mu Cheng had been stupid enough to think that the two of them were easy to deal with. People like you don't deserve to die. Lin Fei did not care about a guy who barely had the combat power of a lower-level ultimate god. Big brother, don't kill me. I was wrong. I failed to recognize Mount Tai. I'm sincerely convinced that I lost to you. Mu Cheng was not a direct disciple but a collateral disciple in the Mu clan. Otherwise he would not have brought these people. He was so impulsive when he saw the immortal abyss fruits. The Mu family had issued an order that whoever brought back more immortal abyss fruits would have a higher status in the family, and they would receive more benefits from the family. That was why Mu Cheng wanted to take it for himself. Almost all of the undying trees in the abyssal hell were in fixed positions. Of course there were some that weren't, but they were too dangerous. No one knew what the dangers were, so most people would attack the undying trees in fixed positions to reduce the number of casualties. Mu Cheng immediately begged for mercy. He was sincerely begging for mercy. Survive and continue to take revenge? Mu Cheng did not have the guts. It was too easy for an expert of that level to kill him. As for whether the other party dared to kill him? Don't be ridiculous. Even if he was from one of the top 10 clans, the other party would not care. He would still kill him if he wanted to. You're different from others. The family disciples that Lin Fei usually met were all arrogant. They would either threaten or intimidate him or bring out their backer. In his eyes, that kind of behavior was stupid and idiotic. Very idiotic. It was fine if you didn't bring it out. Once you did, I had no choice but to kill you for safety's sake. He was courting death and he couldn't blame anyone else. Mu Cheng hurriedly said, Big brother, I was wrong. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to run errands for Big brother. I know that there are many undying trees in the 10 layers of the abyss. With Big brother's strength, you can definitely sweep through all opponents and occupy all the undying trees. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a clever villain. The thoughts of a lowly person change the fastest. Young Master Mu, you really surprise me. Don't you usually shout and kill? Wang Ming was also very surprised. Mu Cheng had changed too quickly. He could even say such words. Mu Cheng complained that Wang Ming didn't say anything, but why did he say this? Wasn't he harming himself? Young Master Wang, although I am usually arrogant, I know what to do. Mu Cheng said, going against an expert like Big Brother is definitely a dead end. And an expert like Big Brother Xiang also needs an errand boy. It just so happens that I'm familiar with the lower levels. I'm willing to be an errand boy. I'm willing. Wang Ming really hoped that Mu Cheng would be killed so that he could get rid of a troublesome guy. You're good. Lin Fei's understanding of the abyss hell was limited to the information that he had bought. If someone was familiar with this place, it would save a lot of trouble. As long as a lowly person's strength was suppressed, there was no need to be afraid that the other party would overturn the heavens. Lin Fei didn't mind having a bootlicker by his side. Seeing that you can talk, I won't kill you for now. Lin Fei let go of his hand, but if you have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, I'll immediately take your life. Mu Cheng was secretly happy, at least he survived. Don't worry, Lord. I'm a timid person, I'll definitely be honest. Lin Fei was indeed not worried that the other party would play any tricks. Go and help me pick all the abyss immortal fruits on the immortal tree. Lin Fei sent Mu Cheng to pick the abyss immortal fruits. I'll go right now. Mu Cheng eagerly left. Fellow Taoist, it's not easy to pick the abyss immortal fruits alone. Can I help you pick them too? Wang Ming looked at Mu Cheng's smug look and was quite unhappy. Up to you. Lord, you're really lucky. This immortal tree has borne 130 abyss immortal fruits. I remember that last time, this immortal tree produced 73 abyss immortal fruits. Mu Qin worked very hard and handed over the storage ring. This was a special storage ring that could perfectly store the abyss immortal fruits. Maybe this year will be a bumper harvest. Wang Ming also said. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in a bumper harvest. Oh right, your 10 great families are so interested in the abyss immortal fruit. I wonder what use it has. Lin Fei asked very directly. The two of them had a strange look on their faces as if they had seen a strange person. The abyss immortal fruit was a rare immortal fruit. Its effect was naturally not ordinary. However, the specific use and effect was not known by ordinary people. Logically speaking, the expert in front of him should know. How could he not know? Mu Cheng's reaction was fast. Perhaps this was something his elder brother wanted to know. He was the first to answer. Lord, this abyss immortal fruit was personally brought from the outside world by the God Emperor. It took 3,000 years for it to bear fruit. It must absorb enough death chi to ripen. After ripening, it can be consumed and refined. It's the best thing to break through the bottleneck of the God King realm. Lin Fei didn't expect it to have such a use. No wonder the 10 great families and the Hell's Alliance attached so much importance to the abyss immortal fruit. It was indeed an amazing thing to be used to break through the bottleneck of the realm. The success rate is very high? Mu Qing nodded. The success rate is very high. If there are 100 abyss immortal fruits, the success rate will be 100%. Every 10 abyss immortal fruits will increase the success rate by 1/10. Lin Fei wasn't too surprised. This thing was useless to him. It was useless no matter how much he ate it. However, it was very useful. Although he couldn't use it, he could use it to exchange for a hierarch rank godhead. He believed that those people wouldn't reject him. At that time, his godhead would obediently come to him. Lin Fei's mood instantly improved. Chapter 1878. Boom, boom, boom. At the foot of a mountain on the 10th floor of Abyssal Hell, a huge storm was attacking a behemoth. This behemoth had a domineering name, Wanxiang Demon. It could transform into tens of thousands of forms and was very terrifying. At that moment, this undying Wanxiang Demon kept struggling and could not escape the storm's attack. In addition, there were continuous attacks from afar, shattering the illusions. With a desperate struggle, its huge body was shattered. It lost its life for the 10th time. Sir, you're amazing. Mu Qing was now completely convinced. In the 10th floor of Abyssal Hell, any undead creature was very powerful, especially one that had obtained 10 life buffs. It was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. It was almost impossible to fight one-on-one. Any clan that came in would bring a group of experts, or several clans would join forces to share the abyssal immortal fruits. It was almost impossible to find a second person who could kill such a powerful undead creature so easily. It was not the first time Mu Qing saw such a situation. Every time he saw it, it was still very shocking. Fortunately, he chose to lower his head or else he would not even know how he died. I'll go pick the abyssal immortal fruits. Mu Qing rushed up as fast as he could and picked the abyssal immortal fruits. Lin Fei stood casually. With Mu Qing leading the way, Lin Fei did not need to look at the map to find the Tree of Immortality. He swept away the guarding undead creatures and obtained thousands of abyssal immortal fruits. Including this time, he had almost 1,600 abyssal immortal fruits. Lin Fei did not feel too emotional. The more the abyssal immortal fruits, the better. 100 abyssal immortal fruits could give a divine king expert a 90% chance of breaking through to ultimate god. 1,600 abyssal immortal fruits could create 16 ultimate gods. Such a force was not to be underestimated by any force. Sir, this Tree of Immortality is also a big harvest. There are 210 abyssal immortal fruits. Mu Qing flew back and handed over a storage ring. These 10 are for you. Lin Fei threw 10 abyssal immortal fruits to Mu Qing and kept the remaining 200. Mu Qing was in high spirits. He did not expect to get 10 abyssal immortal fruits by running errands. It was unimaginable. 1,600 immortal fruits were far from enough. Lin Fei continued to sweep through the undying trees on this floor. As long as there was one, he would not let go of a single one. After all, he now had the strength to ensure that the items in his hands would not be snatched away. Wang Ming, who had been following them, was also envious. He had been stuck in this realm for a long time and it was not easy to break through to the ultimate god realm. Even if there was a 10% success rate, there was still a chance for him to become an ultimate god. Seeing Mu Qing run errands and obtain 10 abyssal undying fruits, Wang Ming was dumbfounded. This kid's luck was too good. In order to obtain the abyssal immortal fruit for himself, Wang Ming was ready to go all out. He was prepared to take out his family's map and take it to the abyssal immortal fruit. Neither of them was a direct descendant of the clan, but a branch descendant. In order to obtain enough immortal abyss fruits to advance to the ultimate god realm, one would need to make a huge contribution. Collecting the immortal abyss fruits was a contribution to the clan. Wang Ming did not have the confidence to gather enough abyssal immortal fruits for the 10 families and 136 cities. For 10 consecutive days, Lin Fei killed 50 to 60 undead creatures and almost wiped out the abyssal immortal trees on this level. Let's go to the next level. After killing another undead creature, Lin Fei went straight to the next level. Follow me. With their family's map, it was much easier to go to the next level as there was a specific route. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei brought the two of them to the entrance. This level was filled with undead creatures in a 100,000-mile radius. It was a dark mass that made one's scalp tingle. Even an ultimate god expert would have a headache if so many undead creatures swarmed in. Lin Fei carried the two of them and moved back and forth, ignoring their attacks. He carried the two of them to the next level and entered the 11th level of the abyssal hell. As soon as they entered, they would inevitably be attacked. Lin Fei easily dealt with them. Lin Fei swept through the 10th level of the abyssal hell. For those who were a bit slower, they were truly dumbfounded. Lin Fei entered the 10th level of the abyssal hell. His speed was relatively fast and he was ahead of many people. Thus, he swept through 2/3 of the trees of immortality, and didn't search for the scattered ones. But when it came to the person who came in later, he followed the direction of the person. When they saw the undying tree, they were very happy. However, when they looked carefully, they were all dumbfounded. The abyssal undying fruit had been picked by someone. If this place was like this, they would accept it. However, at the next location, the abyssal undying fruit was picked by someone again. There were no abyssal immortal fruits in 5 or 6 places in a row. This time, everyone frowned. It turned out that there were people who had entered earlier than them. This was somewhat unacceptable to them. These people were unwilling to give up and continued to search. The result was the same. There was no abyssal immortal fruit. Along the way, the families bumped into each other and probed each other. The result was that none of them had obtained any undying abyssal fruits. If one family said so, then perhaps they were trying to hide something. If the second family said so, then it would be normal. But if all the families said so, then it was too abnormal. Who was the one who beat them to it? The 11th level of the abyssal hell. The 12th level of the abyssal hell. The 15th time in the abyss of hell. Under the leadership of the 2 local tyrants, Lin Fei had a bountiful harvest. Along the way, he picked all the abyssal immortal fruits. When he reached the 15th level of the abyssal hell, Lin Fei already had 110,000 abyssal immortal fruits. There were almost no abyssal immortal fruits left. Even if there were, it was in a very dangerous place. It was impossible to pick it without paying a huge price. Mu Cheng and Wang Ming had also given up their family's map. Both of them had also obtained more than 200 abyssal immortal fruits. They were smiling all day long. With these abyssal immortal fruits, they could advance to the ultimate god realm and their status in the family would also rise greatly. Lin Fei was very generous. The maps sold outside recorded the general location. The 10 major families had their own maps and knew more about the undying tree. This time it was Lin Fei's turn to be lucky. He had obtained a lot of abyssal immortal fruits, but he had not found any clues about the divine essence. This inevitably made Lin Fei a little disappointed. Fortunately, it was only the 15th level of the abyssal hell. There were still 3 levels to the lowest level. Maybe there would be some gains. Master, our family doesn't have many records of this level. Mu Cheng said cautiously, that's because our family suffered great losses in this layer back then, and we only know a few locations. Wang Ming's words were the same as Mu Cheng's. It was also their first time coming to the 15th level of the abyssal hell. If it wasn't for someone leading them, they wouldn't have been able to come down. There was no hope at all. Chapter 1879. Something strange has happened. It's too strange. It's impossible. Who else has such a trick? The 11th floor of hell. The 10 great families were gathered together. There was nothing they could do. Things were too strange. They went straight to the 5th floor and began to loot immortal fruits. With the family's strength, they seized many immortal fruits. They went all the way to the 9th floor of hell and the harvest was quite good. Almost every family had about 300 to 400 fruits, which was quite good. It was just the beginning and they were already very satisfied. They also found that the abyss hell had a bumper harvest of immortal fruits this time. The number of immortal fruits harvested would definitely surpass the last time. The 10 great families and some people from the Infernal Alliance were very happy. They knew that from the 10th floor of hell onward, the number would definitely double. The group arrived at the 10th floor excitedly. Hope was good, but the result was a blow. Along the way, the people from the 10 great clans discovered the tree of immortality, but the abyssal immortal fruits had long been plucked clean. After a few days, they discovered very few tree of immortality, and there were not many abyssal immortal fruits either. They were not calm at all. They were in charge of the last few floors. The stronger they were, the lower floors to seize the opportunity. There were only a few immortal fruits left, less than the first few floors. Those who were not satisfied went to the 11th floor of hell, but the result was the same. They finally reached the 12th floor. When they looked again, the immortal fruits were still nowhere to be seen. Something big had happened. The 10 great families were all together. They were the direct descendants of the 10 great families. They had great prestige in terms of strength and reputation. They were also the people in charge. There were fewer immortal fruits than last time. They did not know how to report back. Whether it was the 10 great families or the Infernal Alliance, they were all counting on the immortal fruits to produce a group of ultimate god experts to improve the overall strength of the infernal world. Let's go down a few more floors. With our strength, we should be able to reach the 14th floor. If there is no harvest on the 14th floor, we must inform people. They should be on the 15th or 16th floor. We should be able to find out. Right now, this is the only feasible method. If I find out who got here first, I'll definitely kill him. Bastard. When they lost a lot of men and rushed down one by one, they suffered a huge blow. Every time he went down to the next floor, he would be hit by a shock. He almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. There was still no trace of the abyssal immortal fruit. When they reached the 14th level of the abyssal hell, everyone could no longer sit still. Something really big had happened. In the past, the immortal abyssal fruits were mostly produced from the 10th to the 14th floor. With everyone's cooperation, they were able to take those floors. It was too terrifying after the 15th level. Almost all of those undead creatures had the battle prowess of a low-level ultimate god. Moreover, they could be resurrected 15 times in a row, making them extremely difficult to kill. Although it was dangerous at the bottom, the geniuses of the 10 great clans would usually form teams to go down and harvest the immortal fruits on the 15th and 16th floors. This was one of the family strategies. The middle level would be in charge of the middle level, and the upper level would be in charge of the upper level. They would not allow the abyssal immortal fruit to be lost. 16th layer of hell. In a valley. A great battle had broken out here, and the scene was almost in ruins. Satisfying, really satisfying. So what if he can resurrect 16 times? He was still killed by us. Quick, count how many immortal fruits this immortal tree bore. I'm guessing there must be more than 1,000. More than a dozen people were either standing or squatting on the ruins with happy expressions on their faces. If Hell World was there, it would definitely recognize them as the geniuses of the 10 great clans. Each of them had extraordinary battle prowess and could easily defeat a low-level ultimate god. A group of more than a dozen people was already a terrifying force that was enough to wipe out all existences. They had also successfully made it to the 16th floor. The 16th floor was more dangerous than the previous floors as undead creatures would appear from time to time. They were extremely powerful, with each having the battle prowess of a mid-level ultimate god. Fortunately, they could only rely on brute force to defeat them. For example, it took them more than half a day to kill the guarding undead creatures. If they were alone, they would not be able to kill the undead creatures even after 10 days. We're rich. There's a total of 1563 immortal fruits. That's great. Someone cheered. With so many abyssal immortal fruits, every family and faction would be able to get quite a bit. Soon, the abyssal immortal fruits were distributed. Each clan could get more than 100 abyssal immortal fruits, and this was just the beginning. There were many immortal trees on this level, and they needed to find them one by one. On this level, it was not difficult for each clan to get tens of thousands of abyssal immortal fruits. Everyone quickly put away the immortal fruits. While they were resting, the communication talisman was activated. When the first person took out his communication talisman, the others followed suit and took out their communication talismans. What the hell? What happened? Did they encounter some kind of danger? They immediately took out their communication talismans and checked. How's that possible? A young man exclaimed. It's impossible. We went to take a look when we came up. The immortal fruits are still here. Who's so bold to snatch the immortal fruits from us? Before they could finish reading the message, everyone was furious. Then they looked at each other. Could it be that everyone encountered the same thing? Someone asked in surprise. The dozen clans present were all heavenly prides and had encountered all kinds of things. However, it was definitely not a small matter to make them angry. Someone stole our immortal fruits. From the 10th floor to the 14th floor. Almost no harvest. They were now a team. They also knew the effects of the abyssal immortal fruit. They were not ultimate gods and needed the immortal fruits to break through to the ultimate god realm. Now that the production was reduced, it would affect them greatly. It was also a problem if they could get their turn. Brother Dongfang, what should we do? Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to a young man sitting on a boulder not far away. The young man was Dongfang Yijian, a member of the Dongfang clan, one of the 10 great clans. He was also the strongest among them with his battle strength reaching the intermediate ultimate god realm. Once he broke through to the ultimate god realm, he would be a peak intermediate ultimate god. It was only a matter of time before he became a high-level ultimate god. Chapter 1880. Dongfang Yijian. The young prodigy of the Dongfang clan was comparable to many ultimate gods in the clan. He was also recognized as a young prodigy in the infernal realm. Dongfang Yijian was very famous in the infernal realm. He was also very ruthless and conceited. To put it bluntly, he was very domineering. The young prodigies of more than a dozen clans were not convinced by each other. Only Dongfang Yijian could suppress everyone and convince them. Brother Dongfang, should we go back to the 15th floor to check? A prodigy stood up. He was Mu Rendi from the Mu clan. From his name, one could tell that this person was also very domineering. How dare he steal our immortal abyss fruits? No one can protect him. As long as Brother Dongfang says so, we will go back. Another prodigy stood up. Those who touch our things deserve to die. Dongfang Yijian was very prestigious. Those who steal our things must die, Dongfang Yijian said proudly. Dongfang Yijian proudly said, but there's no need to be anxious. We've already looted most of the undying fruits in the 15th floor. The person behind the scenes will definitely come down. At this floor, life and death are not up to us. From this, it could be seen that Dongfang Yijian was very smart. In fact, Dongfang Yijian was very good at scheming and was famous among the prodigies. No matter who it was, Dongfang Yijian was confident that he could take care of them. We will wait for that guy to come up on this floor. I want to see who has the guts to look down on us, the 10 clans. On the 15th floor of the infernal realm. Lin Fei did not know that looting the immortal abyss fruits would have such a big impact. There's none again. They finally fought their way into a valley, only to find that there were no immortal abyss fruits on the tree of immortality. It was a wasted trip. Mu Qing was disappointed again. This was already the 13th time he had made a wasted trip. This floor must have been looted by someone, Wang Ming said. He felt that Di Tian was very easy to get along with and did not have the arrogance of a prodigy. Lin Fei was not disappointed. He had already had the soup, so it was normal for someone else to get the soup before him. It doesn't matter. In any case, someone will help us preserve the immortal abyssal fruit, Lin Fei said casually. But Wang Ming and Mu Cheng were shocked. Was he going to make a move against those geniuses? Master, they should be the family's elites. Each of them is a heavenly pride with the battle prowess of a low-level ultimate god. Should we avoid them? Mu Cheng said, feeling a little scared. Lin Fei didn't care about the prodigies. No matter how powerful the prodigies were, could they be more powerful than him? It's fine. We'll go down to the next level. It's fine if you don't want to go. Lin Fei did not intend to search the 15th floor. This floor must have been swept by someone. Those who were able to make it to the next level were definitely the elites of their clans. In other words, they were geniuses. Lin Fei was quite interested in exchanging pointers with them. Most importantly, they were able to come up with a brilliant idea the moment they saw them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He didn't need to search for it. If he went straight for the entrance, it would be fast. Even so, it still took them more than a day. There were too many undead creatures. Even Lin Fei felt a headache when they appeared, so it took a long time. Lin Fei was also attacked by the undead creatures at the entrance. They blocked the entrance and Lin Fei had no choice but to kill them and barely made a way out. Let's go in. The 16th floor of the abyss of hell. As soon as they entered this floor, they were hit by an oppressive aura. Brr, brr, brr. All kinds of undead creatures rushed toward them. Lin Fei carried the two of them and kept moving. He was surrounded by danger as he left the terrifying exit. As for Wang Ming and Mu Cheng, their faces were pale. The strength of a low-level ultimate god was really terrifying. Okay, we're safe. Lin Fei put the two people down and clapped his hands. The two came back to their senses and wiped their cold sweat. It's really scary here. No wonder there's no one except for the heavenly pride. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, they would never be able to reach this floor in their lifetime. They're here. Dongfang Yijian had been sitting cross-legged. He did not look for the immortal tree for the past few days. Dongfang Yijian must be dealt with after such a thing happened. Any force that obtains so many immortal abyss fruits would have a huge impact. After the undead creatures at the exit stirred, Dongfang Yijian stood up with a glint in his eyes. They're in the east. Dongfang Yijian flew over with the heavenly pride following behind him. There seemed to be no one else besides them who could come here at this time. It was not easy to break into the 16th floor from the 15th floor. They had also paid a huge price. It was best to take this opportunity to kill them. The only thing they did not expect was that Lin Fei did not pay any price at all. It was not a group of people but a single person. The undead creatures on the 16th floor were even more violent. Lin Fei did not go far before he encountered a few undead creatures with the combat strength of a low-level ultimate god. It was not easy to deal with them. Our friends are here. After killing the last undead creature, Lin Fei stopped. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Friends? The two were puzzled as they did not expect to come here in vain. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, sounds of something piercing through the air were heard from afar. In less than a moment, they appeared in the sky above them. Mu Cheng, it's you. Wang Ming, why are you here? Someone yelled at them as soon as they arrived. They obviously recognized them. Needless to say, they were the heavenly prides from the Wang and Mu clans. At that moment, there were more than 20 people standing in the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. Although they were all peak Divine King Realm experts, they could already unleash the combat strength of an ultimate god. Their aura could naturally suppress the two collateral disciples, Wang Ming and Mu Cheng. The two were sweating after being yelled at. They still felt a little inferior in front of the direct descendants. The heavenly pride from the Wang and Mu clans were quite puzzled when they saw the collateral disciples from their clans. They naturally wanted to know what they were here for. Mu Cheng, tell me, how did you get in here? The heavenly pride from the Mu clan was called Mu Quan. He was also quite an overbearing person and looked down on collateral disciples the most. Mu Cheng was one of them. He only knew how to use his clan's name to intimidate others. Mu Cheng really did not know what to say. What? You're just a collateral disciple. Don't blame me for punishing you in public if you don't explain things clearly today. Mu Quan sneered. The 16th floor of hell is not a place you can come up to. Tell me, did you guys take away the abyssal immortal fruit? A powerful aura swept towards Mu Cheng. Mu Quan did not want anyone to think differently about what happened today, so he had to figure out what was going on. Chapter 1881. This was the suppression of the branch family by the direct descendants. The Abyss Immortal Fruit was extremely important to the 10 great families and even the entire Hell Realm. Now that it was inexplicably taken away by someone and they happened to come to this level, they had to get to the bottom of it. This matter couldn't be brought to the family. In the eyes of the prodigies, the branch family must have colluded with outsiders for this to happen. The days of the branch family had never been good. Whether it was in terms of cultivation resources or status, it was always difficult to go against the direct descendants. There were often some branch family disciples who colluded with outsiders and did many things. Mu Quan's first impression was the strongest. Let's ask first. As for this black-robed guy, let's put him aside for now. With so many people here, they weren't afraid of him running away. In a place like the 16th level, it wasn't that easy to run away. The undead creatures that hunted everywhere didn't appear for nothing. Mu Cheng didn't expect to be interrogated by the direct descendants. In the Mu family, Mu Cheng didn't have a good time. The direct descendants all flaunted their prowess, while the branch family disciples were often suppressed. Their days were very uncomfortable. Mu Cheng wasn't stupid. Seeing these prodigies appear together, it was obvious they were waiting for him. Did they know about the Abyss Immortal Fruit? Mu Cheng's mind spun quickly. Other than this reason, there didn't seem to be a second reason. Should he say it or not? This became Mu Cheng's choice. If he said it, he should be fine. As for whether he would be fine, he couldn't guarantee it. The attitude of the direct descendants was more or less clear. Say what? Mu Cheng said in a low voice. He thought, Mu Quan has long disliked me. My talent isn't worse than his. If it wasn't for the lack of resources, I would also be a prodigy now. My reputation wouldn't be below his. This time he clearly wants to attack me. Even if I really say it, he will find a reason to deal with me. Since that's the case, I'll go all out. After being a lackey for a few days, Mu Cheng saw how powerful Di Tian was. A dual bloodline controller, an existence that could fight against the God Emperor in the future. With such a mountain behind him, the Mu family and one of the 10 great families were nothing. Speak, why are you here? Did you collude with outsiders? Tell me the truth. When Mu Quan saw that Mu Qing still dared to talk back to him, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. If you don't speak, I'll do it myself. Let's see if you'll speak or not. At this moment, the sky pride of the Wang family, Wang Fei, shouted at Wang Ming. You're the same. With your strength, it's impossible for you to come up. Tell me who brought you in. Mu Qing suddenly laughed out loud. Mu Quan, you think you can be arrogant just because you're a direct descendant of the family? I've long since found you an eyesore. If not for the fact that you have more resources than me, I'm afraid you'd be inferior to me right now. What are you pretending for? Normally Mu Qing would give him face. But now Mu Qing wasn't giving him face. This was also a chance for him. He was gambling on his own future. As a direct descendant disciple, Mu Quan was also a proud son of heaven. He had never cared about branch family disciples. Beating and scolding them was a normal thing to do. Thinking about it, Mu Qing, this branch family disciple, did not obediently speak up after being shouted at by him. Who would have thought that he would contradict him? Mu Qing, how dare you talk back to me? Do you really think you can do whatever you want now that you've grown up? Mu Quan glared at Mu Qing. In my eyes, you'll always be a branch family disciple. Today I'll let you know how big the gap is between you and me, you piece of trash. Mu Qing was not afraid. Since he had already thrown caution to the wind, there was no need to be fearless. Come on, let's spar. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Wang Ming's life in the family was similar to Mu Qing's. It was just that he could not see the light of day. With the direct descendants suppressing him, all the resources were tilted to him. Mu Qing's words were like a thorn in his heart, making him feel uncomfortable. Mu Quan was embarrassed after being contradicted by a branch family disciple, Mu Qing. He was ready to teach Mu Qing a lesson to avoid being laughed at. All right, I'll fulfill your wish, Mu Quan said as he was about to attack. The combat strength of a low-level ultimate god was no joke. You'll regret falling into my hands. Mu Quan sneered. Little Quan, wait. Just as Mu Quan was about to attack, Dongfang Yijian spoke. This is not a suitable place to fight. It will attract the undead creatures and everyone will be in trouble. Mu Quan shuddered. How could he forget about that? This was the 16th floor of the Abyss Hell. The undead creatures were very sensitive. Once the energy fluctuation exploded, they would definitely be alerted and everyone would be in trouble. You're so cunning. How dare you set us up? Mu Quan blamed everything on Mu Qing. Fortunately, Brother Dongfang reminded us. Otherwise, we would have fallen into your trap. When they killed the guardian undead creatures on the 16th floor, they had also set up a restrictive array formation. If not for Mu Chen's provocation, Mu Quan would not have forgotten about it. When Dongfang Yijian spoke, Mu Qing noticed that this prodigy was also here. Mu Qing had heard of Dongfang Yijian's terror. I have master here. There's nothing to be afraid of. Mu Qing kept telling himself not to be afraid of Dongfang Yijian. Dongfang Yijian actually had doubts in his heart. It should have been impossible for the three of them to come up here, but they did. The other energy fluctuations did not appear at all. Dongfang Yijian had to ask. Who are you? Tell me your name. When Dongfang Yijian came up, Mu Quan and Wang Fei stood to the side. They only glared at the two of them. If you want to know my name, why don't you tell me your name? Do you think you're very strong? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. When these people appeared, Lin Fei felt that they were extraordinary. He knew that they were the prodigies of their clans. They were all extraordinary and much stronger than the prodigies of the profound sky world. You dare to be unreasonable. Watch your words. What a big tone. You're courting death. Dongfang Yijian waved his hand and the prodigies stopped. If this was another place, you would have been killed by the prodigies. Dongfang Yijian said, a person must know how to judge the situation. For example, I don't understand your situation. What's there to be arrogant about? Lin Fei had seen a powerful character. This person was not ordinary. Lin Fei shook his head and said with a smile, judging the situation is something that only those without strength would do. For those with strength, they don't rely on this. They rely on their fists. Dongfang Yijian laughed. What a good pair of fists. Looks like you're the mastermind. You're not simple. The prodigies were shocked. How could this black-robed guy be the mastermind? He didn't look like one. Chapter 1882. Brother Dongfang, are you sure? How is this possible? This guy doesn't look strong at all. I can take care of him as soon as I go up. Is there a mistake? Dongfang Yijian's words shocked all the geniuses present. Could this be true? From the beginning, the geniuses didn't take the black-robed man seriously, thinking that he was Wang Ming and Mu Chen's man. The geniuses of the two families also directly interrogated the collateral disciples. For Dongfang Yijian to say such words, it was extremely shocking. Lin Fei could be considered to have met a formidable fellow. To be able to guess his identity from such minute clues, he was indeed not simple. This was a rather conceited person. You are very smart. Lin Fei smiled. The prodigy felt even more incredulous after being acknowledged. Mu Quan said coldly, "Just who are you? There's no one like you in the 10 great families including the Hell Alliance. You'd best tell us the truth. Don't force us to take you down." Everyone knew about the geniuses of the infernal realm. Even if they didn't know each other personally, they could still make the connection. He had no impression of this black-robed man at all. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. There was something wrong with this person's background. It was not impossible for such an expert to appear out of nowhere. However, it was inconceivable for such an expert to appear at this time. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to figure it out. Guess. Lin Fei smiled faintly and spat out 2 words in the face of the enraged prodigy's eyes. Take a guess? This infuriated the elite cultivator. If it wasn't for the fact that Dongfang Yijian hadn't ordered them to act, they would have been impatient to make a move. You dare to act cool in front of us, Heaven's Pride? You've got guts. You still dare to make us guess? Do you think you're some big shot? Dongfang Yijian had seen many people. There were those who were capable and there were also those who relied on their mouths to show off. Without a doubt, the former relied on their strength while the latter relied on their mouths. The person in front of him felt very strange. From the beginning to the end there were no changes. His heartbeat and blood flow were in a stable state. He was not affected by the others at all. These peak divine kings were all genius experts. Within the family they also had a lot of authority to speak. Over time they all had extraordinary auras. No one could withstand the pressure of being stared at by a group of people. However, the black-robed man before him was able to hold on. If I'm not wrong, you should be from another world. Dongfang Yijian's eyes shone with sharpness. I've heard that the experts of some subworlds can transform their divine power when their realm reaches a certain level. I think you should be one of them. Lin Fei was still very surprised. This person was indeed quite powerful. He didn't reveal anything but the other party could see through him. Why do you say that? Lin Fei laughed. Wang Ming and Mu Cheng who were at the side were both shocked. They had never imagined that Di Tian would be someone from another world. They even suspected that Dongfang Yijian had made a mistake. Because you lack the aura of our infernal realm. Dongfang Yijian said, even though your impersonation is very similar, you will never be someone from the infernal realm. No one can hide this from me. Lin Fei applauded, amazing, truly amazing. Well said. Dongfang Yijian said, you, a person from another world, barged into our infernal realm. It seems like you're also here for the immortal abyss fruits. If I'm not wrong, from the 10th level onwards, all the immortal abyss fruits have been swept clean by you. I'm afraid you have tens of thousands of immortal abyss fruits on you now. Tens of thousands of immortal abyss fruits still made the prodigy's present restless. If they divided it up, each of them could increase the number of immortal abyss fruits by a few thousand. Yes, you're right again. Lin Fei laughed. Unfortunately, you're wrong about one thing. I'm not here for the immortal abyss fruits. They have no use for me. It's just a coincidence. The prodigies didn't believe this was true. You're lying to all of us. If you're not here for the immortal abyss fruits, then why did you come here? Sir, you're a straightforward person. Dongfang Yijian had never seen such a straightforward person. I believe what you said is true. I wonder if you're willing to hand over the immortal abyss fruits on you? My Dongfang family has some influence in the infernal realm. If you're willing to hand it over, we might be able to help you. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need for that. Dongfang Yijian's politeness towards this mysterious man had already made many people unhappy. An outsider dared to snatch their immortal abyss fruits, which had already made them very unhappy. Losing tens of thousands of immortal abyss fruits had a huge impact. It was also related to the family's strength. Seeing that the other party didn't give him face, the prodigies were furious. Sir, this is the infernal realm. If you don't hand over the immortal abyss fruits, do you think you can leave? That's right. If you hand over the immortal abyss fruits, we can let you go. If we attack you, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to leave the infernal realm. We, the top 10 families, are not bragging. If we send out our experts, it won't be a problem to take you down. The prodigies threatened. The power of the top 10 families was quite great. Is that so? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly the space around him twisted. It was a futile move. The prodigies didn't notice it at all. The sudden attack caught them off guard. Space-time reversal. The prodigies were caught off guard. The space kept changing and the prodigies were all dragged in. How dare you? Dongfang Yijian shouted. He pulled out his sword and stabbed at Lin Fei's face. The sword was too fast. It was enhanced with the power of unlimited speed. It was so fast that Lin Fei couldn't even catch a trace of it. His eyebrows kept twitching. Invincible defense. The sword pierced through space and stabbed at Lin Fei's eyebrows, exploding with terrifying lethality. Too fast. Lin Fei thought that his speed was fast, but he didn't expect the other party to be even faster. The sword forced him to activate his invincible defense to block it. The invincible defense blocked the sword, and the other party retracted his sword. Unlimited speed 10 times. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The other party's attack suddenly increased again. Sword after sword stabbed at Lin Fei's eyebrows, not moving at all. How can there be such a fast person? And he can even increase his speed again. Lin Fei had thought that this person was very dangerous. Now it seemed that it was true. The other party must be a controller and a controller of speed. When his speed reached the peak, he could kill with one sword. Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yijian was extremely shocked. He blocked it again. Chapter 1883. Dongfang Yijian was a rare and powerful prodigy in Hell World. That was because Dongfang Yijian was a controller. Most importantly, he mastered speed. When his speed reached a certain limit or even broke through, he would become a unique existence. Without a doubt, Dongfang Yijian was such an existence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sky was filled with sword shadows with almost no trace. No one knew how fast the sword was. That was also why Dongfang Yijian was so famous among the prodigies. Even though he had yet to enter the ultimate god realm, Dongfang Yijian's combat power was terrifying. Coupled with his speed, he could kill with a single strike, especially after using infinite speed. Limitless. No one would ignore the content in it. Infinite speed. It was an existence that surpassed speed. There was a possibility of breaking through at any time. Dongfang Yijian could use infinite speed to unleash 10 times his current speed and could easily injure a low-level ultimate god expert. In Hell World, very few people were willing to offend Dongfang Yijian. No one knew when the opponent's sword would stab between the eyebrows. There were already a few examples and everyone knew that. However, at that moment, Dongfang Yijian felt powerless. No matter how his infinite speed attacked, the opponent could block it and seemed to be unharmed. This was beyond Dongfang Yijian's imagination. No one had ever been able to block his attacks consecutively. His speed surpassed divine senses and left no traces behind. It was impossible to dodge based on instinct. Many arrogant ultimate gods were injured because they underestimated infinite speed. Dongfang Yijian's speed had reached the limit of infinite speed by 10 times. His swordsmanship had also become tricky. This person's speed has reached the limit. Most importantly, he has cultivated infinite speed. That's what's truly terrifying. Lin Fei knew about the existence of infinite speed. It was an extremely difficult existence to master, but someone had managed to do so. Fortunately, I have invincible defense. Otherwise, my mind wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. Invincible defense was always on. That was Lin Fei's only way to block it. The opponent's speed surpassed his. If he did not activate invincible defense, he would have been pierced through. River of Time. Lin Fei rarely met such a powerful opponent. He was even stronger than the ultimate gods he had met before. Hell World had produced a powerful prodigy. When the River of Time appeared, the surging time energy suppressed Dongfang Yijian's speed. This was the only thing that could decipher the existence of speed. You're a time controller? No. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. Not only are you a time controller, but you're also a space controller and a dual bloodline controller. Dongfang Yijian's only fear was time controllers, because they could suppress his speed. You guessed right. Lin Fei laughed. Now, let's have a taste of my saber art. A void slash flew over. Dongfang Yijian was conceited because of his limitless speed. But today he finally met his match. The opponent's strange saber technique forced Dongfang one sword to be unable to multitask, and his limitless speed also slowed down. The power of space was also unpredictable and very difficult to resist. Although Dongfang Yijian's speed was not fast, he was affected by the power of time, causing his thoughts to waver. Furthermore, his saber technique was strange, causing Dongfang Yijian to clench his teeth in frustration. The two of them battled for over an hour. The two sides did not use their full strength and limited themselves to this area to prevent the undead creatures from appearing. At that time it would be a big problem. Lin Fei was also unable to defeat Dongfang Yijian in a short time. Even if he used both the power of space and time, he did not have much confidence. Lin Fei needed the river of time to resist the opponent's attack. With one attacking and one defending, its power was also limited. Wang Ming and Mu Cheng's horizons were broadened. Everyone knew that Dongfang Yijian was very powerful and was a big brother-level existence among the geniuses. But after seeing it with their own eyes, they understood the gap between them and Dongfang Yijian. If Dongfang Yijian wanted to kill them, he did not need much. One sword was enough. They could not even block a single sword. This made them feel powerless. Di Tian's strength had once again exceeded their expectations. Being able to fight Dongfang Yijian to a draw would shock the entire infernal realm. I'm not fighting anymore. Suddenly Dongfang Yijian flew backwards. He sheathed his sword and took the initiative to stop fighting. Lin Fei also stopped. Actually, even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have fought either. There's no need. Ah. The two of them suddenly laughed out loud. To Dongfang Yijian, it was not easy to find a young opponent. His opponent had two great bloodline powers. He did not have the confidence to win unless he advanced to the hierarch realm and activated the unlimited speed. Lin Fei also did not have the confidence to kill Dongfang Yijian. The unlimited speed was too powerful. Only if his space and time bloodlines were upgraded would he have the confidence to win. You are the strongest opponent I have ever met. Dongfang Yijian stared at his opponent and said, Since I cannot defeat you, I will not interfere with the matter of the abyssal immortal fruit. If you are willing to sell it to my Dongfang family will definitely buy it sincerely. When it came to benefits, Dongfang Yijian was still very open-minded. Lin Fei rarely saw geniuses like Dongfang Yijian who knew when to give up. He smiled and said, You're one of the most powerful opponents I've ever met. Your limitless speed truly lives up to your reputation. I'll consider your request. Dongfang Yijian did not expect the other party to agree immediately. That was impossible. If the other party really agreed, he would instead become suspicious. See you next time. Dongfang Yijian turned and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lord, are you all right? Mu Qing flew over. Although the two of them had not fought for long, only an hour to them, it was a battle that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. This Dongfang Yijian of your hell realm is indeed amazing. Lin Fei looked in the direction where the other party had left. Now we need to change locations. I'm afraid undead creatures will come very soon. Mu Qing and Wang Ming continued to follow Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not refuse. Lin Fei had his own thoughts on how he could say such words to a disciple of the main line of descent. In the Hell Realm he could train one or two subordinates. In the future they would also be a force of his own. If he wanted to maximize his abyssal immortal fruit, he could start from there. Wang Ming and Mu Qing had already thrown caution to the wind. The direct descendant of the family would definitely not let them go easily. Following Di Tian was the safest. Now we will go find the immortal tree. Be careful. Chapter 1884. The battle ended in a draw. Lin Fei also left the scene and brought Mu Qing and Wang Ming to look for the Tree of Immortality and Divine Spark. The 16th floor was full of danger. Lin Fei's journey was also very troublesome. Every time he found the Tree of Immortality, he had to spend a lot of time cleaning it up. He often had to stay for a whole day. This was very fast for Lin Fei. The number of immortal fruits on hand was also increasing. It should not be a problem to reach 100,000 immortal fruits in the end. During this period, Lin Fei also met people from the 10 great clans. These people from the 10 great clans were extremely embarrassed. Lin Fei moved them out, but they were unlucky enough to be attacked by the undead creatures and lost many of their men. They were afraid of Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijian's message to them. Therefore they chose to hold back and leave instead of directly attacking. Dongfang Yijian said that the other party was very powerful and they dared not doubt it. Lin Fei was also very relaxed. On the 16th floor, Lin Fei stayed for half a month. He was looking for the Tree of Immortality almost all the time and his harvest doubled. Alright, I'm going to the 17th floor. Going to the 17th floor was much harder than the 16th floor. Although it was very difficult, Lin Fei still wanted to go down and have a look. He could still go down with his strength, but it would be a lot more troublesome to bring Mu Qing and Wang Ming along. You can go out first. I will look for you after I go out. Lin Fei said. Although it was just a sentence, it made the two very happy. If anyone comes looking for trouble, just say that you are my messengers. Tell them that I am going to sell the immortal fruits. They will understand. Wang Ming and Mu Cheng had also obtained a lot of immortal fruits during this period. They could advance to the ultimate god realm with just a few things. This was unimaginable before. The two now had no expectations for their clans. Master, don't worry. We will help you spread the news. Mu Cheng thought about it very quickly. One could imagine that in a situation where the harvest of the immortal abyss fruit was not much, this news would definitely cause a commotion. Mu Cheng and Wang Ming crushed the teleportation talisman and left the abyssal hell. Lin Fei continued forward. Time cage. Slow down time. Teleportation. The entrance to the 16th floor. The undead creatures were densely packed together. There were no less than 1,000,000 of them. Lin Fei felt numb just by looking at them. He also understood why so few people could break through. It was too dangerous. No big move could kill them instantly. Lin Fei didn't expect his strength to be this strong. These undead creatures had extraordinary battle prowess, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 lower-level ultimate gods. Only people like Lin Fei could withstand the impact. It was indeed not easy to charge through. The time cage and time deceleration only suppressed the undead creatures. Lin Fei rushed forward, his divinity constantly changing, and the various undead creatures in the sky bombarded him. Invincible defense. Lin Fei also activated his strongest trump card. At this moment, no matter how much they attacked him, Lin Fei would not waste any time. His divine power was also constantly being consumed, but the good thing was that he was getting closer to the entrance. At this time, on a barren mountain far away from the entrance, Dongfang Yijian stood with his sword in his arms, his expression extremely solemn. This person will be a strong enemy of mine. In the previous battle, Dongfang Yijian couldn't do anything. At this time, seeing the other party rushing towards the entrance, Dongfang Yijian took it seriously again. A dual bloodline controller is indeed strong. I admit that I am inferior. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. If you can go in, so can I. Unlimited speed. Dongfang Yijian was a conceited person. The 17th floor of the abyss hell had also become a challenge for Dongfang Yijian. According to the family's secrets, there was once a family disciple who went in and left a secret message. He had to go in the next floor. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Dongfang Yijian reached the limit of his speed with unlimited speed. Even an ultimate god would shake his head and be left in the dust. The undead creatures almost did not notice that someone had broken in. At this time, Lin Fei was about 10,000 miles away from the entrance. However, the undead creatures were all gathered there, densely packed, and the entrance could not be seen. Space-time reversal. If he could not see the entrance, he would make it himself. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Although the undead creatures were strong, they only retained their instincts. There was a certain gap between their strength and realm. With the space-time reversal, the densely packed undead creatures were moved out, creating a passage. The entrance was faintly discernible. Lin Fei moved over. Many thanks for opening a passage. I will go first. Dongfang Yijian took advantage of the situation and rushed in, leaving only his voice behind. F***ck, you're taking advantage of me? Lin Fei rushed into the 17th floor. He saw Dongfang Yijian surrounded by a group of undead creatures, both inside and outside. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, undead creatures were eyeing him covetously. As soon as Lin Fei entered, the undead creatures charged at him. He originally hoped to use space to escape, but now it seemed impossible. The entire area was occupied by the undead creatures on the ground and in the sky. It was the same airtight. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. Wasn't this just fooling people into coming here to die? Seeing this scene, even he himself shuddered. This was definitely a huge pit specially used to trap people. No matter how many came, they would all die. Kill, kill, kill? Not far away, Dongfang Yijian was engrossed in killing. Even though a large number of undead creatures were injured, it was difficult to kill them. Fortunately, he came in first and pulled away some of the hatred. Lin Fei rejoiced inwardly. Spatial storm. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to rush out. Hua hua hua. Lin Fei also entered the spatial storm, allowing it to sweep over him. His figure also entered the 10,000 layers of space, gradually concealing his aura. That guy must have escaped into the 10,000 layers of space. How shameless. Dongfang Yijian's pressure doubled. The undead creatures in the distance were all staring at him. He knew that guy wanted him to attract the undead creatures so that he could escape. However, he really had no way to stop him. He wasn't proficient in space, let alone chasing the opponent in the 10,000 layers of space. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. The spatial storm disappeared. After losing its aura, The undead creatures weren't interested in a spatial storm. Their attention was all on Dongfang Yijian. Lin Fei finally came out of the dark area. When he looked back, he couldn't help but wipe off his cold sweat. Fortunately, he was a dual bloodline user. Otherwise, he would really have fallen. Chapter 1885. It was a small trick on Dongfang Yijian. Lin Fei was in a good mood. You took advantage of me and attracted the firepower for yourself. It was quite a good deal. On the 17th floor. Lin Fei moved quickly. This floor is much smaller and the undead creatures are much stronger. There are intermediate ultimate god undead creatures appearing from time to time. They should be considered elite monsters. Lin Fei grew cautious as well. The danger on this level was even greater and danger lurked everywhere. For example, Lin Fei was attacked by a towering tree earlier. He could not cut through the tough vines and had to spend a lot of effort to break free. For example, Lin Fei stopped on a barren hill. It's too dangerous here. I've been attacked by more than a dozen elite undead creatures in less than half a day. No wonder no one can come up here. Even if they come up, they might die here. Lin Fei did not dare to release his divine senses too far away and observed nearby. Is that the immortal tree? When Lin Fei searched with his divine senses, he accidentally found an immortal tree growing on a piece of land under the barren hill. It's too big. On the desolate plains, the undying trees were so tall that they towered into the sky. Their branches were luxuriant and their leaves were luxuriant. One of them was comparable to a dozen others. Just the height of the trees alone was no less than a few hundred zhang, almost 700 zhang. The undying trees from before were at most 100 zhang or 150 zhang. There are at least 10 to 20,000 abyssal immortal fruits on the tree. Lin Fei shifted his gaze again and noticed the abyssal immortal fruits hanging on the immortal tree. There were so many of them. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled if he could pick the one in front of him. It's so big and the undead creature guarding it is even more terrifying. It must be an elite monster. It'll be troublesome to deal with it. Intermediate ultimate god had 17 lives. No matter which one it was, it would be stressful. Lin Fei also felt the pressure. It'll be much easier to deal with it if my time bloodline improves and I can cultivate Time's storm. Bam bam bam. Next to the undying tree, a colossal creature was launching a fierce attack, blocking the spatial and time energy attacks. This won't do. These undead creatures aren't affected. My spatial power and time power can only produce 20% of their effects. Lin Fei kept retreating, leaving the area of effect. The undead creatures returned to the ground, and the scene became peaceful again. On the barren mountain, Lin Fei frowned. The undead below weren't easy to deal with. In the short exchange, Lin Fei could not come up with a workable solution. However, Lin Fei was unwilling to give up on the tens of thousands of immortal abyssal fruits. This thing was related to his future advancement, so he had to get his hands on it. Even experts have their days of headaches. A figure flew over from afar. Just as the voice arrived, the person also appeared on a barren mountain not far away. The distance between the two of them was only about 10,000 miles. This person was naturally Dongfang Yijian. He appeared to be in a very sorry state, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit in that area. You're not the same. Lin Fei ridiculed. You're more powerful than I thought. You can even come out from there. At the mention of this, Dongfang Yijian became angry. Anger appeared on his arrogant face. It's all because of you. If you hadn't attracted those undead creatures, I would have escaped long ago. Lin Fei said, but you shouldn't have rushed in first when I activated the spatial reversal. You deserved it. You should have followed behind me. Maybe I'm the one having a headache now. Dongfang Yijian really didn't know how to refute this. Just like what he said, he had taken advantage of the situation, but in the end, he had attracted the undead creatures. What was this? Humph, I can only say that you're very shameless. Dongfang Yijian snorted. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. You didn't go find your immortal abyssal fruits but came to find me. Don't tell me you came to say this? If that's the case, you can leave now. Dongfang Yijian really wanted to leave. However, he didn't dare to leave. This time, there was no one else on the 17th floor except for him. The people from the 10 great clans were on the 16th floor. Fortunately, they didn't come down together. Millions of undead creatures were enough to drown them. Even the arrogant Dongfang Yijian had to accept reality on the 17th floor. There were many immortal abyssal fruits on this floor. It was a family secret. The undead creatures guarding the surroundings were also extremely powerful. He could fight against a middle-level ultimate god, but he was only at the early level. He was almost seriously injured by the undead creatures several times. Dongfang Yijin had no choice but to leave. It was very difficult for him to obtain the immortal abyssal fruits by himself. Therefore he thought of someone. Lin Fei. Why do you want to leave? Dongfang Yijin said. Why don't we be frank? There are only the two of us on this floor. Everyone's goal is the same, to collect the immortal abyssal fruits. If it's a one-on-one fight, none of us will lose. Why don't we cooperate? In fact, Lin Fei had sharply guessed the purpose of Dongfang Yijin's appearance. What else could it be other than the immortal abyssal fruits? Spar? Impossible. Only a fool would spar here. It would be troublesome if the undead creatures surrounded them. Great. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. We can cooperate, but how do we split it? Lin Fei was not a pedantic person. It would be beneficial for everyone if they cooperated. Let's split it 50-50. Dongfang Yijin did not plan to take advantage. There was no need for that. This is my bottom line. 50%? Lin Fei was not satisfied and shook his head. Forget about 50%. If you want to cooperate, I need at least 70%. Dongfang Yijin's proposal of 50-50 was already a big concession. Who would have thought that this guy would demand an exorbitant price of 70%? It was simply unacceptable. 70% is impossible. Dongfang Yijin shook his head. Lin Fei said confidently, why is it impossible? The undead creatures guarding this floor are the elites of the elites. With 17 lives, it would be difficult for you or me to deal with them. If we cooperate, I will attract the undead creatures while you rely on your speed to collect the immortal abyssal fruits. Who do you think will be under more pressure? If you are willing to resist the undead creatures, I am willing to take 30%. Dongfang Yijin cursed in his heart. If I could fight a protracted battle, why would I look for you? I would have done it myself long ago. Elite undead creatures like the undead creatures had strong defense and 17 lives. Dongfang Yijin would not be able to seriously injure them. What Lin Fei said was right. Only he could attract the undead creatures. 70% was not excessive. Dongfang Yijin was not willing to give up 70%, but he could not think of a better way. 30% was already a pretty good result. Chapter 1886. Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijin worked together for the first time. This was something that could not be helped. If they did not work together, it would be very troublesome for them to pick the immortal fruits, and the efficiency would be very low. Lin Fei was the main force attracting the guardian undead creatures. He used his space and time powers, slashing at the undead creatures, thoroughly provoking them. Dongfang Yijin, you can start now. Once the guardian undead creatures were stalled, Lin Fei let Dongfang Yijin attack. Unlimited speed. Dongfang Yijin was very conceited, and never thought of cheating others. The immortal fruits were very important, and they could not afford to lose anything. As the pride of his family and the pride of Hell World, he knew the situation in Hell World. With the two of them working together, collecting the immortal fruits became much easier. Dongfang Yijin was also convinced. He did not have the ability to stall the guardian undead creatures. Only this guy in front of him could do it so easily, even though he was very unhappy with this guy. After harvesting, the two of them retreated, leaving the guardian undead creatures to roar behind them. It's a pleasure working together for the first time. The one who spoke was Dongfang Yijin. This time they had collected a total of 1873 abyssal immortal fruits. Dongfang Yijin could also obtain about 4,000 abyssal immortal fruits. This was a great harvest. Can we continue? Dongfang Yijin said, of course, I'm just afraid you can't hold on. In the following time, the two of them continued to sweep the immortal fruits on the 17th floor. Dongfang Yijin also realized that he was very lucky to have such a partner. Unfortunately, his family could not give birth to a space or time bloodline. If the family could give birth to such a person, the next time the abyss opened, the Dongfang family would obtain unimaginable benefits. One by one, the immortal trees were plucked clean. Similarly, the undead creatures on this floor also went crazy. The two of them kept encountering undead creatures, and each time they chose to leave instead of fighting. There was no need for that. The two of them collected more and more immortal fruits. Dongfang Yijin had obtained more than 70,000 immortal fruits, and they were all obtained on this floor. Lin Fei, needless to say, had obtained 210,000 immortal fruits. Adding the previous immortal fruits, he had a terrifying number of 300,000. The two of them continued to sweep for a month. They spent every day in danger, clearing out all 17 levels of the abyssal undying fruits. There were some particularly dangerous levels that they did not go to, but they were still very satisfied. I can finally take a break. Dongfang Yijin was still as conceited as ever. This past month, he was unbearably tired, and there was a hint of exhaustion between his brows. Not far away, Lin Fei was the same. This floor is indeed dangerous. Even a perfect combination like us feels great pressure, let alone the others. Lin Fei sighed, you've also gotten some benefits. 30% is enough for you to report back. Dongfang Yijin was also very clear that without Di Tian's help, he could forget about obtaining 130,000 abyssal immortal fruits. He refused to admit defeat. I only have 30% but you have 70%. Furthermore, I believe that news of you has already spread. Whether or not you can take away the abyssal immortal fruits is still unknown. Lin Fei smiled. That has nothing to do with you. Dongfang Yijin harumphed. Lin Fei had about 500,000 abyssal immortal fruits in his hands. This was a bargaining chip for future negotiations. It shouldn't be difficult to exchange them for 100 hierarch rank godheads. Currently, on the 17th floor, other than a few dangerous places, there are no abyssal immortal fruits. Even if there are, it will be very dangerous. I plan to go to the last floor. On the 17th floor, Lin Fei did not find any clues about the godheads. This was really hard to find. Lin Fei decided to go to the next floor. You want to go to the 18th floor? Dongfang Yijin asked in surprise. And it's not easy to come here, I have to go take a look. Lin Fei said. Are you not interested? Are you afraid? Dongfang Yijin said, it's useless to try to provoke me. The 18th floor is not a tiger's den. If you dare to go, so do I. Moreover, I will be the first person in the family to reach the 18th floor. The two of them found the entrance to the 18th floor. Millions of li away, it was a vast expanse of darkness with almost no gaps. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew where they were, they would have thought they came to the wrong place. As the two of them approached the periphery, the swarm of undead creatures swarmed over. The sight of it made one's scalp tingle. What a terrifying entrance. It is indeed terrifying. The two of them were shocked once again. They despised the God Emperor for doing nothing but creating such a scene. Wasn't it just to torment people? I'll go first. Let's meet up on the 18th floor. Dongfang Yijin shot out, instantly activating his unlimited speed. Sword light danced, forcibly tearing open a hole, sending broken limbs flying. Lin Fei was not slow either, directly activating his invincible defense. With so many undead creatures attacking him, it was already difficult enough, not to mention the number of undead creatures here. A single attack from them was enough to kill him. Lin Fei had his invincible defense and he also used the River of Time, smashing through layer after layer. However, he still could not stop the undead creatures' attacks. Almost at every moment he was attacked. The most terrifying thing was that the space here was sealed, leaving only the outer layer. The power of the space bloodline was greatly suppressed. Hua hua hua. His divine power was constantly being consumed. Lin Fei rushed in for tens of thousands of miles, but Dongfang Yijin was much faster. He had the advantage of speed, but it was still very strenuous. The next few 100,000 miles would not be so easy. I have to rush in even if I have to. Lin Fei used his physical body to knock the undead creatures away one by one. He did not care about the attacks and just kept rushing forward. This is too crazy. What kind of treasure is he wearing? Lin Fei quickly surpassed Dongfang Yijin, causing Dongfang Yijin to gasp. Even the divinity battle armor might not be able to withstand the attacks. For example, Dongfang Yijin was wearing a low-level divinity battle armor. It was also provided by his family for this trip to the abyssal hell. Even with the divinity battle armor, Dongfang Yijin was still very tired. After another 50,000 miles, he had consumed more than half of his divine power. When he was about 200,000 miles away, he had no choice but to take out the spatial teleportation talisman and teleport back. I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold it anymore. That kid might not be able to. With this thought in mind, Dongfang Yijin disappeared in front of the undead creatures. He's gone. Lin Fei immediately noticed Dongfang Yijin's aura disappearing. Chapter 1887. At this time in the outside world. Hell World in the mysterious mountain range. The 10 great families and the big shots of the Hell Alliance were all here. Since a few days ago, the geniuses of the 10 great families had returned in a sorry state and brought back bad news, causing everyone to be shrouded in a layer of shadow. An outsider had impersonated someone from the Hell World and entered the Abyss Hell, obtaining a large number of Abyss Undying fruits. When this news spread among the higher-ups, everyone felt uncomfortable. Each family didn't bring back many Abyss Undying fruits. Each family didn't bring back more than 3,000 Abyss Undying fruits. This result was very difficult for them to accept. These days, the 10 great families and the big shots of the Hell Alliance were very anxious. This time, when the Abyss Hell opened, they still hoped to rely on the Abyss Undying Fruits to create a group of divine venerable experts to increase the strength of the Hell world. Now that the 6 subworlds had appeared, the future was constantly changing. The 10 great families were also under pressure. After the geniuses of the families returned one by one, Wang Ming and Mu Qing also returned from the Abyss Hell. As soon as they returned, they were taken away by the big shots of their respective families. Everyone knew that they wanted to know where that person came from and wanted to get more information. The big shots were unwilling. This was related to the strength of the families in the future. They forced the 2 families to hand over the person and interrogate him. They learned from the geniuses that the 2 of them had a good relationship with that person and had even been following him. Wang Ming and Mu Qing had never seen these big shots before. Fortunately, they also went all out. They braced themselves and said that they were D. Tian's agents. They told everyone that he wanted to sell the Abyss Undying Fruits in his hands. When these words came out, everyone was very angry. He snatched their Abyss Undying Fruits and dared to sell them. Didn't he see where this was? Wang Ming and Mu Qing were imprisoned. So? That kid really didn't want his life. Every big shot would do this. As long as that guy came out, the Abyss Undying Fruits would fall into their hands again. Agent Ha. It was simply a big joke. Not long after, Dongfang Yijian returned. Dongfang Yijian's status was much higher than ordinary geniuses. The big shots immediately summoned Dongfang Yijian to know the situation. That person is called D. Tian. His origin is unknown. He is very strong. I can't defeat him. Dongfang Yijian didn't mention that he went to the 17th floor. He only mentioned that after a battle, he chose to leave. He handed over the abyssal undying fruits he had obtained, a total of 10,000 abyssal undying fruits. D. Tian? Immediately, a big shot arranged for people to investigate this person. Who exactly was he that dared to snatch food in their territory? As for the fact that D. Tian was able to suppress Dongfang Yijian and not lose in the end, they were all secretly shocked. Dongfang Yijian had grasped the limitless speed, and there were not many geniuses in the infernal realm who could be his match. This D. Tian was quite capable. Dongfang family's temporary residence. In a Senfu. After Dongfang Yijian returned, he found the current head of the family, Dongfang Wen, who was his uncle. Uncle. Dongfang Wen had actually been waiting all this while. One sword, you're finally here. Ever since Dongfang Yijian returned, Dongfang Wen had been waiting for his nephew. Dongfang Wen was very fond of his nephew because he had practically raised him single-handedly since he was young. You did very well this time. Among the 10 great clans, our Dongfang clan has completed the mission this time. Dongfang Wen said with a smile, our position as one of the 10 great clans has stabilized once again. The 10 great clans were also ranked. The Dongfang family had always been the #1 family. This time, the Dongfang family had completed the Abyss Hell mission when the other clans were unable to complete it. It was equivalent to once again stabilizing their position as the #1 family. Actually, this time I relied on someone else's blessing. Dongfang Yijian said. At this time there was no one else in the room except for Dongfang Wen. He hurriedly set up a layer of formation restrictions with the battle strength of a peak ultimate god. Other peak ultimate gods would not be able to see through it. You're talking about D. Tian? Dongfang Yijian nodded. Yes, it's this D. Tian. When I fought with him, I activated limitless speed 10 times, but I still couldn't defeat him. In the end it was a tie. This D. Tian you're talking about is indeed not simple. Dongfang Wen took out a jade slip. This is the news that just came. It's all about D. Tian. Dongfang Yijian also wanted to know D. Tian's origin. Someone from the mysterious sky world? As soon as he saw the words mysterious sky world, Dongfang Yijian was shocked. How is this possible? The mysterious sky world was one of the strongest worlds back then. Later on, the mysterious sky divine emperor fell and the world was also suppressed. In the end, it was occupied by the 8 great divine emperors. How could such an expert appear? Continue reading. Dongfang Yijian continued reading. The more he read, the calmer he became. In the past 100 years, the #1 expert in the mysterious sky world? Dongfang Yijian sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter if this title was true or false, to be called the #1 expert, it was most likely not far from the truth. I believe that now everyone knows about D. Tian's background. Dongfang Wen said, this child is extremely ferocious. The sects that the 8 great divine emperors left in the mysterious sky world were also swept away by him. Now the people of the 8 great sects dare not be arrogant in front of Ditian. Moreover, Ditian personally went up to the upper realm and killed millions of Divine King experts. In the end, even the hierarch experts were helpless against him. Dongfang Yijin had always thought that he was very strong. However, after reading the information, he felt that he couldn't do it to Ditian's level. This guy has guts. Dongfang Yijin felt a wave of powerlessness, but soon returned to normal. However, when I advance to the hierarch realm, ordinary low-level hierarchs won't be my opponent. Dongfang Wen was very satisfied that his nephew wasn't scared by Ditian. It's good that you have such thoughts. Although Ditian is strong, you aren't weak either. In the future, you will have the opportunity to reach a higher realm. In the future, the Dongfang family will rely on you. I know. Dongfang Yijin had long been considered to have the potential to become a god emperor. In the future, he would be able to open his own world and even establish an imperial dynasty. Uncle, this is the Abyss Undying Fruit that I brought back this time. Dongfang Yijin took out the rest of the Abyss Undying Fruit. There were tens of thousands of them, which gave Dongfang Wen a shock. Where did you get them from? I cooperated with Ditian and entered the 17th floor. This is just a small part. That guy has a large amount of Abyss Undying Fruit, no less than 400,000. Dongfang Wen stood up. Are you sure that there are 400,000? Yes, I cooperated with him and took 30%. Chapter 1888. Lin Fei had no idea that he had become famous in the infernal realm. At this moment he was constantly moving forward. Millions of undead creatures were charging at him. The distance of 1,000,000 miles seemed to have become a chasm that couldn't be crossed. 500,000 miles left. Lin Fei continuously circulated the power of time and the power of space. His mastery of these two attacks had reached the point of perfection. This could be considered a huge improvement. No matter who saw this scene, they would be shocked. No one would offend such an existence for no reason. Lin Fei was looking forward to the 18th floor. To set up such an obstacle in order to test someone, it wasn't something an ordinary person could deal with. This also proved that the 18th floor was different. 400,000 miles. 300,000 miles. 200,000 miles. 500,000 miles. Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the entrance. The undead creatures here were piled up together, with almost no space to move. Bang bang bang. The river of time swept over, knocking the undead creatures away. Lin Fei rushed forward. The closer he got to the entrance, the more pressure Lin Fei felt. If not for his invincible defense, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on at 500,000 miles. Could be said that right now Lin Fei was being attacked at every second. One could suppress a portion of the undead creature's attacks but not the others. Dongfang Yijin was powerful, but he couldn't stop the continuous attacks. Soon, the entrance appeared before Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei's river of time swung and swept, and space-time reversed, tearing open a gap. This is the time. Taking advantage of the only opportunity, Lin Fei rushed in. 18th floor, I'm coming. With a flash, Lin Fei disappeared into the entrance. Worried that entering the 18th floor would be the same as the previous floors, Lin Fei had already made preparations. There's actually nothing. His vision changed and Lin Fei found himself standing in the sky of the 18th floor. It was the same as the previous floors. The only thing missing was the horde of fearful undead creatures. Did I come to the wrong place? For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that he had come to the wrong place. This was different from what he had imagined. For the time being, he did not sense any danger. This was inconceivable to Lin Fei. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Lin Fei was feeling puzzled, in the void in front of him, the space twisted violently. Specks of light appeared and gathered together. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe appeared in front of Lin Fei. Welcome, lucky lad. Lin Fei was on guard. Who are you? A trace of joy appeared in his heart. It seemed like he had encountered a good thing. That was how the script was written. Lin Fei had seen similar situations several times. It was hard not to be suspicious. I am the Cerberus of the 18 layers of hell. The middle-aged Cerberus said, You're the 4th lucky person to enter, so you must be very puzzled right now. Come with me. The 4th one? Not the 1st? Lin Fei was shocked. Entering from the 17th floor to the 18th floor was not an ordinary difficulty. He had used the power of time and space together and activated his invincible defense, but someone else had also entered. The 18th floor was not big. It was smaller than imagined. It could not be compared to the previous floors. It was very quiet here. There were no undead creatures. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. A Cerberus had appeared out of nowhere. It was necessary to be vigilant. So many abyssal immortal fruits? Following the middle-aged Cerberus, Lin Fei soon discovered many immortal trees. They were full of abyssal immortal fruits. In terms of quality, they were several times better than the previous ones. Master moved them in from the outer world. These are the best ones. The middle-aged Cerberus said, "You can take them all when you leave later." That's great. Lin Fei was very surprised. Roughly counting, there were many abyssal immortal fruits here. Moreover, the higher the quality, the better the effect. Not long after, a lonely mountain appeared in front of him. There was nothing around this mountain. Apart from this mountain, there was nothing else. The middle-aged Cerberus brought Lin Fei to the peak of the mountain. There was a grand palace on the mountain peak. It exuded an ancient and distant aura, and it even faintly exuded a trace of domineering aura. Boom. The door opened. The middle-aged Cerberus opened the door and walked in first. Lin Fei carefully followed. The inside of the palace was very glorious. Lin Fei could even see that many of the things here were refined with special materials. If any of them were placed outside, it would probably attract a fight. His breathing quickened. "You'll know once you open this door." The middle-aged Cerberus stopped in front of a door and said, "I'll go in?" Lin Fei asked. "Yes, go in yourself." The middle-aged Cerberus said, "You'll know everything once you go in." Lin Fei was not a timid person. With an invincible defense, he would dare to go in no matter how dangerous it was. He already had a vague idea of what was inside. Boom. Lin Fei pushed the door with both hands. The tightly shut door opened with a bang. Lin Fei stepped in and the door behind him closed again. With this step, Lin Fei was instantly in a starry sky. The stars were dazzling and time flew. Scenes appeared in front of Lin Fei. A young man born in an aristocratic family, diligently trained, became famous in one world and then went to another. He fought all kinds of battles and finally reached the peak of the world. Hell's Divine Emperor. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the Hell's Divine Emperor standing at the peak with tens of thousands of people worshipping him below, anyone would feel a rush. When he entered, he had guessed that it would be this Hell's Divine Emperor. But seeing the process of him fighting with his own eyes, it was still very shocking. Then the scene changed again. Lin Fei saw the Hell's Divine Emperor fighting with another group of God Emperors. The process was very fast and the movements were too fast to be seen. In the end, the scene became a blur. When he could see clearly again, it was the scene of the Abyss Hell. A group of people were killing undead creatures and one of them won, making it all the way to the 18th floor. After that, this person became in existence worshipped by tens of thousands of people. This is the Massacre God Emperor. Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. There were currently 3 God Emperor experts in the Hell realm, and the one with the glove was the Massacre God Emperor. It was said that using the glove to kill people was more enjoyable. This was also a God Emperor weapon and it could be upgraded. In the future, it would become a weapon for God Emperors. Could it be that the Massacre God Emperor became a God Emperor because of this place? Lin Fei guessed. Then the scene changed again. It was still the Abyss Hell, and the person was a young man in embroidered clothes. He used a long sword and also made it to the 18th floor. This is the Qianxi God Emperor. The scene changed again and it was a young woman. Chapter 1889. There were currently 3 deity emperors in Hell World. As for their specific realm, it was hard to say. These 3 deity emperors were Massacre Deity Emperor, 100 Flowers Deity Emperor, and Qianxi Deity Emperor. Among them, Massacre Deity Emperor was the strongest. Seeing the 3 deity emperors in this starry sky, Lin Fei seemed to understand something. Perhaps their ascension to deity emperor was related to the 18th floor. Lin Fei once learned that the 3 deity emperors in Hell World had the fastest cultivation speed. There were almost no bottlenecks and they became deity emperors after cultivating all the way. When the last image of 100 Flowers Deity Emperor ended, under the bright starry sky, an illusory voice could be heard. "Lucky guy, you are the 4th person to come to the 18th floor. You should know who the first 3 are." A burly overlord walked out of the starry sky, exuding an endless domineering aura. His voice was loud and clear like a big bell, echoing in Lin Fei's ears. Hell God Emperor. Other than the Hell God Emperor, there seemed to be no one else who could make Lin Fei feel fear. Even deity emperors did not give him such a terrifying aura. Far from it. That's right, I am the Hell God Emperor. To be able to see a God Emperor, Lin Fei was extremely shocked, especially in this place. Junior Lin Fei greets the God Emperor. Lin Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. To be able to become a God Emperor was one of the few top experts in this world. Even Lin Fei was a junior in front of the God Emperor. Even if he was facing a divine sense, he was still a god emperor. You are very good, proficient in the power of space and time. Even though you are not from Hell World, you still made it to the 18th floor. Lin Fei listened quietly. At this moment, seeing the God Emperor, Lin Fei already knew what was going on. This place should be used by the Hell God Emperor to select people. Junior is indeed not from Hell World, but from Profound Sky World. Lin Fei said. Profound Sky, that person is not bad. The Hell God Emperor said, let me ask you, have the 6 subworlds appeared? You know a Sky Profound expert? Lin Fei was very clear that the profound sky that the Hell God Emperor mentioned should be the profound sky realm. The 6 subworlds have indeed appeared. The Hell God Emperor was silent for a moment, then he sighed, what will come will come. The 8 God Emperors of the divine world have not become God Emperors yet, right? Lin Fei was getting more and more shocked. It was rumored that the infernal God Emperor had already fallen, so how did he know about this situation? Could it be that he had already calculated this a long time ago? It was no wonder that Lin Fei would think so. Not yet. The Hell God Emperor suddenly said, actually, you don't have to be confused. I'm indeed dead. This is just a strand of my consciousness. As for the appearance of the subworld, we already knew about it back then. I didn't expect that it would be so long before I woke up again. Instinctively, Lin Fei felt that there was a big secret hidden in this. Who exactly was the we he mentioned? Lin Fei was very interested in all of these. Although you are from the Profound Sky Realm, I have a good relationship with the Profound Sky Realm. Your aptitude is not bad. You are a double bloodline controller. Your future is limitless. The Profound Sky Realm has produced a genius. Lin Fei could conclude that the Infernal God Emperor had a good relationship with the Profound Sky Realm. Originally, I wanted to take you as my disciple. Unfortunately, you are from the Profound Sky Realm. The Hell God Emperor said, however, I have a good relationship with the Profound Sky Realm. As a senior, I can't let you come here for nothing. How about this, you will be my nominal disciple. Slaughter, Tianxi 100 Flowers, they will be your senior brothers. The Hell God Emperor did not ask for Lin Fei's consent and directly took Lin Fei as his nominal disciple. Lin Fei was stunned. He didn't even ask for my consent? The Hell Spirit will tell you the rest. The Hell God Emperor said again, this is your proof of identity. With this they will recognize you. The starlight gathered and a token appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the front were the words Infernal, and behind were the words Lin Fei. In the future, I will belong to the younger generation. Work hard. The Hell God Emperor left. Lin Fei blinked. *CK, it's over just like that? Lin Fei had not digested it yet. His entire person disappeared under the starry sky. When he reappeared, he was already outside the door. Congratulations, young master. The middle-aged Hell Spirit smiled and cupped his hands. Lin Fei was completely baffled. Everything was fine, but he had suddenly become an in-name disciple of someone else. Furthermore, he even had 3 senior brothers. Young master, follow me. The middle-aged Hell Spirit brought Lin Fei to a palace. This is the scripture. The cultivation techniques that master has collected and left behind are all in here. Lin Fei did not have many cultivation techniques now, but he was not interested in ordinary ones. The cultivation techniques that the God Emperor had collected and left behind still piqued Lin Fei's interest. I'll go in and take a look. Lin Fei did not feel any aversion to becoming someone's nominal disciple. Wow, the lowest cultivation technique is an ultimate God-level cultivation technique. The palace was divided into many levels. The lowest level was an ultimate God-level cultivation technique. Lin Fei was no stranger to this. A good cultivation technique could allow one to cultivate to the ultimate God level in one go. The cultivation techniques in front of him were all good stuff. Lin Fei was not interested in them. In front of the Divine Emperor cultivation techniques, Lin Fei saw a large number of Divine Emperor cultivation techniques. Lin Fei did not have much interest in them. However, he also understood something. The 3 Divine Emperors must have learned the cultivation techniques here. Most importantly, there were those immortal abyss fruits which were the fastest way to break through. Ultimate God and Divine Emperor cultivation techniques, Lin Fei temporarily put them aside. Lin Fei had to admit that the cultivation techniques collected by the God Emperor were very valuable. If any of them was passed down, it would not be difficult to cultivate to the ultimate God or Divine Emperor level. Even if one's talent was poor, it would be the same as long as they had enough time. However, it was not very attractive to Lin Fei. In terms of cultivation techniques, he could find many himself. He just wanted to find some suitable ones. He wanted to see the God Emperor cultivation technique, but it was sealed. Lin Fei could not enter and could not help but feel disappointed. Bloodline cultivation technique. Lin Fei suddenly saw a few words in the distance. He thought of something and quickly walked in. Fortunately, there was no seal. It is indeed a bloodline cultivation technique. To be more precise, it should be a controller cultivation technique. Earth controller. Ice controller. As long as one was a controller, there would be a cultivation technique left here. Lin Fei also saw the secret technique left behind by the time controller and was overjoyed. That's great. I finally found the complete secret technique. Lin Fei had been looking for secret techniques related to the power of time. Unfortunately, there were very few of them in the mysterious sky world. As for the divine world, he had no intention of looking for it. In the mysterious sky world, he could not find it at all. Now, Lin Fei's use of the power of time was still at the most basic level. Chapter 1890. Lin Fei knew that he had obtained a huge fortuitous opportunity. Just for these complete cultivation techniques, as long as he raised the time bloodline, he could cultivate many techniques. Lin Fei even saw some big moves that were very powerful, but he couldn't cultivate them for now. Even ordinary secret arts and divine abilities opened Lin Fei's eyes. So the power of time could be used like this. This long time lock is a very good technique to trap people. It's more useful than any treasure. Lin Fei looked at them one by one. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. The time technique was too complete. It looked like it was self-contained and had no flaws. Could this be left behind by a time controller? Lin Fei asked. Whether it was or not. Lin Fei secretly recorded it with the system. The complete technique of space controller. Lin Fei recorded all the time techniques and then went straight for the complete space technique. Compared to what Lin Fei had learned, the spatial techniques here were much more complete. Among them were spatial explosion and even spatial storm. The space storm here was much better than Lin Fei's own. I want this too. Lin Fei didn't want to enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed. The complete space technique had to be recorded. What Lin Fei lacked now was the complete technique. Any powerful technique could actually be activated. The dense divine power was not an exaggeration. Recording the complete time and space techniques. Lin Fei originally planned to stop and study the complete technique, but when he saw the complete techniques of the other controllers, he couldn't help but feel tempted. I can't let such a good opportunity go to waste. Lin Fei decided to record all the complete techniques of all the controllers. Otherwise it would be a waste. Originally, Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the two bloodlines. But now that he thought about it, the two bloodlines were indeed powerful. Why couldn't they make him stronger? He had many bloodlines that he could refine. It shouldn't be a problem to refine a few more bloodlines, right? Lin Fei didn't have a big heart. It was just for his own safety. The more bloodline power, the better. Lin Fei recorded down all the techniques left behind here. Ordinary ultimate gods were not interested in them. All he had to do was record the technique of the controller. Lin Fei had also memorized dozens of complete bloodline techniques. If these complete controllers' techniques were taken out, it would definitely lead to a bloodbath. In the eyes of others, these techniques were priceless treasures. The complete controller technique was in Lin Fei's hands. With enough time, he could become a controller of one of the bloodlines. Since he couldn't go up, Lin Fei didn't plan on going up. Young master. When he came out, the middle-aged Cerberus was still there. I'm done. Lin Fei said. The middle-aged Cerberus didn't ask why he had come out so quickly. Young lord, do you need a place to cultivate? There's a time formation set up by the master here. The previous young lords all went to cultivate after coming out. There's such a good thing. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If young lord needs to go there, this old servant will bring you there right away. The middle-aged Cerberus said. There's no rush. I'll pick the immortal abyss fruits first. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had been in the abyssal hell for a whole year this time. Not even half of it had passed. Picking the immortal abyss fruits was not as troublesome as Lin Fei imagined. Instead, it was very easy. At the middle-aged Cerberus's order, the immortal abyss fruits fell off automatically as if they had received the order. Then, according to the length of time, they separated into piles and appeared in front of Lin Fei. Young lord, it's done. The middle-aged Cerberus said. There's a total of 970,000 fruits. According to the time division, 10 primordials have 530,000 fruits. 50 primordials have. Lin Fei was completely relaxed now. He also knew that he had picked up a big bargain. The longer the immortal abyss fruits were, the more useful they were. For example, those harvested outside the 18th floor were basically just a few primordials with average effects. Only the immortal abyss fruits in the 18th floor were top-notch. I really need to make use of this year's time to cultivate a few powerful secret techniques and divine abilities. Lin Fei knew very well that these immortal abyss fruits were his next capital. He had to rely on them to advance to the ultimate god realm. By the way, I'd like to ask if there are any ultimate god divine cores in the 18th floor. This question had been bothering Lin Fei for a long time. He had to find out. Young lord, there are no ultimate god divine cores in this floor, the middle-aged Cerberus said. There used to be, but someone took them away. All right, take me to the time formation. When he saw the time formation, Lin Fei was shocked. The Hell God Emperor was really amazing. As a time controller, although he was not very powerful, he was still able to sense that the grand time formation was different from the others. Young lord, this grand time formation was personally set up by the milord. One day here is 10 years inside. Young lord, you'll have over 1,000 years of cultivation time. Back in the day, your 3 elder brothers all went into secluded meditation here. Lin Fei finally understood why the 3 divine emperors had made breakthroughs so quickly. The time formation played a huge role here. After more than 1,000 years, coupled with the immortal fruit of the abyss, it would be difficult for him not to improve his strength by constantly taking elixirs. It would be easy for him to break through to the ultimate god realm. Even the high-level ultimate god realm and the peak ultimate god realm would not be difficult. Lin Fei directly entered the time formation to cultivate. First of all, he cultivated secret techniques and divine abilities such as those related to time and space. With over 1 million immortal abyssal fruits on him, he was like a walking gold ingot. Anyone who knew about it would want to take a bite out of it. He had to take advantage of the next 1,000 years to increase his strength to an extremely powerful level. With the help of the system, Lin Fei had almost no problem cultivating those secret techniques and divine abilities. Apart from the godly venerable realm's time and space techniques, Lin Fei was able to cultivate all the techniques within the godly king realm. Lin Fei was also secretly trying to activate secret techniques and divine abilities of a higher level. Unfortunately, after trying several times, he was unable to activate them and was firmly restricted. Lin Fei's strength had improved a lot just by recultivating the space and time techniques. However, it was far from enough in his opinion, as he needed to continue to improve his strength. He had to start with the bloodline. That seemed to be the best way to improve his strength. Lin Fei had his own ideas in his mind. If there was a chance of success, he would be really relaxed in the future. Little Devil, come out quickly. Chapter 1891. While Lin Fei was improving his strength. In the Infernal Realm within a mountain range. The 10 great families, including the Infernal Realm Alliance, were all waiting for one person. This person was Di Tian. After the 6 subworlds were connected, news began to circulate. The various chambers of commerce began to move, and various branches of the chambers of commerce sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Buying and selling information had become a very normal thing. The name Di Tian wasn't hard to find out. After learning this person's name from Wang Ming and Mu Cheng, the higher-ups began to arrange people to go out and inquire about the news. Soon the news came out. As soon as the news spread, the 10 great clans and the Hellish Hell Alliance were shocked, and many of them doubted that the news was accurate. The suspected #1 expert in the profound sky world? The information was all about Di Tian from 100 years ago. There were many secrets, such as how Di Tian single-handedly killed the leaders of the 8 great sections. Most importantly, Di Tian wasn't even 500 years old yet. How terrifying was that? The information only recorded the speed of the other party's rise. 100 years ago, in the profound sky world, Di Tian had vaguely become the #1 expert. Even if he wasn't, his strength was still extremely strong. The fact that he was a dual bloodline controller had shocked them once again. With these 2 extremely rare bloodlines, it was possible for him to be the strongest in the profound sky world. After all, although that fellow had not reached the ultimate god realm, his strength was at least comparable to a low-level ultimate god with his space and time bloodlines. Even if he encountered a mid-level ultimate god, he would be helpless. There might be a chance to defeat him if it was a high-level ultimate god, but there was no guarantee. From this, one could see how strong Di Tian was. The people from the 10 great clans and the Hellish Alliance were all mobilized. They sealed the exit and set up layers of formations, waiting for Di Tian to come out. The big shots wanted to capture Di Tian even more, because everyone wanted to know what was on the 18th floor. From the time the Infernal God Emperor created the Abyssal Hell, only 3 people had managed to reach the 18th level, and these 3 people were already the top existences in the infernal world. Many people said that there were great fortuitous opportunities on the 18th floor. However, no one knew what kind of opportunity it was. If you asked the 3 top-notch existences, they might just slap you to death. Half a year was not a long time. The 10 great clans and the Infernal Hell Alliance were in no hurry. Soon, most of the people inside had come out. The statistics for the Immortal Abyss fruits were also out. Seeing this number, everyone was dumbfounded. They wondered if this number was real. A total of 150,000 abyssal immortal fruits. Are you kidding me? Where are the immortal fruits from the abyss? When they saw this number, they hated Dition again. The last time the abyssal hell opened, a total of 500,000 immortal abyssal fruits had been collected. Now there were only 150,000 of them, which was about 1/3 of the previous number. Everyone was unhappy. The abyssal immortal fruit determined the development of the infernal realm. It wasn't easy for him to obtain one. If he didn't have enough abyssal immortal fruits, he might be greatly suppressed in the days to come. In addition to the birth of 6 subworlds, there was also the god realm that was pressing down on them. For now it was still fine. The suppression from the power of the heavenly Tao was still there. However, the suppression of the heavenly Tao was gradually fading away. As time went on, the final barrier would vanish and everyone's protection would truly vanish. When that time came, war was inevitable. Before that, they had to obtain more immortal abyssal fruits as soon as possible to improve the overall strength of the Hell World. They hoped that Dition would come out. What they didn't want the most was to see Dition die in the abyss of hell. The consequences were unimaginable. At this moment, Lin Fei was still in the Time Grand Array. In the blink of an eye, 800 to 900 years passed. Inside the Time Grand Array, the 18 primordial chaos clones were all sitting together. Lin Fei's main body was in the middle. At this moment, the 18 primordial chaos clones' auras had reached their peak. If someone came to see, they would be shocked. 18 peak God King experts. After consuming a large number of God sparks, Lin Fei finally raised the 18 primordial chaos clones to the limit. Any one of these primordial chaos clones could defeat an ordinary peak God King. Of course, they were only peak God Kings. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied with this. It wasn't like there weren't 18 clones that cultivated to the peak God King level. Lin Fei wouldn't be the first. Lin Fei naturally hoped that the clones were stronger. So, after Lin Fei had the system analyze it, he went through a series of experiments. After 50 years, he finally achieved what he wanted. He let the 18 primordial chaos clones cultivate their bloodline power. That's right, that was Lin Fei's idea. It was also a way to quickly improve his strength. In that way, the clone's strength would increase a lot and surpass peak God King experts of the same realm. They could even fight against ultimate God experts, making Lin Fei invincible. Lin Fei was the only one who could do that. 18 clones, 18 bloodline powers. Even a low-level ultimate god wouldn't be able to take advantage of me. Lin Fei looked at the circle of clones and was elated. Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort to find the most compatible bloodlines. He did not cultivate any other bloodlines. His time and space bloodlines were enough to deal with everything. Lin Fei did not cultivate any other bloodlines. The only thing that troubled Lin Fei was that the clones needed more divine power. It was like having 18 children who wanted to eat meat the moment they opened their mouths. It was not easy to feed them. On the other hand, as long as Lin Fei had enough divine power, the 18 clones could fight for a long time. Once the 18 clones improved their bloodline power to peak God King realm, it would be Lin Fei's biggest guarantee. At the same time, they would also be the 18 controllers. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Lin Fei took out more bloodline power and looked at the 18 clones with a silly smile. Another 600 years passed in the blink of an eye. Almost there. The aura of the 18 clones became stronger. The bloodline power was raised to the limit. At this point, it was almost there. Another 30 years passed, and the 18 doppelgangers finally absorbed enough bloodline power. There was no longer a need to absorb any more, and Lin Fei continued to transfer the complete controller cultivation method to them. In the time formation, the 18 clones kept practicing secret techniques and divine powers without any hindrance. People would be dumbfounded if they knew about it. It was faster than riding a rocket. More than 200 years passed. Lin Fei stayed in the abyss hell for a year. Chapter 1892. That day was the last day. In the infernal world, on the mountain plaza leading to the abyss of hell. The disciples who could have come to watch were all invited outside, except for some geniuses who stayed behind. However, the plaza was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. No one dared to underestimate the title of the mysterious heavenly world's #1 expert. He was a bold and ferocious guy who even dared to go to the divine world alone. Dition had become more and more terrifying in their eyes as they gathered more information about him. It would not be a problem for him to become a ferocious ultimate god in the future if he was allowed to continue growing. Becoming a god emperor was another matter altogether. The array formations and restrictions on the plaza had all been activated. That was the first wave of attacks. The person who set up the formations was an ultimate god expert and the #1 formation master in the infernal world. One after another, continuous attacks were launched to exhaust the opponent's divine power. Through the collected information, everyone knew that Tion's combat power was exceptionally strong. Why was his combat power so strong? The most important aspect was that he had a strong divine power. That was the most important thing. Cultivation techniques were the second most important. They would first exhaust Tion's divine power before taking action. They would gain the upper hand and it would be much easier to take down Tion as long as Tion did not die in the abyss of hell. To deal with Tion, the 10 great clans and the Infernal Alliance had sent people. No one dared to ignore Tion, who had 400,000 to 500,000 abyss immortal fruits. They dared to take action even if they were bullying the weak. It concerned the future status of the infernal world. There were ultimate gods guarding every direction at the exit. Although they were low-level ultimate gods, it was enough to stop Tion. There were more than a dozen ultimate gods around the exit, all of whom were low-level ultimate gods. There were also more than a dozen mid-level ultimate gods guarding the periphery of the low-level ultimate gods. Finally, there were high-level ultimate gods guarding. It was a heavy blockade. Even if Tion was the #1 expert in the mysterious heavenly world, his strength would not be that strong after 100 years. Those people were enough to take down Tion. Dongfang Yijian stood behind his uncle with his eyes fixed on the exit. Dongfang Yijian admired that guy who could stop his unlimited speed. There were only a handful of people in the infernal world who could stop his unlimited speed of 10 times. Unfortunately, this fellow was going to suffer a setback today. The gathering of godly venerable experts was something to be proud of. Dongfang Yijian would not show any mercy, but it was a pity that he could not defeat Tion with his own hands. He was about to ascend to the hierarch realm. At that time he would be able to defeat Tion easily with his unlimited speed. "Uncle, even you don't know what's on the 18th floor?" Dongfang Wen stood ramrod straight like a mountain. He said indifferently, "It should be a fortuitous encounter. If you cooperate with that Tion, perhaps you will be able to enter." Dongfang Wen secretly felt that it was a pity that his nephew had almost entered the 18th floor. Once they entered, it would be a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. What a pity, what a pity. Opportunity? Dongfang Yijian looked at the exit. "Uncle, I don't need any opportunities. Sooner or later, I will become the strongest person in the infernal world." Dongfang Wen laughed. "Well said. Your bloodline power is the supreme, infinite speed. When you become an ultimate god expert, even a mid-level ultimate god is no match for you. In the future you'll be famous in the infernal world and even the entire world. Our Dongfang clan will be proud of you." Time ticked by. There was only an hour left before the abyssal hell closed. Once the place was closed, the people inside would not be able to come out. It was even more impossible to search for them. Even if they knew that the abyssal hell was hidden in the spatial node, no one would be able to find it. Everyone kept their eyes on the exit and dared not leave for even a moment. As the time approached, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They had never hoped that someone would not die in the abyssal hell. In fact, they all had the same thought. Everyone hoped that the 1 hour would be extended indefinitely. As long as there was time, they still had hope. If the person did not come out, their efforts would be in vain. The entire infernal world's strength would also be affected and would be suppressed in the future 6 child realms. The time was almost up. Many big shots were dejected as they had suffered a huge blow. From their point of view, Tion was basically dead inside if he did not come out at this time. There should be no other outcome other than that. Whoosh! Just when they were in complete despair, a black figure rushed out and triggered the restrictive formation set up by an ultimate god expert. "He's out. It's Tion. Great." The restrictive formation was activated. Boom. Boom. The attacks continued to rumble. *CK, these people are shameless. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei was attacked by the restrictive formation. The attacks were very strong and had surpassed a peak Divine King expert's attack with the combat power of a low-level ultimate god. As soon as Tion fell into the restrictive formation, an ultimate god expert appeared with a proud look on his face. He was the person who set up the restrictive formation, Ultimate God Luo Xian. Ultimate God Luo Xian was an expert in restrictive formation. Although his combat power was not strong, no one would underestimate his strength. He could set up a formation in the void and kill people in the blink of an eye. Tian, stop struggling. You've fallen into my formation. Once this formation is activated, there will be a chain reaction of tens of thousands of formations. You'll fall into an endless attack. Ultimate God Luo Xian said proudly. He had put in a lot of effort to deal with Tian and naturally wanted to show off. The other big shots also turned their attention to Tian at this moment. Young. He was ridiculously young. Such a person was the #1 expert in the mysterious heavens world. In the blink of an eye, their attention was focused on the abyssal immortal fruit on Tian and the secret of the 18th floor. You set up this restrictive formation? Ultimate God Luo Xian smiled. That's right. I set it up. I'm the #1 formation grandmaster in the underworld. Do you think you still have a chance to leave? Lin Fei said disdainfully. You want to trap me with your restrictive formation? Whoosh. A long spear suddenly appeared and stabbed Ultimate God Luo Xian's chest fiercely, sending him flying and crashing into a mountain in the distance. Hee, so this is an ultimate god. Lin Fei laughed. The people guarding outside narrowed their eyes and went on alert. Be careful, he knows spatial power. Someone immediately reminded everyone to be alert. Spatial power was illusory and omnipresent, making it difficult to guard against. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1893. No one expected Lin Fei, who was trapped in the restrictive formation, to make a move. He sent the defenseless ultimate god Luo Xian flying with one strike. After a moment of absent-mindedness, everyone came to their senses. Tian was the #1 expert in the mysterious heavens world with both the time and space bloodlines. It was normal for him to attack from a distance. Tian's danger made everyone take it seriously. The #1 expert in the mysterious heavens world deserved his title. It was not easy for him to send Ultimate God Luo Xian flying with one strike, even though Ultimate God Luo Xian was only a mid-level Ultimate God. What was even more unexpected was that Tian did not stop attacking after sending Ultimate God Luo Xian flying with one strike. Each strike was aimed at the low-level Ultimate Gods. Although they were on guard, it was too late for them to resist. The strangeness of the space power was also revealed at that moment. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen low-level Ultimate Gods were sent flying. Lin Fei waved his hand and activated his time power. The attacks that were coming at him stopped and floated in the air, moving with a weak trace. Haha, you want to take me down with just these people? The battle was too fast. They thought they could deal with Tian but realized that he was not that easy to deal with. The strange and unpredictable space power was not easy to deal with. It was also a headache to resist, not to mention Tian had mastered time power. I have to thank you for helping me set up a restrictive formation. You must have paid a lot for this formation. Lin Fei smiled happily. The #1 formation grandmaster was indeed famous. Kid, I'll make you wish you were dead. Ultimate God Luo Xian had been famous for a long time and was sent flying with one strike. Although his injury was not serious, he could not take it lying down and flew back to activate the restrictive formation. The restrictive formation once again launched a fierce attack. The formation was set up by Luo Xian and he had complete control over it. It was previously passive, but now that he was personally controlling it, its power was even more extraordinary. Go back to where you came from. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Fei attacked again with his spear. Do you think I won't be prepared? Hierarch Luo Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 6 shields that surrounded him. He did not dare to underestimate Tian's attack. With the protection of the shields, he was not afraid of Tian's attack. Whoosh. The spear transformed into a long rope. With 3 swishing sounds, it wrapped itself around Hierarch Luo Xian's body tightly. Hierarch Luo Xian could not move at all. Let me go. Hierarch Luo Xian kept struggling but was unable to break free. You don't want to deal with me, but your strength? The ultimate gods outside were dumbfounded. Quickly go and save the martial grandmaster. We can't let anything happen to the #1 great grandmaster. The Infernal Alliance's bosses could no longer sit still and hurriedly ordered the ultimate gods outside to take action. They could not let anything happen to the #1 formation grandmaster. Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the 18-layered time array. Even though he hadn't refined the time and space bloodlines, his control over time and space had improved tremendously. Now, spatial energy was in his hands and he could use it however he wanted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The space was distorted. The low-level ultimate gods who rushed up were unable to move even though their faces were red from holding back. They could only watch helplessly without knowing where to put their faces. Whoosh. The spatial energy moved again and the ultimate gods who rushed up were sent flying. They had a hard time stabilizing their bodies with a horrified expression on their faces. The spatial controller was very strong and could easily suppress their attacks. It was their first time encountering such a person. Stand still if you don't want him to die. Lin Fei smiled. I don't have a good temper. His words made the low-level ultimate gods dare not act recklessly. This guy's mastery of spatial energy has improved tremendously again. What the hell? Dongfang Yijian's expression became serious. He still remembered Di Tian's mastery of spatial energy was not as perfect as it was now during their first fight. It was very rough and could be used at will. How could Dongfang Yijian not be shocked? Dongfang Yijian was no longer confident if he were to fight Di Tian again. It would be difficult for him to even attack Di Tian when he only used spatial energy. After all, spatial energy was not just for show. I want to advance to the ultimate god realm as soon as possible. Only by improving my unlimited speed can I avoid spatial energy. Dongfang Yijian secretly swore. Are you sure? Dongfang Wen was also quite surprised when he heard his nephew's words. I'm absolutely sure. His mastery of spatial energy was very rough at that time. Now that it has become so perfect, those low-level ultimate gods can't even touch a hair of Di Tian. Dongfang Yijian could not imagine someone could improve so quickly. Dongfang Wen's eyes also became serious. He has perfect mastery of spatial energy in half a year. Perhaps his other bloodline has also been mastered to the perfect realm. This guy is really not easy to deal with. Dongfang Wen could see that. The other big shots also saw it clearly, and their expressions began to change. No one dared to look down on the mysterious Heaven's World's #1 expert. They originally hoped to trap Di Tian with the restrictive array to consume his divine power. However, something unexpected happened. Di Tian ignored the restrictive array's attacks and even turned the restrictive array into a form of protection for him. It was no longer so easy for them to deal with Di Tian. Now that ultimate god Luo Shen was captured by Di Tian, it meant that they were at a disadvantage. Di Tian's strength had instantly pulled them to a very high position. All of you stand down. The 10 great clans immediately ordered the low-level ultimate gods to retreat. Ultimate god Luo Shen could not die there. The big shots were not sure if Di Tian could kill ultimate god Luo Shen, nor did they dare to try. Brother Di Tian, it was just a small misunderstanding. Why don't you put Luo Shen down first? The Infernal Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master personally spoke. The Deputy Alliance Master's words represented everyone's thoughts. I remember you, the Infernal Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master. Lin Fei smiled. However, you used a restrictive array on me. Just say that it was a misunderstanding. I poked him once. Isn't that a misunderstanding? Whoosh. The long spear swept out and pierced through ultimate god Luo Shen, causing blood to flow. Ultimate god Luo Shen's eyes widened. What does this have to do with me? I can't control it again. Another spear thrust and ultimate god Luo Shen was once again stabbed until he bled profusely. His resentful eyes shot directly at Di Tian. How dare you glare at me? I can't control my hand. Ultimate god Luo Shen suffered another spear thrust. Chapter 1895. P.S. Only one chapter at night. Hierarch Luo Shen felt a chill run down his spine as blood flowed all over his body. His face was abnormally pale. The experts of the Hell Realm sucked in a breath of cold air. Di Tian was indeed the strongest in the profound sky world. This was what everyone was thinking. The #1 Grandmaster of Formations in the Infernal Realm was tormented by Di Tian just like that. He used his strength to tell them what a shameless misunderstanding was. The Vice Alliance Master of the Hell Alliance was instantly replaced by rage. Di Tian, don't go overboard. This is the underworld, not your mysterious sky world. The Deputy Alliance Master's eyes shone with a cold light as he stared at Di Tian, who was in the formation. He was overwhelmed with shock once again. Controlling 2 bloodlines was indeed powerful. Lin Fei did not care about the Deputy Alliance Master's expression. He condensed a void spear and pointed it at Hierarch Luo Shen's throat, causing blood to flow. Too much? Who's going overboard? The ones who are going overboard are your Hell Alliance, including the 10 great clans. Do you really think you can control everything just because you're strong? If you want to deal with me, Di Tian, if you don't show me what you're capable of, don't even think about making me let you go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The surrounding spatial energy revolved, and everyone felt a burst of spatial pressure. The 10 great families and the Hell Alliance felt the power of the space bloodline once more. Space freezing. They could forget about barging in, especially Di Tian, who was hiding in the formation. The Vice Alliance leader had the highest authority in the Hell Alliance. Other than a few extremely powerful experts, he had absolute control over the lives of others. Yet he had no idea how to deal with Tian. I've underestimated Tian. The Deputy Alliance leader thought to himself. This formation is created by ultimate god Luo Xian. It's very difficult to break it. Even a high-level ultimate god like me can't break it. Looks like I can only try to break it by force. A cold glint flashed in the Deputy Alliance Master's eyes as he made a decision. Tian, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you release Luo Xian and hand over 90% of the abyssal immortal fruits, I'll allow you to leave the hell world. This is your last chance. Everyone looked at Tian. The vice chief was enraged. The infernal realm had been one of the most powerful worlds in the past. Time passed and it was still a powerful world. The strength of the Hell Alliance was incomparably terrifying. Even the 10 great families had to lower their heads. Tian was an outsider. Even though he was the #1 expert in the profound sky world, he was nothing in the eyes of the Hell Alliance. Lin Fei snorted disdainfully at this. Handing over the immortal abyss fruit? That's impossible. If you want the immortal abyss fruit, you'll have to exchange it with something else. Otherwise, you'd better save your breath. Lin Fei had nothing to worry about now that his strength had improved so much that he could fight a mid-level ultimate god. 10 great families, listen up. Attack from afar and break the array formation. The Vice Alliance Master immediately ordered. In the face of absolute benefits, the 10 great families had no choice but to act. This time, the number of undying abyssal fruits was all in Tian's hands. This concerned the change in the strength of the 10 great clans, and also the strength of the entire Hell realm. Since the leader of the Hell Alliance had spoken, they had no choice but to act. There were also some who weren't that lucky. For example, the Dongfang family. With no other choice, the godly venerable experts of the 10 clans attacked one after another. Lin Fei was no pushover either. A long rope formed from spatial energy wrapped around divine venerable Luo Xian and swung him back and forth, withstanding most of the attacks. If you don't want this array formation grandmaster to die, just do it. No matter how strong divine venerable Luo Xian was, he couldn't withstand such attacks. Alliance Master Zhang, please stop. Divine venerable Luo Xian wailed with a pained expression. It was also a headache for an ultimate god to attack too many times, especially when he couldn't withstand the attacks. Most of the attacks landed on his body and consumed a lot of energy. He had no choice but to cry out. Alliance Master Zhang was the Vice Alliance Master. Brother Luo Xian, don't worry. The Hell Alliance will remember your contributions to the Hell realm. Alliance Master Zhang's voice was cold like the voice of the underworld. Don't stop, do it. Whoosh. A long and narrow saber light slashed through the air, passing through layers of spatial energy and slashed divine venerable Luo Xian's divine body. Crack, 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 crack. Divine venerable Luo Xian's eyes widened as his divine body shattered into pieces. This Vice Alliance Master is so ruthless. He killed the #1 formation grandmaster just like that. Lin Fei was shocked. A high-level ultimate god's combat power is indeed terrifying. He killed a low-level ultimate god with just one slash. I must be careful. The person who attacked was Alliance Master Zhang. The 10 great clans were stunned for a moment before returning to normal. Between the abyssal immortal fruit and a formation grandmaster, the Hell Alliance had to choose the abyssal immortal fruit. With Alliance Master Zhang taking the lead, it imperceptibly put pressure on everyone. Everyone's attacks became fiercer. 2 hours. 6 hours. Half a day had passed. The array formation was on the verge of collapsing under the joint attacks of many experts as if it would shatter at any time. Alliance Master Zhang sneered. After thinking about it again, Alliance Leader Zhang still decided to sacrifice a Grandmaster in order to kill Tian here. They must not allow him to leave this place. The Hell Alliance had the resources to cultivate a formation Grandmaster. A sacrifice was a sacrifice. Lin Fei was very calm inside the array formation. The 18 primordial avatars' essence, energy, and spirit were at their peak. They were used to deal with Alliance Master Zhang's high-level ultimate god experts. It's coming, it's coming. Gradually, the array formation was unable to hold on. Lin Fei could see cracks on it. As another wave of attacks fell on the array formation, the last bit of energy was used up. The array formation was instantly shattered and Lin Fei was exposed in front of many experts. Die Tian. A low-level ultimate god instantly attacked and came behind Lin Fei with a dark shadow that exuded a cold and gloomy aura. Get out of my way, you useless thing. Lin Fei did not even look at him as he stabbed with his spear. The dark shadow was sent flying and the low-level ultimate god was sent flying. The power of space and time were activated along with the surrounding bloodline power. The low-level ultimate god who attacked was once again in a difficult situation. Lin Fei strode forward like a fish in the water and stabbed with his spear. One by one the low-level ultimate gods were sent flying. Almost no one was a match for Lin Fei. He was invincible among the low-level ultimate gods. No one could take advantage of Lin Fei. Mid-level ultimate god attack. Alliance Master Jianghu ordered again. The mid-level ultimate god experts were disdainful of attacking a junior. However, they could see that the low-level ultimate gods were no match for Dtian. They were the only ones who could deal with Dtian. Dtian with double bloodlines was very powerful. He was worthy for them to attack. I'll do it. A mid-level ultimate god expert from the Wang clan was the first to attack. He was also an elder in the Wang clan called Ultimate God Wang Yuan. He was considered an old antique expert as he coldly glanced at Lin Fei. Fire Yuan Divine Fist. Chapter 1897. The punch was like a hot knife through butter. Boom boom boom. A mid-level ultimate god's combat prowess was still very terrifying and far beyond a low-level ultimate god. Hierarch Wang Yuan forcefully opened up a path in the mud-like space. He squeezed in from the outside and headed straight for Lin Fei, who was not far away. The distance between them was also getting closer. Dtian, you have two bloodlines but you haven't completely mastered them. This is your greatest weakness. Also, your cultivation level is too low, so you can't unleash your full power. Venerable divinity Wang Yuan broke through the spatial force along the way. His face was full of pride. Being able to kill such a monster would greatly benefit him, and so would his entire family. With the battle prowess of a mid-level ultimate god, he was less than a few thousand miles away from Lin Fei in an instant. Intermediate ultimate god, I can finally fight. Wah! The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up as he pounced on ultimate god Wang Yuan. His space force and time force surged over to suppress his opponent's attack. Whoosh! The spatial spear stabbed at venerable Wang Yuan. The current Lin Fei could perfectly control the power of space. The spatial spear he condensed was like a real spear, and the spear also contained the power of time. It was a top-notch weapon. Bam bam bam. Lin Fei's offensive completely broke out, surpassing ultimate god Wang Yuan's speed. The spear lights landed on ultimate god Wang Yuan's body one after another as the power of space and time erupted at the same time. Venerable divinity Wang Yuan's fist technique was tyrannical, but he was still unable to break through the effects of the two attacks. Every time he was half a beat slower and his fist technique would always miss. On the other hand, Dtian's attacks came from all directions. Even though their power was average, it was still very troublesome. What he couldn't accept the most was that he couldn't track Dtian's movements. I'm afraid divinity Wang Yuan can't take down Dtian. With the power of space and time supporting him, he is indeed not easy to deal with. Ultimate god Wang Yuan, who has the battle strength of a mid-level ultimate god, is also affected by the bloodline power and can't unleash his combat strength. The people in the distance were shocked. Dtian's reputation as the mysterious Heaven's World's #1 expert was well-deserved. Even a mid-level ultimate god could not gain the upper hand and was continuously attacked. Fellow Taoist Wang Yuan, let me help you. Me too. Swish swish. Another few intermediate ultimate gods took action. A guy who was not even an ultimate god had forced a mid-level ultimate god to make a move. Whether it was now or in the past, it was extremely brutal. Those low-level ultimate gods suffered a huge blow and felt that their cultivation was a waste. The battle situation did not change much with the addition of a few mid-level ultimate gods. Be careful, this is the time extension rope, specially used to tie people up. Dtian is too shameless. Not again. Their participation was the same. Lin Fei was still very relaxed and didn't feel too much pressure. He didn't fight them head-on and chose to continuously move around and use the strange characteristics of space to suppress them. If the infernal realm only has this much strength, then I'm leaving. Lin Fei kept moving around and did not consume much of his spatial force and time force. He secretly rejoiced that the items on the 18th level were really useful to him. Otherwise, his mastery of those two powers would be less than half of what it was now, and he would not be able to withstand a mid-level ultimate god's attack. The mid-level ultimate gods were furious. Their attacks became fiercer. Unfortunately, very few of their attacks were able to land on Lin Fei. They were either diverted away or landed somewhere else. More and more mid-level ultimate gods took action. There were more than 20 mid-level ultimate gods taking action. Alliance Master Jianghu did not expect Dtian to be so difficult to deal with. More than 20 mid-level ultimate gods were unable to seriously injure Dtian. His expression became more and more serious. Such perfect control. This Tian is too monstrous. Alliance Master Jiang looked into the distance. He's so slippery. It's not easy to deal with him. Why can't the infernal realm have such a genius? Alliance Master Jiang sighed with murderous intent in his eyes. He couldn't let Tian continue to grow. Such a dual bloodline controller would definitely become a strong enemy of the infernal realm in the future. Whoosh. Alliance Master Jiang took the initiative with a thought. He had to do it himself. Even if the opponent was a divine king, he was not an ordinary divine king expert. Swoosh swoosh. Alliance Master Zhang's spatial energy kept exploding as soon as he took action. A golden saber appeared in his hand and slashed at Lin Fei. The saber light shattered the space wherever it passed and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei. He's finally making his move. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He had been on guard against the Deputy Alliance Master's high-level ultimate god since the beginning. Only a high-level ultimate god was worthy of his attention, as a mid-level ultimate god could not even touch him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Fei quickly attacked with his spear. A high-level ultimate god's attack was extremely terrifying. The spatial energy surged like an ocean and was shattered by the high-level ultimate god's power as soon as it surged. The same went for the time energy, but it still affected the power of the attack. Lin Fei did not stop as he stabbed at Alliance Master Jiang with his spatial spear. It's useless. You can't hurt me. Alliance Master Jiang was proud of his strength, as a high-level ultimate god was not just for show. He slashed with his golden saber again and again and broke all the attacks as he quickly closed the distance between them. You should be proud that you're worthy of me personally taking action. Alliance Master Jiang attacked again. The saber light came one after another. The pressure on Lin Fei multiplied. The spatial energy and time energy could not withstand the fierce attack, and he realized the gap between him and a high-level ultimate god. The spatial energy and time energy are still too weak and can be easily shattered by the opponent. However, they're still powerful against low-level and mid-level ultimate gods. Lin Fei figured it out. Spatial storm. Time storm. Lin Fei did not take it head-on. He kept retreating into the space as the huge storm shrouded Alliance Master Jiang. Whoosh. The storm was easily blown away by Alliance Master Zhang's saber. Alliance Master Jiang flew over with his golden saber in hand and sneered at Tian. You can't leave today. Hee, it's not up to you to decide. My legs are on my body. Lin Fei laughed heartily. He took out a spatial storm and a time storm and shot out. Alliance Master Jiang slashed with his golden saber as he chased after Tian. Let's see how long you can last. The spatial storm and time storm were very strong. Alliance Master Jiang did not believe Tian could keep releasing such big moves. Tian would be the one who could not hold on if the time dragged on. It only took a blink of an eye for Alliance Master Jiang to deal with Tian and Tian to leave. By the time everyone came to their senses, both of them had disappeared into the mountains. Just go after them. The 10 super clans leaders dared not stay any longer and hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 1898. Swoosh. Tens of thousands of layers of space were separated as a figure rushed out. Behind him was a fierce saber light with a terrifying aura. A great world appeared. Your saber technique is good, but it's useless against me. The figure in front turned around and said. The space storm and time storm appeared again and shrouded the opponent. The person being chased was Lin Fei, who came out of the secret realm with Alliance Master Jiang behind him. They had been chasing him from the inside and were about 500,000 miles away. The distance was still closing. This is the infernal world. You can't leave. Alliance Master Jiang was not very angry. He just stared coldly and the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped. Controllers, listen up. Hurry up and stop Tian. Alliance Master Zhang's cold voice echoed throughout the entire infernal world. At that moment, the same voice echoed throughout the entire infernal world. Shameless. Lin Fei secretly cursed. Lin Fei could handle ordinary low-level ultimate gods or even mid-level ultimate gods. After all, he had mastered both the space and time bloodlines, which made him a top-level master. It was easy for him to handle them. However, the bloodline power would put a lot of pressure on a master. Lin Fei's speed skyrocketed. I need to find a place that's easy to defend and hard to attack. The infernal world was huge. Lin Fei headed toward the nearest big city. The experts in the infernal world released their divine senses following Alliance Master Zhang's voice. The masters who usually lived in seclusion came out one after another and appeared in the sky. After a moment of hesitation, they flew in one direction. Only a faction like the Infernal Realms Alliance could command them. Thousands of miles away, a big city appeared. Several experts rushed out with serious expressions and stared at the newcomer. Swoosh. The time elemental lock rolled over and tied them up. Lin Fei's spiritual sense swept out and directly searched their souls. Then he left behind a few experts and left. The saber light came from behind and smashed the experts into pieces. Alliance Master Jiang appeared with a cold look in his eyes. The distance between them had shortened by 10,000 miles. Is this the last struggle? I'm quite lucky. The infernal world has more dangerous places than the mysterious heavenly world. There are 7 or 8 of them and the most dangerous one is called Quicksand Galaxy. Lin Fei quickly flipped through his memories. North. Lin Fei determined that this was the most suitable place for him, especially the Quicksand Milky Way. It could be said that there was no other place more suitable for him than this. Lin Fei wanted to snicker. This place was perfect for him. Lin Fei turned around and headed north. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Monstrous waves surged forward. Lin Fei's entire body was pulled into the vast ocean, and waves of power washed over him. Water controller. Sure enough, at the end of the ocean stood a middle-aged man. Hell realm, don't you dare be presumptuous. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sky was filled with water arrows and the sky darkened in an instant. Lin Fei did not care about ordinary ultimate gods. He only cared about these controllers. Their bloodline power was still very terrifying. Otherwise, the controllers would not have such a prominent position. You're just a water controller. You think I'm afraid of you? The ocean was like mud, and it also had a trace of spatial characteristics. Any expert who entered it would have their combat power greatly reduced, but not Lin Fei. With a thought, his main body and primordial doppelganger switched places. At that moment, Lin Fei appeared with a soft body of water. Open. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei shouted, and the sky full of water arrows scattered. The waves split apart and he instantly flew out. Go. With a wave of his hand, water arrows appeared again, shooting toward the middle-aged man on the waves. The middle-aged man's expression changed and he hurriedly blocked. Water bloodline power? Alliance Master Jiang, who was behind, was stunned, and he suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. How is this possible? Top-notch double bloodlines are already very rare. How can he master the water bloodline power? Is he an expert in water? Alliance Master Jiang was very knowledgeable, but he could not explain it. Double bloodlines were very rare and triple bloodlines were even rarer. Don't worry, don't worry. The controllers are here and they will keep attacking Tion. They will definitely stop him. Alliance Master Jiang regained his confidence. There were really many controllers in the Hell Realm. The first to appear was the water controller. A moment later the earth controller appeared. Heavy mountains pressed down, turning the surroundings into a world of earth. Lin Fei easily broke through. Metal controller, ice controller, poison controller, these controllers appeared one by one. But when these controllers dared to attack, they helplessly found that their moves were easily countered by Tion. Instead they were flustered. More than a dozen controllers attacked, but not a single one could stop Tion for even a moment. What the hell? How can there be such a monster? Could it be that he can break the moves we're controlling in a short time? The controllers expressed their incomprehension. They had never encountered such a thing before, and they could only watch as the other party left right under their noses. This feeling of helplessness was not to mention how sullen they felt. They were all controllers. Little did they know that Lin Fei had plundered all the controllers' cultivation techniques on the 18th floor. Coupled with the 18 bloodline powers he cultivated, he could easily break the moves of some of the controllers present. He's going to the Quicksand Galaxy. Alliance Master Jiang saw through the other party's thoughts. In just a short period of time, Tion managed to escape after more than a dozen attempts. He realized that Tion was a terrifying enemy. The mysterious heavenly world really had an amazing monster. The most unacceptable thing was that Tion had the abyssal immortal fruit that the Hell Realm needed the most. The Quicksand Galaxy was a terrifying and dangerous place. It was a special life form that could devour everything. Alliance Master Jiang did not dare to go there. We can't let him enter the Quicksand Galaxy. Alliance Master Zhang's aura exploded again as his body exuded a cold killing intent. His speed increased and surpassed everyone as he appeared behind Tion. The golden blade was thrust out. Boom. A terrifying blade slashed out. The myriad layers of space and time power around Lin Fei were shattered. The residual light fell on his body, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Alliance Master Zhang's first slash was successful and followed up with another slash. His timing was impeccable and he did not give Lin Fei any chance to resist. Each slash contained the battle prowess of a high-level ultimate god. Lin Fei was instantly hit by a terrifying blow. His blood was boiling. The space and time power had no effect on a high-level ultimate god. A high-level ultimate god is indeed not someone I can handle right now. Lin Fei was not disappointed as the realm gap was there. Chapter 1899. Alliance Leader Zhang is the best. That guy can't run away this time. With Alliance Leader Zhang's help, a mere divine king is a piece of cake. The controllers and the others did not attack again. With a high-level ultimate god like Alliance Leader Zhang taking action, there was indeed no need for them to do anything. They had lost their confidence after the previous ordeal. They did not know if they could capture Tian. What if they still failed? What would happen to their reputation? They also hoped that Alliance Leader Jianghu could capture that demon and prevent him from growing. Once he ascended to the ultimate god realm, he would probably be able to sweep away all ultimate god experts. That was not an exaggeration. They knew it very well. Alliance Leader Zhang's attack was very strong. One slash after another, a majestic power crushed over. Alliance Leader Jianghu was also helpless. His long-range attacks would be weakened and he could only attack in close range. It had been many years since he encountered such a situation. He must capture Tian today. It was something that Alliance Leader Jianghu had to do. At the same time, it also concerned the overall strength of the infernal world in the future. He had to guard against the divine world that was eyeing him covetously. Subconsciously, Alliance Leader Jianghu still hoped to persuade Tian to surrender and add another demon expert to the infernal world. Forget about surrendering. I have no intention of joining another world. Lin Fei shook his head and used his spatial and time powers to resist the attack. Alliance Leader Zhang's power surged again and pressed down on Tian. You're resisting stubbornly. You're just an ant in front of my power. That's not necessarily true. You can't stop me if I want to leave. Lin Fei did not plan to use his 18 primordial avatars. Even if he used them together, they might not be a match for a high-level ultimate god. At most, they could hold on for a while longer. Invincible defense activate. As soon as the defense was activated, Lin Fei shot out. Alliance Leader Jianghu thought he had won when he saw Tian had given up resisting. He slashed at Tian twice to severely injure him. Tian had too many secrets. Alliance Leader Jianghu did not want to kill Tian so quickly. It might be helpful if he could get his hands on Tian's secrets. He's fine. With 2 strikes, Alliance Master Jianghu was well aware of the situation. However, at that moment, Tian was fine and had once again distanced himself from him. Alliance Master Jianghu was in disbelief as his eyes lit up. Tian must have an ultimate god treasure that can withstand a high-level ultimate god's attack. This ultimate god treasure belongs to me now that he can block my attack. At Alliance Master Zhang's level, ordinary treasures were nothing to him. Only the best among divinity venerable rank treasures would be pleasing to the eye. Lin Fei chose to use his invincible defense to resist. The 2 slashes still consumed a lot of divine power. After all, a high-level ultimate god was not an ordinary expert. With Alliance Leader Zhang's hesitation, Lin Fei increased his speed once again. He didn't give Alliance Leader Jianghu a chance to get close to him. He turned into a streak of light and flew towards the quicksand galaxy. Boom boom boom. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Alliance Master Jianghu tried to stop him every time, but he never succeeded. Any attack would be blocked. From afar, Qin Wendian saw that Alliance Lord Jianghu had unleashed over 100 attacks. Regardless of how strong or weak the attacks were, all of them were blocked by Tian. This caused his scalp to turn numb. If he was in Tian's shoes, he probably would not have been able to hold on. Alliance Master Jianghu was even more concerned about this divinity venerable rank treasure. If he had this treasure, he would be the most powerful high-level ultimate god and could challenge a peak ultimate god expert. A silver light appeared in front of him. Half an hour had passed since the 2 of them fled and chased. Lin Fei finally got close to the quicksand galaxy as he wished. That silver light should be the quicksand galaxy. It's a place where special life forms are born. Although the quicksand galaxy was far away, it was not a long distance in the eyes of an expert like Lin Fei. He knew he had found the place he was looking for when he saw the silver light. Alliance Master Jianghu, who was behind, panicked. In the distance, large patches of silver light hung down like a curtain from the sky. It was silvery white and holy. However, everyone in the infernal world knew that the quicksand galaxy was the most dangerous place. Almost no one was willing to come here or get close to it. The people behind him were shocked when they saw the quicksand galaxy. Crazy. Is Tian going to rush in and die in there? How can he do that? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei quickly rushed into the silver light. What looked like a sheet of silver light suddenly shot out tens of thousands of tiny particles towards Lin Fan. It's actually a type of bug. As the particles approached, Lin Fei used his divine sense to investigate. He was shocked to find that the silver light was actually formed by a group of bugs. These bugs were so small that they were almost indistinguishable. This should be the silver light bug. It has time and devouring properties. The silver light bugs landed on his body and started gnawing at the godly armor. Even though the godly armor was tough, it didn't take long for it to gnaw out small dents. What a terrifying silver light bug. Lin Fei used the power of space and slashed. There were countless silver light bugs. After one batch died, another batch would come. The most terrifying thing was that every time a batch was killed, the strength of the second batch would increase by a large amount. If he entered the depths, he would not be able to return. Alliance Master Jianghu stopped his attack. The bigger the commotion in the quicksand Milky Way, the more silver light bugs would be attracted. Alliance Master Jianghu was also very cautious and did not dare to cause too much of a commotion. If Di Tian really went in, Alliance Master Jianghu would not know how to explain it to everyone. He could not possibly say that he forced Di Tian to go in. Then he would really become a sinner of the infernal realm and would never be able to raise his head again. How hateful. Why does Di Tian have such a powerful godly venerable defensive treasure? Alliance Master Jianghu was extremely resentful, but he also knew that he had lost his best opportunity. Di Tian, you have nowhere to run. Behind you is a dead end. You are so young and already so powerful. Do you want to die here? Alliance Master Jianghu said coldly. As long as you hand over the abyssal immortal fruit and join the infernal realm, it will not be difficult for you to transform your godly power and establish a sect in the infernal realm. In the future, you will even be able to enter the Infernal Alliance's Elder Guild. The silver light bugs kept attacking. Lin Fei could still eat the bugs. I still say the same thing. If you surrender, forget it. Lin Fei still shook his head. You know that behind me is a dead end. You have no way of capturing me. Why don't you listen to my opinion? Alliance Master Jianghu did not dare to force Di Tian. Negotiation? Fine. Speak. This was what Lin Fei wanted. I have no interest in the abyssal immortal fruit of the infernal realm. I joined the abyssal hell out of curiosity. Who asked me to like exploring? If you had discovered me back then, I would not have entered. Don't you think so? Alliance Master Zhang's eyebrows twitched. As if I would believe you. Chapter 1900. Negotiate. Lin Fei had millions of immortal abyss fruits in his possession, many of which were supreme-grade immortal abyss fruits. It was an existence that would make anyone jealous, but to him, it was just a bargaining chip. Is this why you came to Quicksand Galaxy? Alliance Master Jianghu stared at Di Tian, doubting the veracity of his words. Could this be a last-ditch struggle? Regardless, Alliance Master Jianghu did not want Di Tian to rush into Quicksand Galaxy and cause the immortal abyss fruits to be destroyed. He could not bear the responsibility. As long as I can get the immortal abyss fruits without going in. Sure. Alliance Master Jianghu said, whatever you want, as long as you can take it out, the infernal realm will satisfy you. As for your immortal abyss fruits, Lin Fei smiled. The immortal abyss fruits I have are from the 18th level. You all know that 10 chaos years or even 20 chaos years are not a small number. It is you who will have to pay the price. The words 18th level provoked everyone. Everyone knew that no one had entered the 18th level for a very long time. Until now, only 3 God Emperors had entered, and Di Tian was the 4th person. Straightforward enough. Alliance Master Jianghu said, now tell me what you want. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, I am not interested in anything else but Godheads. I was interested in God King Godheads before, but now I am interested in godly venerable Godheads. I want you to take out godly venerable Godheads. Give me 1,000 godly venerable Godheads first. What? Everyone was in an uproar. No one could have guessed that Di Tian would make such a request. In their minds, there was nothing else but cultivation techniques, divine weapons and treasures. But he just had to ask for godly venerable Godheads. That was a very big request. 1,000 godly venerable Godheads. What a huge number. Alliance Master Zhang's face darkened again. That is impossible. The entire infernal realm probably cannot produce 1,000 godly venerable Godheads. Others might not know the use of godly venerable Godheads. As the Infernal Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master, he knew the inside story. Godly venerable Godheads could be used to refine puppets and create pseudo-godly experts. The role of an ultimate god's divine spark had become very important. Alliance Master Jiang subconsciously rejected the offer of 1,000. If you can't come up with 1,000 godly venerable godheads, don't even think about getting a single abyssal immortal fruit. Lin Fei said, if the infernal world loses this batch of resources, when the barrier disappears, the experts of the divine world will deal with the infernal world first. With 8 god emperors who can stop them. In any case, I won't be the one to suffer losses. You. Alliance Master Zhang glared at him, unable to respond. The immortal abyssal fruit was too important. The infernal realm needed these resources, especially the abyssal undying fruits. Some of them came from the 18th level, and the quality was unimaginably good. They would be of great help to them in improving their strength. It's 1,500 god venerable grade godheads. Lin Fei said with a smile, for every word you say I'll add 500. If you're not convinced, you can come in and catch me. Alliance Master Zhang's entire face was about to turn green. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't explode. The bosses outside were all secretly cursing Di Tian for being shameless. This was extortion. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave this place after you obtain the hierarch grade godhead? In the end, it will return to the Infernal Union's hands. What good is that for you? No one understood Di Tian's motive. One sword, do you feel that Di Tian is struggling on his deathbed? Dong Fangwen frowned slightly. Even someone as astute as him couldn't tell what was going on. The quicksand Milky Way was a dangerous place. If Di Tian wasn't putting up a last-ditch struggle, was he going to go against the flow? Dongfang Yijin shook his head with a bitter smile. My child has fought with him a few times. I always feel that he is full of secrets. In my opinion, Di Tian will not struggle on his deathbed. He must have a purpose, but I can't figure out what it is. He is very strong, and Alliance Master Zhang only managed to gain the upper hand by suppressing him. If Di Tian wants to make a comeback, he must advance to the ultimate god realm. It's very difficult for a divine king to advance to the ultimate god realm. He can't advance to the ultimate god realm here. Strange, truly strange. Dong Fangwen shook his head again. Becoming an ultimate god? It was easier said than done. Especially under such circumstances. Alliance Master Zhang would not give Di Tian the chance to advance and would definitely stop him. It was harder than ascending to the ultimate god realm in such a place. 1,500 pieces. I need to discuss it with everyone. Alliance Master Zhang said in a deep voice. He didn't dare to say anything else lest another 500 was added. Lin Fei nodded. 1,500 pieces of ultimate godheads. I can give you 10 Chaos Year Abyss Immortal Fruits for 100,000 pieces. The veins on Alliance Master Zhang's face bulged when he heard that. No, it's too little. It must be 500,000. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm sorry I have it. It's up to me how much I give. It's not up to you to decide. If you don't want it, you can choose to reject it. I've made myself clear. Alliance Master Zhang wished he could rush in and kill Di Tian on the spot. However, Di Tian had an ultimate god defensive treasure that could withstand a high-level ultimate god's attack. Alliance Master Zhang was not confident he could kill Di Tian in the shortest time possible. Alliance Master Zhang would never agree to take out a few thousand pieces of ultimate godheads. Agree. Suddenly, Alliance Master Zhang heard a loud voice. Everyone saw a black-robed man stepping out of the void and appearing outside the quicksand galaxy in the blink of an eye. His loud voice was like a bell that resounded throughout the infernal realm. The Grand Alliance Master is here. I heard the Grand Alliance Master has been in seclusion for a long time. I heard it's been a few hundred chaos years. He's the strongest expert in the infernal realm apart from Divine Emperor experts. He's already a peak ultimate god expert. Di Tian is really influential. Even the Alliance Master of the infernal realm is here. Everyone present was one of the top figures in the infernal realm. When the black-robed man arrived, everyone quietened down. Grand Alliance Master. Alliance Master Zhang came to his senses and greeted respectfully while lowering his stance. But his request is too high. That's an ultimate godhead. Our infernal realm only has a limited number. The Grand Alliance Master was dressed in a black robe with his entire face hidden under the cloak. Even if someone looked at him, they would not be able to see his face clearly. I understand. The Grand Alliance Master said, Go and prepare. Alliance Master Zhang did not speak anymore. Although he was the Deputy Alliance Master with the combat strength of a high-level ultimate god, he still felt pressured in front of the Grand Alliance Master who was the strongest person below the Divine Emperor. The black-robed Grand Alliance Master's appearance made Lin Fei's hair stand on end. He gave off a very dangerous aura. Chapter 1901. The Grand Alliance Master had arrived. He immediately agreed to Di Tian's condition to exchange an ultimate godhead for the immortal abyss fruit. It was a surprising outcome. Although it was a surprise, the big shots at the scene secretly gasped upon the Grand Alliance Master's appearance. The Grand Alliance Master was not one to negotiate. Agreeing so readily was not a good thing. The Infernal Alliance moved as soon as the Grand Alliance Master spoke. Only the Infernal Alliance Master could offer an ultimate godhead so readily. This person is very dangerous. He's at least a peak ultimate god. Lin Fei was very sensitive to danger. The Grand Alliance Master realized the black-robed man was not as simple as he appeared. I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeves. I can advance to the ultimate god realm once I get my hands on an ultimate godhead. My space and time powers will be greatly enhanced. It won't be a problem for me to advance to a mid-level ultimate god. Lin Fei was secretly on guard, but he was not too nervous. So what if he was a peak ultimate god? I like straightforward people the most. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Since you're willing to give me a hierarch grade godhead so readily, why don't you give me some god king grade godheads as well? Maybe 1 million or so. If that's not enough, you can also give me a heavenly god grade godhead. I still have some abyssal immortal fruits that can't be shown in public. The people in the distance secretly scolded Di Tian for being shameless. He actually dared to say such things to the Grand Alliance Master. He must be courting death. However, they would not speak at that moment. The Grand Alliance Master was the most powerful person there and they were not qualified to speak for the time being. The strongest expert in the mysterious heavens world is indeed worthy of his reputation. The Grand Alliance Master's expression remained unchanged. It's just a divine king godhead. Sure, no problem. Heavenly godhead is no problem either. It was Lin Fei's turn to be puzzled. He really agreed. There must be a conspiracy. Lin Fei was once again on guard as he secretly opened the system. Secretly scanned the surrounding hundreds of millions of miles. I don't believe this guy isn't plotting something. System scanning in progress. Lin Fei was not worried about being exposed as the system scanning was a different kind of scanning. This feeling of having everything under control was really great. Ding. A high-level ultimate god expert has been spotted 15 million miles to the east. Ding. Discovered a high-level ultimate god expert 10 million miles to the west. Ding. Discovered a high-level ultimate god expert 6,100,000 miles to the south. Lin Fei inwardly cursed the Infernal Realm Alliance for being shameless. Shameless? Too shameless? They actually set up an ambush around here. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. In a short period of time, the system scanned the surroundings for danger. There were 13 high-level ultimate gods lurking around. At the same time, there were 2 peak ultimate gods 40 million miles away. Their positions formed a triangle with the Alliance Master so they could take action in the shortest time possible no matter what happened. Lin Fei was also impressed by the Infernal Alliance's strength. The mysterious heavenly world strength was much weaker as it was not easy to find a high-level ultimate god. On the other hand, the Infernal Alliance was different. They were indeed very strong, but no one knew how many of them were secretly cultivating. The strength they had displayed was enough to shock people. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced after the results of the system scan were out. Lin Fei was prepared to be besieged when he broke into the Quicksand Galaxy. The only thing he did not expect was for the Infernal Alliance to send out all their experts for the abyssal immortal fruits. What kind of strength was 13 high-level ultimate gods? You guys never expected me to have the system. Lin Fei remained calm as he knew what they were planning to do. It was nothing more than a surprise attack. They were hiding in the dark while he was out in the open. His chances of winning were still very high. Most importantly, there were 3 peak ultimate gods. Their trump card should be the 2 peak ultimate gods hiding in the dark. I like this, then give me 10 million God King rank godheads and 100 million heavenly god rank godheads. Lin Fei said with a smile. I believe that shouldn't be a problem, right? Alliance Master Jianghu, who was standing behind the Alliance Master, had been trying to kill Di Tian. In his opinion, Di Tian was being insatiable. Although he did not know what tricks Di Tian was playing, there must be a problem. Permission granted. The Alliance Master said, this thing may be useful when he's alive, but it's useless after he's dead. It's not as important as the abyssal immortal fruits. Then I'll wait for your item. Alliance Master, Di Tian is very cunning. He's famous in the mysterious Tianxian world. I think it's better to be careful. Alliance Master Zhang secretly transmitted his voice. Don't worry too much about a kid who's barely an ultimate god. Feng and Langya are here. The Alliance Master said indifferently with an air of superiority. They'll be back sooner or later. Alliance Master Zhang was delighted. They've also come out of seclusion? That's great. Di Tian won't be able to escape this time. The 18th level abyssal immortal fruits are related to the future of the infernal world. It's necessary for them to come out of seclusion. The Alliance Master continued, let him be happy for a while. The moment he lets his guard down will be the moment he suppresses us. Alliance Master Zhang raised his head again with a flash of light in his eyes. The Infernal Alliance moved quickly. The high-level ultimate gods hiding in the space were also moving. They were very well hidden. Even divine senses could not detect them. Only the system could detect them. They had moved 3 to 4 million miles in just half an hour. Each of them was about 7 to 8 million miles away from Lin Fei. That distance was not a big deal for the high-level ultimate gods. Lin Fei pretended not to see them as the system was monitoring him at all times. Among them, the 2 peak ultimate gods were the closest and were less than 2 million miles away from him. It only took a thought. Lin Fei had to admit that the Infernal Alliance was quite capable to be able to sneak up on him without revealing any fluctuations. Lin Fei suspected that the high-level ultimate gods had another identity, a controller, and a special controller. No one could avoid his divine senses and sneak within millions of miles of him except for a special controller. It was almost certain death to be ambushed at that distance. With the invincible shield, Lin Fei could withstand the attack. Lin Fei retreated slightly while waiting and kept approaching the center of the quicksand galaxy. In the eyes of outsiders, he seemed to be frightened by the peak ultimate god. The Alliance Master did not suspect that Di Tian had seen through the people hiding in the dark. That was one of the Infernal Alliance's secret killer moves that had never been exposed. They would not have come to this if they had not found out too late. They're here. The Infernal Alliance's mid-level ultimate gods had arrived with something. Your things are here. Chapter 1902. The ultimate god divine cores were beautiful. More than 1,000 god venerable grade godheads attracted everyone's attention. There are a total of 6,000 ultimate god divine cores here, said the Grand Alliance Master. Everything is prepared according to your request. You can check it yourself if you don't believe me. There's no need to check. These are indeed ultimate god divine cores. Lin Fei nodded as he had scanned them with the system. They were genuine ultimate god divine cores. I can give you 400,000 ordinary abyssal immortal fruits. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A huge pile of abyssal immortal fruits appeared in front of Lin Fei. A total of 400,000 abyssal immortal fruits. They piled up like a mountain. Here you go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Grand Alliance Master waved his hand and the ultimate god divine cores flew over. Unsure if it was intentional or not, the ultimate god divine cores turned into terrifying attacks. You're still using this trick? How petty. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the ultimate god level godhead that was flying towards him. He secretly activated his invincible defense and stretched out his hand. The ultimate god level godhead fell into his palm. At the same time, his other hand was not free as he swept the 400,000 abyssal immortal fruits out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were abyssal immortal fruits in all directions. Senior, you're better at controlling your strength than me, Lin Fei said as he grabbed the ultimate god divine cores. One by one the ultimate god divine cores fell into his hand. In the blink of an eye, there were 400 to 500 ultimate god divine cores in his hand. Young friend Di Tian, you're really young and promising. The Grand Alliance Master was unmoved. In reality he was secretly shocked. Every ultimate god's godhead that he had casually flung out contained a terrifying amount of energy. Ordinary low-level ultimate gods would not be able to withstand the impact of that energy, yet Di Tian from the mysterious heavenly world had withstood it just like that. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. Although he was shocked, the Grand Alliance Master recovered quickly. The abyssal immortal fruits flew in all directions as the people on the periphery picked them. Before long, all 400,000 abyssal immortal fruits were collected. Everyone was excited. Finally, ultimate god divine cores. Only the infernal world could afford to take out 6,000 ultimate god godheads. Moreover, it was an easy task to collect a few thousand ultimate god godheads. The amount of divine power consumed was astronomical. Ascend to ultimate god. With 100 hierarch rank godheads in his hands, Lin Fei quickly used them to advance his cultivation. While Lin Fei was collecting the godheads, the high-level ultimate gods lurking around once again closed the distance between them. The Grand Alliance Master suddenly launched an attack when Lin Fei showed signs of weakness. Freeze. The Great Alliance Master personally took action. He suddenly pointed his finger and the power of his bloodline blasted out. Surprisingly, it was also the power of space and it was 100 times denser than Lin Fei's. It was like a vast ocean, surging and majestic. Lin Fei's position was completely fixed. It was too fast. If Lin Fei's spatial force was 50% of his strength, then the Great Alliance Master's strength was 10%. Crack 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 crack. Lin Fei felt his body being enveloped by a powerful energy, making him unable to move. Even though he knew that this black-robed man was very dangerous, he hadn't expected him to also have a spatial bloodline. Little friend Di Tian, it really wasn't easy to deal with you. The Great Alliance leader laughed. Swish swish. The high-level ultimate gods lurking around also followed suit. Earth cage. Gravitational space. Lin Fei's body was suddenly shrouded by various powers. Any of those powers could seriously injure a low-level ultimate god. The 10 super clans were also shocked, but at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. It would not be difficult to obtain the immortal fruit as long as Di Tian was suppressed. No one thought Di Tian would be able to leave. The Great Alliance Master had personally taken action. Lin Fei did not struggle as his opponent's spatial force was stronger than his. Struggling would be of no use. Senior, aren't you afraid that you'll offend someone by taking action today? Lin Fei said, if I were you, I'd rather choose to make a deal than use this method. Di Tian, don't try to scare me. No one will believe you. Alliance Master Jianghu sneered. You're now a prisoner. You don't have the right to speak. The two peak ultimate gods also appeared in the dark. This kind of junior will spill all his secrets if we capture him. The Black Wind Alliance Master coldly said, I'd like to know what secrets are hidden on the 18th floor. The Black Wind Alliance Master walked over. I also want to know the secrets of the 18th floor. Another white-clothed Wolf Fang Alliance Master smiled and said. The Black Wind Alliance Master raised his hand and his arm expanded as he grabbed at Lin Fei. The extremely sturdy space did not seem to exist in front of the Black Wind Alliance Master. Divine King Army, move out. Lin Fei needed time. Just a moment ago, he had consumed 100 ultimate god godheads and had advanced to the ultimate god realm. He was currently refining the time bloodline and no one could trap him once the time bloodline was activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei shouted as a black mass of Divine King Realm experts flew out. What the hell is this? The Black Wind Alliance Master was drowned by a group of Divine King Realm experts. Everyone's jaws dropped as soon as the Divine King Army appeared. They could not believe it was real. The number of Divine King Realm experts was not in the hundreds or thousands. There were at least 100,000 of them. Even the low-level ultimate gods were secretly shocked by their terrifying aura. Who the hell is he? He has a terrifying Divine King Army with him. Divine King Realm experts were still the mainstream force. They could also be considered the backbone force. He had brought over 100,000 God Kings this time, and they all obeyed Di Tian's orders. That was shocking enough. Even the Alliance Master of the Hell Alliance was quite shocked. If you want to capture me, Di Tian, you'll have to have the ability first. Lin Fei's voice resounded throughout the infernal world. When there were a lot of people, their power would converge and become a terrifying existence. The Black Wind Alliance Master was surrounded by the Divine King Realm experts. Although the Divine King Realm experts could not cause too much damage to the peak ultimate gods, it was enough to make the Alliance Master flustered and furious. I've really underestimated you, Di Tian. The Black Wind Alliance Master punched a 5-star Divine King and blew him up on the spot. Do you think you can stop me with these trash? Bang, bang, bang. Only a peak ultimate god had the confidence to say such words. I'll help you. The Wolf Fang Alliance Master also felt a little uneasy. Di Tian must have a big secret. Even they could not bring so many Divine King Realm experts with them. With those Divine King Realm experts, they could do whatever they wanted in the Divine King Realm. Even a low-level ultimate god would have to watch them leave. The Black Wind Alliance Master did not stop the Wolf Fang Alliance from helping. Chapter 1903. The two peak ultimate gods shamelessly took action to prevent any unforeseen events. They had no choice but to fight. The two peak ultimate gods' strength was not to be underestimated as they forcefully carved out a path for themselves. There was a saying that many ants could bite an elephant to death. There was no lack of 9 stars Divine Kings among the Divine King experts and their combat strength was not to be underestimated. The two peak ultimate gods had more or less suffered a lot of attacks with some injuries on their bodies, but it was not a big problem. The fact that the weak godly monarchs were charging at them one after another made them rather displeased. They did not dare to imagine what would happen if Tian had an ultimate god with him instead of a divine king. At that moment, they wanted to figure out Chu Tian's secret. They even suspected that those divine kings were brought out from the 18th floor. No one in the entire hell world except for the 3 divine emperors knew the secret of the 18th floor. No one dared to ask about it, and the 3 divine emperors had not been involved in the outside world for a long time. They did not want to let go of the opportunity. That's amazing. Fortunately, Tian did not immediately release the divine king army. Yes, otherwise we would not be able to handle it. The 2 alliance masters are awesome. Killing divine kings is as easy as drinking water. It shouldn't take long for the 2 alliance masters to take down Tian. The abyssal immortal fruit in his possession will also be found. The 10 great clans were very quiet at that moment. They were all scared out of their wits by more than 100,000 divine kings. Although they were on a big mission, they had never seen so many divine kings gathered together and listening to one person's orders. It was not easy. The time it took to burn a stick of incense quickly passed. Then another hour passed. The dense crowd of divine kings continued to decrease. Lin Fei, who was imprisoned in the space, was not distressed by the decreasing number of divine kings. Instead, he wholeheartedly focused on refining the time bloodline. He refined it one by one. Soon, Lin Fei was going all out. As for using the token, Lin Fei had no intention of doing so. How many people would believe him if he took it out? He might as well not take it out. A full hour passed. 2/3 of the 100,000 god kings were killed. The 2 peak ultimate gods were also a little tired. They gritted their teeth when they saw Tian, who was being protected in the middle. How could a dignified big shot be tortured like that? Your subordinates are all dead. Let's see what else you can do. The Black Wind Alliance master killed a 3-star divine king with a single sword strike, but he did not dare to use too much power, lest he attracted a large number of silver light worms. Hence his speed was so slow. Haha, whether there is a way or not, you'll know once you try. Lin Fei was unmoved. As for the 2 of you, you should take your time to deal with my subordinates. Make sure that the energy fluctuations aren't too big. The leaders of the Black Wind Alliance and the Wolf Fang Alliance glared fiercely at Tian. Their actions weren't slow either. Another hour passed by. The God King powerhouses were scattered all over the place, unable to resist at all. The 2 peak ultimate gods could be easily killed. There were only a few divine kings standing around Lin Fei. The Black Wind Alliance master casually killed a God King expert that charged at him. From what I see, there's nothing you can do. Whoosh. The Black Wind Alliance master grabbed Tian and was about to capture him. Any secrets would be revealed. I'm sorry, but you still can't do it. Another group of black figures appeared and blocked in front of Lin Fei. The Black Wind Alliance master's grab missed again as he caught a few God King experts. That's right. Lin Fei released another group of God King experts. There were not many of them, only about 50,000. He had been carrying them around for times like this. The Black Wind Alliance master was about to vomit blood. Again? The Wolf Fang Alliance master had the same expression. Since when did God King experts become so common? They were about to vomit blood when they killed 100,000 God King experts previously. Now, another 50,000 God King experts appeared. Wasn't that bullying? While they were hesitating, the God King experts attacked first with various attacks, forcing them to take action. After all, they were not sandbags that could only stand still. The Grand Alliance master frowned in the distance. This can't go on. The Grand Alliance master shook his head. 2 groups of God Kings appeared. No one knew if there would be a God King in the next wave. Just now, the Grand Alliance master had been paying attention to Tian. He thought that Tian had brought a small space with him. Otherwise, how could he store God King experts? In the end, he didn't find anything. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. The Grand Alliance master felt a tinge of unease. Previously, he was prepared to use spatial power to seal the exit to prevent Tian from sending people out. I have to do it myself. The Grand Alliance master disappeared and appeared behind Tian. He stretched out his pale palm. You are very capable. Unfortunately, you are not from the Hell world. No one would have thought that the Great Alliance master would also make a move when the other 2 Alliance masters made a move. Everyone present wasn't stupid. They could tell what was going on. Everything was because Tian was too mysterious. The Grand Alliance master had no choice but to take action. Fortunately, this was the Hell world. No one could bear the fury of the Hell Alliance, let alone the Grand Alliance master, who was the strongest person below the God Emperor. In the system, one by one the time bloodline was refined. In order to refine it as fast as possible, Lin Fei went all out and burned his divine power without holding back. The speed of refining also increased rapidly. His time bloodline, which was originally stuck at the God King realm, finally broke through the bottleneck after refining the time bloodline. The power of time changed again. When the Grand Alliance Master grabbed him, Lin Fei's eyes shone brightly. A majestic and turbulent river of time jumped out. The river of time at that moment had undoubtedly undergone a huge change compared to before. When the river of time appeared, the thick power of time spread in all directions. The palm that was about to land on Lin Fei was also blocked by the power of time and became abnormally slow. Whoosh! The river of time whipped toward the Grand Alliance Master behind him. Your power of time has actually entered the ultimate God level. The Grand Alliance Master exclaimed. His spatial power was at the ultimate God level, but it was still very terrifying. If he advanced to the Divine Emperor realm, his strength would undergo a huge change. Good eyesight. The power of time on the river of time spread out in circles. The Black Wind Alliance Master and Wolf Fang Alliance Master, who were still killing God Kings, changed their expressions. They were affected by the power of time and their attack speed slowed down. How is this possible? They could suppress Di Tian previously because his bloodline power was at the God King level. But now, how could they explain it? It was not easy for them to resist the ultimate God level time power. Among the bloodline powers, time and space were extremely rare bloodline powers. It was even more difficult to break through. Whoosh. Chapter 1904. No one expected Di Tian to turn the tables after being in a disadvantageous position. The Grand Alliance Master had no choice but to defend himself with the River of Time. It was obvious that he was quite afraid of the River of Time. Lin Fei finally had time to escape with the Grand Alliance Master's defense. The time power collided with the space power and finally managed to escape. The Black Wind Alliance Master and Wolf Fang Alliance Master were already affected by the River of Time and could only watch Di Tian regain his freedom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he escaped, Lin Fei was like a fish in the ocean as his body kept changing positions. The Black Wind Alliance Master and Wolf Fang Alliance Master reacted quickly and quickly attacked with their powers that shook the heavens and the earth. The River of Time was also summoned back by Lin Fei and collided with the two Alliance Masters' attacks. At the same time, he kept moving and was already standing in the center of the Quicksand Galaxy. The silver lights in the sky gathered together. They could not break through the River of Time as they were blocked outside by the River of Time. We're safe for now. There's no need to attack. The Grand Alliance Master shattered the stagnant River of Time and waved his hand at the two Alliance Masters. He understood that they had lost their best opportunity. Di Tian, who was in the center of the Quicksand Galaxy, was no longer someone they could deal with. The Quicksand Galaxy was a special life form after all. If it was overly stimulated and went berserk, Hell World would inevitably suffer. Di Tian, who had mastered the River of Time, would also become more difficult to deal with. The power of an ultimate god's River of Time greatly increased and was enough to affect the ultimate god realm. The Black Wind Alliance Master and Wolf Fang Alliance Master reluctantly stopped. They were so close. They would have captured Di Tian long ago if not for the Divine King's sudden appearance and not wasted their efforts. The 10 great clans were dumbfounded. They had previously said that Di Tian was doomed. It seemed like they had no other way as the three peak ultimate gods had stopped attacking. It was difficult for them to imagine what had happened to Di Tian in such a short time. You've disappointed me. Lin Fei was not worried about the Grand Alliance Master's attack as the ultimate god's River of Time was not an exaggeration. I was planning to cooperate and trade with you, but it seems like you don't want the immortal fruit anymore. The Grand Alliance Master and the others were unhappy. He was the one who made the move, and they were the ones who made the trade. Little friend Di Tian, this is the reality. You have our items in your hands. Since your strength isn't enough, it's only natural for us to act against you. Right now you have nothing to lose. The Grand Alliance leader spoke. Lin Fei also admired their shamelessness. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that it made sense. If you weren't strong enough, there would always be people who wanted to beat you up. What do you say now? Lin Fei would not pursue this matter. In the eyes of the strong, strength determined everything. Here are 10 million godheads of God King Realm and 30 million godheads of Heavenly God Realm. Take them as compensation for what happened just now. The Alliance leader waved his hand and 2 golden storage rings flew over. This time he didn't use any force. Lin Fei accepted it without batting an eyelid. His face showed a forced expression. I was very unhappy at first, but since you said so, I'll give you face. The Great Alliance Master felt rather helpless. He had relied on his tyrannical strength, unwilling to capture Di Tian himself. Instead he let others capture Di Tian. If he had known this would happen, he would have done it himself and this scene wouldn't have happened. The Grand Alliance Master was helpless against D. Tian's power of time. The power of space was strange and ever-changing, and the power of time could restrain all kinds of attacks. The scariest thing was that D. Tian had mastered the power of space. For the remaining immortal abyss fruits, the Grand Alliance Master did not dare to make a move no matter how unwilling he was. Little friend D. Tian is really a straightforward person. The Grand Alliance Master laughed. Then, let us continue to discuss the remaining immortal abyss fruits. The immortal abyss fruits Lin Fei had taken out earlier were all high-grade immortal abyss fruits. Their quality was high and their effects were good. Anyone would be tempted by them. My words are still the same. The immortal abyss fruits I have are of the best quality. I don't want anything else but God King Realm Godheads. If I don't have enough God King Realm Godheads, then don't even think about it. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Lin Fei sat down just like that. Silver light surrounded him. Humph, I'm not Lin Fei if I don't take all the God King Realm Godheads from your hell world. Lin Fei no longer spoke to them. In fact, he was constantly refining the power of space. He was demanding an exorbitant price to buy time. Even though he had become the Hell God Emperor's disciple in name on the 18th floor and obtained his identity, Lin Fei did not think that he could rest easy. Once the 3 God Emperors appeared, they would capture him regardless of the consequences. He would not be able to explain himself. One's own strength was still the way to go. Now that Lin Fei had advanced to the God King realm, his power of space and time could be further enhanced. His power of time was already at the God King realm. Although it was still a distance away from the other party's power of space, it could still affect the other party's attack. As long as his power of space reached the God King realm, the 3 God Emperors would be able to come and go as they pleased. The Grand Alliance Master was annoyed that D. Tian did not speak. Grand Alliance Master, that D. Tian is demanding an exorbitant price. Alliance Master Zhang said unhappily. Why don't we charge in and fight him to the end? Alliance Master Zhang's words were met with mockery. Alliance Master Zhang, that's the central region of Quicksand Milky Way. We're courting death if we fight him there. The Black Wind Alliance Master said coldly. If you want to go, go. I fully agree. The Wolf Fang Alliance Master said. Alliance Master Zhang felt uncomfortable and did not speak anymore. He did not dare to go in and fight D. Tian. Even the Grand Alliance Master was forced to retreat, let alone him. It's a pity that we missed a step. The Grand Alliance Master looked at the white light. I never thought that D. Tian would raise his time bloodline to the God King realm at this time. Although there's still a gap between us, it's enough to affect us. It'll be difficult to capture him now. We can only send out orders to collect God King realm Godheads. I'll personally meet the 3 lords and hope they'll help. The 3 Alliance Masters nodded. The Hell Alliance could not bear to take out a large number of God King realm Godheads. They could only delay it for now. As long as one of the 3 God Emperors took action, the problem would no longer be a problem. The Grand Alliance Master turned around and left. The high-level ultimate gods were stationed at the periphery while the controllers were lurking in the space. They surrounded the Quicksand Milky Way tightly. They were still a strong deterrent force. It would not be easy for D. Tian to force his way out. Chapter 1905. Hell World Hell Mountain. Hell Mountain was the tallest mountain in the entire Hell World and was shrouded in the power of death all year round. Everyone knew that the area around Hell Mountain had become a forbidden land and no one who entered would be able to come out alive. That was because there were 3 peerless experts living there. They were the 3 divine emperor experts of Hell World. The Grand Alliance Master came in a hurry and arrived at the foot of Hell Mountain with a respectful expression as he stood in front of a stone door. 2 black armored puppets stood in front of the stone door exuding a dangerous and terrifying aura. I'm AI Sure from the Hell Alliance. Please report that someone has come out from the 18th floor and is now trapped in Quicksand Galaxy, said AI Sure. AI Sure dared not offend the 2 puppets. They were both peak ultimate gods. They were used to guard the door and had terrifying combat power. If the 2 of them worked together, even peak ultimate god AI Sure would not be a match for them and would have to leave awkwardly. The 3 divine emperors had such gatekeeping puppets. Every time there was a report they had to report to them first and then pass the message through them. Otherwise they would not be able to see the divine emperor. AI Sure dared not guarantee that the divine emperor would come out at that time. Ever since Hell World was sealed in that space, the 3 divine emperors had been in seclusion and rarely came out to manage things. That was how the Hell Alliance came into being. The 2 gatekeeping puppets looked indifferent. One was left to guard while the other entered the stone door. After a long time, The gatekeeping puppet returned outside the stone door. Is the Divine Emperor willing to see me? Ai Sure asked anxiously. Master said he knows about the matter and will see the person in 10 days, said the gatekeeping puppet. Master also said you just need to watch over the person and fulfill his request. Fulfill his request? Ai Sure was very puzzled but dared not ask. He turned around and left. Quicksand Galaxy. Other than high-level ultimate gods, there were also low-level and mid-level ultimate gods guarding outside. The people from the 10 great clans left one after another. Only a few big shots were left. In the center of Quicksand Galaxy, the black-robed Lin Fei had been sitting cross-legged. The silver light worms around him seemed to be frozen and did not move at all. After a long time, one could still see the silver light worms moving but very weakly as if they were motionless. This was the terrifying power of time. If anyone dared to attack the silver light insects here, the swarm of silver light insects would definitely make one's scalp go numb, and one would be trapped endlessly. It's been 5 days. Looks like the Great Alliance Master is up to something again. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and did not see the peak ultimate god expert. I thought they would make their move in the next few days. Now it seems impossible. They must have found some helpers. Apart from the 3 god emperors, there should be no one else. Lin Fei's thoughts were clear. He didn't need to think much to know who to look for. I've already refined a large amount of space bloodline and am only a little bit away from godly venerable rank time power. I don't have to worry about divine emperor experts appearing. Lin Fei closed his eyes again and continued to refine his spatial bloodline. 10 days passed in a flash. Hell Mountain. Although Ai Sure left Hell Mountain and sat cross-legged outside, waiting for Lord God Emperor to come out of seclusion. Once the 10 days were up, Crimson Stone came to the stone door respectfully again. Boom. The stone door opened and a middle-aged man in silver armor walked out. His eyes were sharp. Even though Qi Shi was a peak ultimate god, he was helpless in the face of such a sharp gaze. He hurriedly said, "Greetings, Master Qianxi." The silver-armored deity emperor was one of the 3 deity emperors, the Qianxi deity emperor. Someone came out from the 18th floor of hell? Divine Emperor Qianxi's voice was not heavy, but it carried an irresistible authority. That person did come out from the 18th floor. Crimson Stone said, moreover he is extremely difficult to deal with. He has grasped the powers of space and time, and our people are helpless against him. The Qianxi Divine Emperor said. Interesting. Taking a step forward, Divine Emperor Qianxi disappeared from the stone door. Ai Sure hurriedly followed. Quicksand Galaxy. The people stationed here kept their eyes on Di Tian, who was in the Quicksand Milky Way. They did not dare to relax for even a moment. They were afraid that if they were careless, Di Tian would charge out, and they might not be able to stop him. The leaders of the Black Wind Alliance and the Wolf Fang Alliance were also keeping an eye on him. 10 days passed. The 2 of them grew increasingly anxious. It was even more difficult to capture Di Tian without the Divine Emperor's arrival. The mysterious Di Tian was full of tricks and no one knew what other secrets he had. If he really left the Hell World, it would be a luxury to capture Di Tian again. The 2 of them hoped that the Divine Emperor would personally take action. Di Tian's calm demeanor made the 2 nervous. They had seen how terrifying an ultimate god's time power was. It could affect their attacks and make it impossible for them to defend against it. Whoosh. Divine Emperor Qianxi arrived outside the Quicksand Galaxy. His sharp eyes shot toward Di Tian, who was in the center of the Quicksand Galaxy. Lin Fei, who was still refining his bloodline, opened his eyes at that moment and saw the silver-armored middle-aged man in the distance. He recognized him at a glance as Divine Emperor Qianxi of the 3 Divine Emperors. Whoosh. Divine Emperor Qianxi's aura surged as he threw a fierce punch across the air. He did not say a word. Divine Emperor Qianxi's fist technique was very heavy. Everyone could feel the terrifying killing intent from his punch. Even high-level ultimate gods and peak ultimate gods seemed powerless in the face of that punch. Good heavens, he attacked just like that. Lin Fei stood up and layer after layer of spatial power appeared in front of him, followed closely by the power of time. In 10 days, Lin Fei's space power had also been raised to the ultimate god level. Walls formed in the space and the entire space became muddy. Divine Emperor Qianxi's attack was very strong. The space power was broken by his opponent's punch without any resistance. Even if the time power wanted to affect it, it was shaken away by the strong force without a trace of time power. River of Time. Lin Fei did not expect the 2 of them to be able to block the attack. He only wanted to delay it for a while. The turbulent river of time surged forward. Wave after wave of time power collided in front of Divine Emperor Qinzi's fist technique. In the end, the continuous power of time still affected the attack. Lin Fei said to Divine Emperor Qinzi in the distance, "A dignified Divine Emperor is attacking a junior like me. I'm afraid I'll be laughed at if this gets out." Divine Emperor Qinzi's sharp eyes softened a lot. "Haha, you're indeed Master's nominal disciple. Your space power and time power have both reached the ultimate god level. Junior brother, you can go anywhere you want in this world." Divine Emperor Qinzi originally thought Di Tian would not be able to escape with his Divine Emperor's attack. However, his words made everyone's faces change. "Master? Nominal disciple?" Chapter 1906. The Divine Emperor was here. He also made a move. But the result left everyone dumbfounded. The story did not seem to develop like this. Especially the people from the 10 major families, when they saw the Divine Emperor make a move, they were all smiles, but in the blink of an eye, they were scared out of their wits. Master Junior Brother? After a while they came to their senses. Wasn't the Qinzi Divine Emperor someone who had entered the 18th floor? Could it be that entering the 18th floor would allow one to become a junior brother with the Divine Emperor? That was too lucky. Just from the word junior brother, everyone knew that it would not be easy to deal with Di Tian. The Qinzi Divine Emperor's attack just now was not a real attack, but a test. He was testing Di Tian's strength to see if he had the ability to become their junior brother. Now it seemed that it would be difficult for Di Tian not to become the Qinzi Divine Emperor's junior brother. Ai Shi, Alliance leader Jianghu, Black Wind, and the others who had come out earlier all had a trace of uneasiness on their faces. They had even attacked Di Tian before and now they were hated by him. They all cursed in their hearts. If he had said it earlier, everything would have been fine. No one thought that if Di Tian really said it, how many of the big shots present would believe it? Probably none of them would believe that it was true. "Senior brother, you must be joking." Lin Fei was very clear about the role of this relationship. When the Divine Realm was the largest, the 6 subworlds were all in the same camp. Lin Fei also needed some allies. It was good to have a relationship as a junior brother. Lin Fei was not a fool. Naturally, he would not let go of this relationship. The other party had already admitted it. Hence, it was not wrong to call him senior brother first. Anyway, there was nothing to lose. Everyone can leave now. The Qinzi Divine Emperor waved his hand and said in an irresistible voice. Everyone's hearts rang. Everyone knew that this matter was over. They could not interfere in the matter of the Abyss Immortal Fruit. This depended on what the Qinzi Divine Emperor would do. One by one the big shots left. In the blink of an eye, those who should leave had left, and only Lin Fei and the Qinzi Divine Emperor were left in the sky. Ai Shi and the others also left. It has been a long time since anyone from the underworld entered the 18th floor. You are the only one after the 3 of us. I believe that the other 2 senior brothers will be very happy to know. Divine Emperor Qinzi smiled. They're still in seclusion. I've already sent a message to them and they'll come out in a few days. You can stay at my place for a few days. Since senior brother has invited me, I will definitely go. Divine Emperor Qinzi flew in front, followed by Lin Fei. What was supposed to be an earth-shattering event ended just like that. The ending was also a big joke. He was the junior brother of the 3 Divine Emperors. Not everyone dared to touch him. Junior martial brother. Please. Divine Emperor Qinzi brought Lin Fei to his cave dwelling. Lin Fei was shocked to see the black-armored puppet at the door. A peak ultimate god's combat power meant the Divine Emperor had a lot of good stuff. He was so rich that he was leaking oil. The cave abode was huge. It turned out that the interior was a small space. Only when he entered did he realize that there was a whole new world inside. Senior brother, this place is not bad. Lin Fei said. With junior brother's strength, it won't be difficult for you to create such a place. Divine Emperor Qinzi laughed. You are the strongest in the profound sky world. Lin Fei shook his head. Senior brother, how can you take it seriously? I don't deserve to be the strongest in the profound sky world. The 2 of them walked one after the other. They landed in a palace. Lin Fei stayed in the small space that day. This place had everything you could ever need. Lin Fei was not worried that Divine Emperor Qinzi would make a move. He would definitely make a move against such an expert. He stayed there with peace of mind. This stay lasted for 5 days. During that period, Divine Emperor Qinzi came by several times and left after some small talk without talking about anything practical. Lin Fei also relied on those few days to improve his space and time powers. His power had greatly increased and it was very easy for him to suppress a low-level ultimate god. His realm had also soared from low-level ultimate god to mid-level ultimate god. The 18 primordial avatars were still divine king-level masters for the time being. Their bloodline power had yet to be upgraded to the ultimate god level. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures came one after another to the palace where Lin Fei was temporarily staying. Lin Fei, who was originally refining his bloodline, opened his eyes with a smile and appeared in the main hall. Our junior brother is here. The one who spoke was Divine Emperor Tianxi with a smile. He looked at Lin Fei who had appeared in front of him. Lin Fei's eyes first fell on a white-clothed woman with an otherworldly aura. Greetings, Senior Sister Hundred Flowers and Senior Brother Slaughter. The 2 divine emperors were easy to recognize. The white-clothed woman was Hundred Flowers' divine emperor. She had a holy and otherworldly aura, which was related to her cultivation technique. The other middle-aged man in a red robe was the famous Slaughter divine emperor. His murderous aura was like a dragon circling around him. It was hard not to recognize him. Junior brother, you've been very impressive recently. You're just short of causing havoc in the underworld. Hundred Flowers divine emperor chuckled. Everyone in the world knows about you now. Slaughter divine emperor also looked at the black-robed Lin Fei. He did not expect that when the world seal was unlocked, they would have another junior brother. Moreover, it was someone from the profound sky world. The 3 of them had advanced by leaps and bounds and became divine emperors because of the 18th floor. Therefore, the 3 of them had a good relationship. Senior Sister Hundred Flowers must be joking. This is just a small misunderstanding. Lin Fei laughed. No matter how capable I am, I can't cause trouble. Senior brothers and senior sisters, I'm afraid they would be the first to deal with me. Divine Emperor Tianxi also laughed. All right. Everyone sit down and talk. The 4 of them sat down. You don't need me to introduce them. You should have recognized them. Divine Emperor Tianxi said. Lin Fei nodded. I saw the process of the 3 divine emperors struggle on the 18th floor. There's no need to introduce them. Lin Fei did not dislike the senior sisters and senior brothers in front of him. He did not feel any killing intent from them. Vaguely he could feel their kindness. That's right. Kindness. Lin Fei was very clear why they were showing kindness. Originally, as our junior brother, we were planning to hold a welcoming dinner for you. Divine Emperor Tianxi said again. However, due to some unexpected circumstances, we had to postpone it. Take a look at this first. Divine Emperor Tianxi threw out a jade talisman. This is a message talisman. Lin Fei was also curious about what was inside. He extended his divine sense into it to check. With this look, his face sank slightly. They're taking action so soon. It turned out that in the message talisman, it recorded that the divine world launched a small-scale war half a month ago, attacking one of the 6 child worlds. Although the 8 divine emperors did not make a move, with the huge strength of the divine world, they pressured this child world to the point of suffocation. Even the divine emperor experts were suppressed by the divine emperor treasures and could not make a move to alleviate the situation. Chapter 1907. The divine world had made their move. Lin Fei was indeed very surprised. It seemed that they had taken action earlier than expected. Could it be that they had already killed chaos? Thus he blurted out, they dealt with chaos? Lin Fei and the 8 god emperors also had a lot of grievances between them. Previously, Lin Fei didn't have the time to deal with him. Once he dealt with Hun Dun, he would have the time to deal with him. This was inevitable. Chaos isn't that easy to kill. The 8 god emperors are still chasing after him. There won't be any results in a short time. Lin Fei was puzzled. The 8 great god emperors are chasing after primal chaos. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be easy for them to destroy a subworld without taking action themselves. For example, the infernal realm had 3 god emperors. It was impossible for the other subrealms to have no god emperors. The profound sky world did not have any god emperors, so it was the most miserable one. Lin Fei was very clear about this. The Tianxi god emperor laughed. Junior brother Lin, you don't know about this. The 8 great god emperors personally chased after primal chaos and left behind their respective god emperor treasures. Those are treasures that are infinitely close to the level of a god emperor. They are equivalent to experts who can suppress a god emperor from a distance. It is not difficult for them to fight to a draw. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. If it was the god emperor's treasure, then it would be normal. Although Lin Fei had not advanced to the deity emperor realm, he knew that every deity emperor had a powerful deity emperor treasure in their possession. After refining it day and night, its power was extremely terrifying. It was the only treasure they could use. Then, what does senior sister and senior brother want me to do? Lin Fei asked directly. No one would talk about this for no reason, so it was better to get straight to the point. The Tianxi Divine Emperor also felt that Lin Fei was very smart. Before he even opened his mouth, he already knew what to say to avoid awkwardness. Take out your abyssal undying fruit. We, the Hell World, will give you a godhead. The one who spoke was not the Tianxi Shenhuang, but the Massacre Shenhuang. How much? There was a layer of relationship between them. This matter was no longer something that could not be said. The Massacre Deity Emperor was also straightforward. Godhood for the abyssal immortal fruit. At the very least, they could figure out some of Lin Fei's thoughts, and exchanging for divine deity was one of them. Although they didn't know what to do with divine deity, they could at least confirm that divine deity was very important to Lin Fei. They understood the importance of the abyssal immortal fruit. No matter how great the price was, he had to trade everything. Lin Fei and the Tianxi Divine Emperor started bargaining fiercely. Fortunately, there was no one else in this place. Otherwise, they would be scared to death. After an hour of debate, the matter was finally settled. Lin Fei didn't give in too much. He only took a small step back. After that, he didn't take another step back. Godhoods were too important to him. Whether it was the godly King Core or something else, he hoped that the more, the better. Junior brother, you are too ruthless. Don't you know how to take a step back? After all, we are brothers. The Tianxi Shenhuang smiled bitterly. You are too stingy. Lin Fei didn't show any weakness. Senior brother, you are wrong. You control a hell world. Back then, it was also a world that could compete with the divine world. You have a deep foundation, and the mysterious sky world was eaten up by the divine world. I have to work hard. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor laughed. You really know how to talk. The transaction was set for 3 days later. He still had to collect hierarch-level divine deity. Junior brother, I see that you have already entered the hierarch realm. After the matter was settled, the relationship between the two was a step closer. Senior and junior brothers, if the relationship was not solid, once there were benefits, it would be easier for them to come together. Lin Fei had been hiding his hierarch aura and didn't leak a trace. He didn't expect the Tianxi Shenhuang to easily see through it. He was very surprised. Senior brother, you have good eyesight. You can even see through this. The Tianxi Shenhuang laughed. Your cultivation speed is really fast. I'm afraid it won't be long before you reach the Deity Emperor realm. Master has good eyesight to accept you as a disciple. From now on, we will have another Deity Emperor on our side. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor took out a communication bracelet. You are also in the hierarch realm now. You are proficient in the power of space and time. Even low and mid hierarchs can't do anything to you. You can have this too. Lin Fei asked curiously, This is a communication tool used by the experts of our 6 subworlds to communicate with each other. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor said, Each of us has one. Your mysterious sky world is the weakest and doesn't have this. Now that junior brother has appeared, you are qualified to get it. The communication bracelet fell into Lin Fei's hand. The moment Lin Fei refined the bracelet, he found that it was not ordinary. There was an existence with a strange structure inside. 6 subworlds, 1025. Lin Fei saw the signal. It was a very interesting number. This number is your code. The Tianxi Shenhuang said, You are 1025, I am 2300, flowers is 35, and slaughter is 15. Remember it clearly. Lin Fei felt that it was very interesting. Wasn't this just a communication tool from Earth? It was just a divine sense communication tool. 23, I am Tianxi. 35, I am your senior 100 flowers. 15, I am slaughter. Very soon. The message was sent. Lin Fei loved it. This thing was good. It was more convenient to communicate. Oh right, how many are there in total? Not many. It should be around 3,000. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor said, Only hierarchs are qualified to have it. Our 6 subworlds have less than 3,000 experts. There are only 11 Deity Emperor experts. 11 Deity Emperors? So few. 6 subworlds. No matter how Lin Fei thought about it, there should be more than 20. It seemed that it was not a small number. There were 3 from Hell World and none from Mysterious Sky World. The remaining 4 subworlds would at most have 2 Deity Emperors. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor rolled his eyes. If the Deity Emperors were to gather together, we wouldn't have to be afraid of the Divine World. It is because we have fewer Deity Emperors that we need to communicate. For example, this time the Divine World attacked the Moan World to test if our 6 subworlds are united. The Moan World is a very strong world. It can be ranked in the top 3. Lin Fei listened. He believed that there would be more to say. Junior brother, you are young and powerful. This time when the divine world attacks the Moan world, we would like Junior brother to bring some geniuses from Hell world to assist the Moan world. I wonder if Junior brother is interested. The Tianci Shenhuang asked. Lin Fei thought, I finally understand why they keep mentioning the Moan world. They want me to help. They are really thinking too much. Chapter 1908. Lin Fei took out all the abyssal immortal fruits he had to trade. Gotcha. He also temporarily stayed in Hell Mountain. He usually stayed in his house to refine his time and space bloodlines. He did not improve his realm. To others, cultivation was very important, but to Lin Fei it was not important at all. The most important thing was to improve his time and space bloodlines. Everything else was meaningless. During these days, his time and space bloodlines had also been improved to the mid-level ultimate god level. The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to improve his bloodline. The improvement of both bloodlines to the mid-level ultimate god level had a great impact on high-level ultimate gods and 50% of the impact on peak ultimate gods. Lin Fei's mind was on that. At the same time, his 18 primordial clones also began to refine the bloodlines. However, the speed was not fast and had yet to reach the ultimate god level. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation of the 6 subworlds while refining the bloodlines. He received a lot of information every day through the message bracelet. The latest news was focused on the Moan world. The experts from the divine world were attacking the Moan world with 8 divine emperor treasures suppressing 3 divine emperors. The battle was one-sided and the Moan world would be greatly weakened if it continued. The divine emperor was the pillar of a world while the ultimate gods were the core. Without the core, the world became empty. Half a month after Lin Fei stayed there, Tianci divine emperor came and opened the door of the house. Little junior brother, have you been resting well recently? Tianci divine emperor was in a good mood recently. With the help of the abyss immortal fruits, many experts emerged in the hell world, especially the controllers. For example, Dongfang Yijian had advanced to the ultimate god level. His unlimited speed also showed terrifying power. That was one of the reasons. There were also some experts who had advanced to the next realm. I'm fine. I'm just bored out of my mind. Lin Fei joked. I wonder if senior brother has decided when to go to the Moan world. When the Tianci deity sovereign saw Lin Fei again, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He was startled. Master truly thinks highly of him. In just half a month, his bloodline power has grown significantly stronger. Looks like he has at least stepped into the mid-level ultimate god level. This cultivation speed is really amazing. As a deity emperor, his eyesight was amazing. He could see the changes in Lin Fei at a glance. Haha, I know you are anxious. Today, I came to inform you that we are ready to go. Tianci Shenhuang said with a smile, there is a message from Moan world. They said that the situation is very bad and they need help from the infernal realm. I was waiting for senior brother to say that. Lin Fei said happily. The infernal realm, the infernal alliance. In order to assist the Moan world, the Hell Alliance organized a group of hierarch experts. He wanted to alleviate the situation in Moan world. It was necessary to send out godly venerable experts. Godly king experts would not be of much use as one attack from godly venerable experts would be blasted to smithereens. Hell Alliance. The main hall. A group of people had gathered. There were old and young people with different expressions on their faces. The old man's lifespan was naturally nearing its end. Helping the Moan world wasn't just about returning alive. They were of great help to the family and in any case they had contributed to the family. The younger batch had not been in the ultimate god realm for long, at most 100 years. This trip was also a form of training. I heard that we are going to fight with experts from the divine realm. I am so nervous. Haha, what's there to be nervous about? Isn't it just hierarch experts? We haven't killed many of them. Back then the divine realm was not as strong as our hell world. That's right. The divine realm is nothing. 3 to 5 people stood together. The discussion went on. Lord Shenhuang is here. The door was pushed open and someone greeted him respectfully. Everyone stopped. Tianci Shenhuang walked in with Lin Fei behind him. In fact, Lin Fei did not want to come in such a high-profile manner. However, Tianci Shenhuang said that they were all his master's disciples. Who would say anything? They even wanted to thank him for breaking into the 18th floor and bringing out the supreme-grade immortal fruit. Hence, there was Tianci Shenhuang in front and Lin Fei behind. None of the hierarch gathered in the palace did not know Lin Fei. The entire hell world had seen how powerful Di Tian was. If it was not for Tianci Shenhuang's words, no one would know that Di Tian was their junior brother. Dongfang Yijian was also among them. In just half a month, Dongfang Yijin had also advanced to become an hierarch expert. His speed had also increased. Once he stepped into the hierarch realm, his combat power skyrocketed and he easily defeated many mid-level hierarch experts. However, Di Tian had appeared this time. Even now, Dongfang Yijin still felt a lot of pressure when facing Di Tian. They originally hoped to defeat Di Tian again, but it seemed impossible now. Who would dare to make a move against the Light Divine Emperor's junior brother? They had to thank Di Tian for this. Sometimes, Dongfang Yijin regretted not cooperating with Di Tian. If they had cooperated at that time, perhaps. Everyone is here. I'm very happy. Qianxi Xinhuang came to the highest position and said condescendingly. This is what we should do. Everyone said in unison. Qianxi Xinhuang was very satisfied. Everyone knows the purpose of this trip. Our 6 subworlds are like brothers and sisters. Now that the Mon Kingdom is being attacked by the Divine Realm, we can't just stand by and watch. If the Divine Realm can attack the Mon Kingdom, they can attack our Hell World in the future. We must stop the Divine Realm. Everyone listened in silence. Therefore this Emperor has chosen all of you. There are a total of 36 godly sovereigns, and this Emperor was going to accompany all of you. However, the 8 godly sovereigns of the Divine World appear and disappear mysteriously, and no one knows where they are. Therefore we must personally oversee the Hell World, God Emperor Qianxi said solemnly. This Emperor won't go, but a leader is necessary. I've decided to let my junior brother Di Tian lead the team and bring you to the Mon Kingdom. My junior brother will be in charge of all the commands. Lin Fei was startled. Letting him lead the team? What a scam. Lin Fei disliked this the most. It wasn't something that made things difficult for others. Among the 36 divine emperors, some frowned while some showed a look of joy. Among them, the majority frowned, but no one objected. Senior brother, I think we should leave this matter to someone else. Lin Fei was most troubled by this kind of thing. He shook his head and refused. No. Qianxi Xinhuang's tone was firm. You must be responsible for this. After a simple interaction, Qianxi Xinhuang could see that his junior brother was the kind of person who worked secretly and did not like to be too eye-catching. The more Lin Fei behaved like this, the more Qianxi Xinhuang wanted Lin Fei to show off. Chapter 1909. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's so good about being a leader? Since the Qianxi Divine Emperor had said so, and in front of everyone, he had successfully attracted everyone's attention. Therefore Lin Fei had no choice but to do something. Although Lin Fei had broken into the 18th floor and brought out the immortal fruit, some ultimate god experts still had a lot of opinions about it. However, they did not dare to voice it out because of their relationship. It's not easy being a leader. The Qianxi Divine Emperor was very optimistic about Lin Fei. Even though he was only an unnamed disciple of his master, his future achievements were limitless. He had the potential to become a god emperor in the future. There were many people with the qualifications to be an emperor, but very few of them stepped into the god emperor realm. Lin Fei had this kind of potential. If Lin Fei really became the god emperor, it might not be a bad thing for the infernal realm. On the contrary, it was a good thing. With the incense offerings of the unnamed disciples, the infernal realm would not suffer any losses. Even if he couldn't become a god emperor, he would still be a terrifying god emperor in the future. He had the space bloodline and time bloodline. Your Majesty, I don't agree with Di Tian being the leader. An ultimate god among the 36 ultimate gods said that in person. This person was an old man with a hint of death energy on his body. His lifespan had reached its limit, and he was an ancestor of the Wang clan named Godly Wang Cheng. When dealing with Di Tian, the Wang family had lost a lot of face. Because of this, the Wang family had a lot of opinions about Di Tian. Although Di Tian had become the Divine Emperor's junior brother and they dared not do anything, Di Tian had caused them to lose a lot of face in the eyes of some of the old-fashioned ultimate gods. Divinity Wang Cheng was one of them. I also think that Di Tian is too young. I'm afraid he won't be able to shoulder the responsibility of being the leader. Another divinity venerable spoke. He was from the Mu clan, and his name was Divinity Venerable Mu Yuan. With the Divine Emperor's words, the Divine Venerable said directly. The Qianxi Divine Emperor didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei with a smile as if to say, "Look, someone's dissatisfied. Go and settle it yourself." It didn't matter if Lin Fei was the leader or not. Lin Fei did not have much interest in leadership positions. However, it was his own business whether to accept it or not. Being looked down upon by others made him very unhappy. If I don't do it, do you think you're qualified? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Originally, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't be the leader. But now that you've mentioned it, I'm not happy. Could it be that you want to be the leader? A mere high-level ultimate god battle prowess is nothing to me. These words were directed at divinity Wang Cheng. Hierarch Wang Cheng had hoped that Dongfang Yijian would seriously injure Di Tian. That way he would not have to do anything. He did not expect Dongfang Yijian to lose so thoroughly. He cursed inwardly. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Hierarch Wang Cheng could make a move, Lin Fei made the first move. The power of space condensed. Hierarch Wang Cheng could not move at all. The power of death surged and collided with the power of space. Then, the power of time fell on his body, suppressing 70% of his speed. Whoosh. The river of time swept over like a long whip, lashing Hierarch Wang Cheng's body and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Do you admit defeat? After advancing to the Hierarch level, he could control the power of space and time more easily. I admit defeat. Hierarch Wang Cheng lashed out a few times. Each time he could not block it. He knew that the gap between them was too big. Lin Fei retracted the river of time. You guys can come at me together. It will save you the trouble of fighting again and again. In fact, after Dongfang Yijian was defeated, no one had the confidence to defeat Di Tian. After Hierarch Wang Cheng was defeated, they were even less confident. Too presumptuous. Let's attack together. Lin Fei's words provoked them. The remaining dozen or so Hierarch experts attacked one after another. All kinds of powerful killing moves were used. Divine Emperor Qinzi set up a large formation to prevent the leakage of power to prevent the palace from being destroyed. The scene of more than a dozen Hierarch experts attacking was grand enough to make any Hierarch's scalp tingle. Divine Emperor Qinzi was also watching and thought, little junior brother's strength is indeed amazing. Blade of Time, Time Invincibility. Chapter 1910. Lin Fei mastered that move after entering the ultimate god realm. The Time Blade was more terrifying than the River of Time as it was comparable to a divine emperor's treasure. The power it released was not something the ultimate gods could resist. At that point, the 36 ultimate gods were completely convinced. How could they be a match for someone who had mastered a high-level secret technique like the Time Blade? After Lin Fei defeated them, they set off for the Moan World in 3 days. 3 days later, the group set off for the Moan World. There was no need to fly from the Infernal World to the Moan World. Instead, they had to go through another world to save a lot of time. The Infernal World had a space door that connected to another world. The mysterious Heavenly World was considered a relatively backward world and did not have a space door for the time being. Everyone can go in from here. Qinzi Divine Emperor came in person. He led everyone to a space door. No one was unhappy with leader Di Tian. Since he had successfully cultivated the time edge, he most likely had also successfully cultivated the other secret technique, the space edge. With both blades out, how could they fight? Little junior brother, I'll leave it to you. Qinzi Divine Emperor patted Lin Fei's shoulder. It's best to teach the divine world a lesson. I will. Lin Fei nodded. He was not only going to help the Moan World but also to earn ultimate godhoods. As long as the Divine Emperor doesn't show up, I have nothing to fear. The current Lin Fei had the qualifications to say such words. Lin Fei was the first to enter the space door. The others behind him followed. I didn't expect to fight side by side with you against the divine world. Dongfang Yijian was now convinced of Lin Fei's ability. Aha, I didn't expect that either. Lin Fei laughed. With your limitless speed, we will definitely give the immortal realm a big shock this time. Lin Fei attached great importance to Dongfang Yijian's unlimited speed. If it was not for his time power and space power suppressing the unlimited speed, it would have been difficult to defeat Dongfang Yijian. Dongfang Yijian was currently a low-level ultimate god, but his combat strength was comparable to a mid-level ultimate god. He was also able to affect a high-level ultimate god. His strength would become even more terrifying when his cultivation realm improved. Although Dongfang Yijian was convinced, it didn't mean that he would always be convinced. His unlimited speed could continue to make breakthroughs. As long as he could surpass Lin Fei one day, he would still choose to defeat Lin Fei. Right now, I really want to see if the experts of the deity realm are stronger or if my unlimited speed is stronger. Dongfang Yijian was full of fighting spirit. Yes, you'll see it soon enough. From the Hell World to the Moan World. He needed quite a few transfer stations. Due to the existence of the space gate, the journey became much easier. The group passed through many transfer stations. Every time they passed through a transit station they would be welcomed. If the Moan Kingdom world failed, it meant that they would also fail soon. Helping Moan World was equivalent to helping themselves. Everyone was very friendly along the way. It took Lin Fei and the others 10 days to reach the Moan world from the Hell world. Boom boom boom. They had just come out of the portal. Heaven and earth fluctuated unceasingly. You're finally here. That's great. The space gate of the Moan Kingdom world was located in a secret underground room. It was surrounded by restrictive formations and exuded a terrifying aura. As soon as they appeared, someone immediately came up to greet them. It was a middle-aged high-level ultimate god with an excited look on his face. The Moan Kingdom world had been looking forward to this group of helpers for a long time. Under the constant attacks from the Divine Realm, the Moan Kingdom world had sent out all their experts without any rest day and night. They were all involved in the battle and had reached a critical moment. Lin Fei was the first to come out. The middle-aged high-level ultimate god was a little confused as he did not know the person in front of him. He was too young and did not look like the leader. Little brother, where's your leader? In terms of aura, the high-level ultimate gods behind Lin Fei were very imposing. The high-level ultimate god from the Moan Kingdom world mistakenly thought that one of them was the leader. In the Hell world they would have objections to the leader. However, once they were outside they were very protective of the leader. Are your dog eyes blind? This is our leader, Sir Di Tian. Dongfang Yijian said in a deep voice. This is the leader? Gao Yang was dumbfounded. He's such a young leader. Did I make a mistake? Di Tian? This name sounds a little familiar. Gao Yang was also a well-informed person and found the name familiar. You're Di Tian from the mysterious heavenly world? Gao Yang suddenly exclaimed. Di Tian was very famous. He had wiped out the orthodoxies of the 8 divine emperors and entered the divine realm alone. It was not a secret. Gao Yang did not expect the Hell world to let Di Tian lead the team. Most importantly, was Di Tian's strength really that strong? Was he worthy of the cooperation between the Hell world and Di Tian? If there's no one else, then I'll be the leader. Lin Fei smiled. Gao Yang said enthusiastically, Brother Di Tian, on behalf of the Moan Kingdom, I'd like to thank you very much for bringing people to help us at this time. The Moan Kingdom world will never forget this. Lin Fei did not want to waste time on such things. Bring me to your battlefield. Is the divine realm attacking again? Gao Yang came back to his senses. I was too happy and forgot that everyone is still waiting for you. Everyone follow me. Moan Kingdom. It was in the middle of a battle. First was the dark mass of the divine realm army in the sky. In order to deal with the Moan Kingdom world, the 8 divine emperors of the divine realm gathered various forces to attack the Moan Kingdom together. There were more than 100 million heavenly gods. But that was not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that there were more than 200 godly venerable ones. There were 19 peak godly venerable ones. It could be said that it was a crushing force. Any force would be defeated with a single touch. It was not easy for the Moan Kingdom world to last until now. Gao Yang brought Lin Fei and the rest to the temporary base camp. Since the divine realm attacked the Moan Kingdom world, the Moan Kingdom world had been retreating. Now there was only one big city left, the Moan Kingdom capital city. It was a huge city. All the forces of the Moan Kingdom world were gathered here. Huge restrictive formations covered the sky above the Moan Kingdom Empire, causing ripples in the air. Heavenly gods, divine kings, and even godly venerable ones were fighting outside. Deities were constantly falling. The scene was very bloody and terrifying. Heavenly gods were cannon fodder here. Divine kings were cannon fodder too. Chapter 1911. In the sky above the Moan Kingdom Empire. 3 divine emperors stood together, 2 in black and 1 in white. However, they did not look too good. This was because the 8 god emperor treasures were hovering in the air outside the capital of Moan Kingdom, giving them immense pressure. As long as they interfered, the 8 god emperor treasures would suppress them. Although the 8 divine emperor treasures were not the actual divine emperor treasures, they were treasures that were infinitely close to an emperor god with unimaginable power. Every time the 3 divine emperors wanted to take action, the 8 divine emperor treasures would suppress them. Have the people from Hell Realm arrived yet? Divine Emperor Wu Yan in black armor asked with a sullen face. If they don't come soon, I'm afraid the Imperial City won't be able to hold on. The Divine Realm's attack is too fierce. Currently, the 3 of them could not take action and could only rely on the ultimate gods who were far weaker than the Divine Realm. Under such circumstances, the Divine Emperors of Moan Kingdom could only seek help from the other subworlds, hoping they would send experts over. It should be soon. Divine Emperor Tai Su said, Tianxi and the others should know that they won't have a good time if the Moan Kingdom is breached. I'll send someone down to check it out right away. Divine Emperor Gong Sun Yu said. Meanwhile, outside the Imperial City, there were more than a dozen peak ultimate gods in the Divine Realm. They had yet to take action. Wu Yan and the others can't hold on any longer. A peak ultimate god said. They're just 3 divine emperors. They're dreaming if they think they can stop our attack. We'll definitely take down the imperial city within 3 days. As long as we kill all the ultimate gods, we'll also kill the 3 divine emperors. These ultimate gods were very arrogant. However, they did have the confidence to say that. Without the ultimate gods, the divine emperors would be alone. With the 8 divine emperor treasures suppressing them, killing divine emperors would become easy. It was something very exciting for any ultimate god. Among the dozen peak ultimate gods, there was a red-robed ultimate god with the strongest aura. He was the leader of the team Flying Rainbow Ultimate God. He was also a half-step divine emperor expert. Don't celebrate too early, everyone. The people from the other 5 subworlds will definitely interfere. Hierarch Flying Rainbow looked into the distance. You guys better be careful. The godly venerables were dismissive of the 5 child worlds' help. Among the 5 subsidiary worlds, only the Hell world could send people here. The other worlds could not withstand a single blow, which was why they attacked the Moon world first. The attacks did not stop. It was exceptionally intense. Gao Yang also brought his men and headed straight for the temporary gathering place. All the ultimate gods in the Moon world were gathered here. He's here, he's here. The ultimate gods gathered there reeked of blood from the battle. Some of them looked extremely pale. Gao Yang's voice caused them to reveal a trace of joy. Reinforcements had finally arrived. They had been waiting for a long time. Great. Our reinforcements are here. The ultimate gods breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 god emperors also turned to look at Zhang Xian. At a time like this, they could only count on the experts sent by the infernal realm. 36 ultimate gods still excited them. The 3 god emperors descended from the sky. But when they saw the leader of the group, they were all startled because they didn't recognize the person in front of them. To be able to walk at the front in such an occasion, he must be the leader. But he was too young. Gao Yang quickly eased the atmosphere. Lord, this is the leader of the infernal realm, Taoist D Tian. He is the mysterious sky world's #1 expert and once made the divine world suffer a lot. They had never seen him before, so they didn't know him. But once his name was mentioned, everyone knew him. D Tian. The mysterious sky world's #1 expert. That was a very famous name. But to the ultimate gods present, what did the infernal realm mean? Why did they let such a person be the leader? They heard that D Tian's strength was at most at the divine king level. Many people were a little disappointed. The 3 god emperors' expressions did not change. They wouldn't ask about that at this time. The infernal realm could arrange for someone to come. Taoist D Tian, I thank you for bringing people here. The Moon world needs you. God Emperor Wu Yan said with a smile, appearing very polite. God Emperor, you're too polite. Lin Fei didn't care about what others thought. We're all one. It's only right for us to help each other. This kid really knows how to talk. God Emperor Wu Yan had an evaluation in his heart. D Tian wasn't a pompous person, but he didn't know what relationship he had with the Tianxi Divine Emperor. However, there was no time to find out. They had to deal with the crisis first. Oh no, the formation is broken. The ultimate gods are attacking. Something unexpected happened. The continuous attacks caused a huge gap to appear in one of the Moon world's imperial cities' restrictive formations. The ultimate gods attacked from outside. In the blink of an eye, the people of the Moon world suffered heavy casualties. This kind of situation was very normal in recent days. Every time, godly venerable experts had to step in to stop them and chase them out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The local ultimate gods of the Moon world attacked first. It had become a habit. Without waiting for the people here to attack. A gap also appeared in the other restriction formation. Another group of godly venerable experts charged in. Just as God Emperor Wu Yan was about to attack, 8 divine emperor treasures rushed in and suppressed the 3 divine emperors. This was their strategy. As long as the divine emperors didn't attack, the peak ultimate gods had the upper hand. Brother D Tian, let's cut to the chase. I hope you can stop this gap. God Emperor Wu Yan took out a black tower and slammed it against the divine emperor treasures. Please? In less than a moment, the 3 divine emperors were suppressed by the divine emperor treasures. I don't need to say anything. Everyone knows what to do. Lin Fei turned around and said. He turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the gap. Brother D Tian, I'm here to help you. Dongfang Yijian followed closely behind. His fighting spirit soared. The other ultimate gods did not fall behind. They also knew that this was a big matter for the Moon world. If they did not stop them, it would be Hell world's turn sooner or later. The gap was not small. The ultimate gods acted as the vanguard and killed the known world's experts, clearing a path for the teams behind to rush in. There were a lot of ultimate gods in this gap. There were as many as 50 to 60 of them, including 5 peak ultimate gods. River of Time. Lin Fei's blood was boiling. A river of time flew out and suppressed this part of the sky. The ultimate god experts at the gap were affected by the suppression and slowed down their movements. Space freeze. Lin Fei attacked again and activated his space power. This was a two-pronged attack to gain an advantage. Chapter 1912. The Divine World had a huge army. Along the way, with the suppression of the 8 Divine Emperor's treasures, the Moan world had no choice but to hide in the Moan Kingdom's capital. Entering through the gaps in the formation became a way for the Divine World. Once in a while, the Divine World's army would create a gap. Therefore, every time they entered, they would inflict heavy losses on the Moan world. This time, under the leadership of Brahma, they once again inflicted heavy losses on the Moan world. As soon as they entered through the gap, they immediately gained the upper hand and defeated the Moan world's people. They could not stop their invasion at all. Haha, the Moan world's death is here. Brahma said proudly, how dare they fight against the Divine World? They're courting death. From another gap, the Divine World's experts also entered. The Divine World swept over like a torrent. As long as the Moan world's experts could not stop their attack, the Moan world would be completely defeated. From then on, the Moan world would be ruled by the Divine World. This was a great contribution. Brahma was feeling proud of himself. The river of time pressed down. The power of time rippled and affected their speed. An ultimate god's power of time? Brahma was a high-level ultimate god. He was immediately affected by the power of time and his expression changed. Impossible, the Moan world does not have a time bloodline master. Ever since they attacked the Moan world, they had investigated the strength of the entire world. Apart from the 3 divine emperors, the rest of the ultimate gods were vulnerable. Since when did the Moan world have a time bloodline master? More importantly, when the power of time reached the ultimate god level, it could affect the attacks of the ultimate gods. The surprise did not stop there. The power of space came again. Brahma and the other ultimate gods were in big trouble. Reinforcements, they must be from another world. Brahma was shocked. Lin Fei used the power of time and space to suppress the Divine World's ultimate gods. Kill them first. The ultimate gods who followed behind were also full of fighting spirit. 35 ultimate gods rushed forward. Unlimited speed, unlimited attack. Dongfang Yijian slashed his sword at the nearest low-level ultimate god. The troublesome time power did not affect Dongfang Yijian's offensive. The low-level ultimate god's reaction was much slower due to the river of time suppression. More importantly, he encountered infinite speed. How could a low-level ultimate god withstand it? Dongfang sent his opponent flying with a single sword strike. He then stabbed out with his second sword strike, displaying a terrifying attack. What's that? The 3 godly emperors of Moan world used their treasures to defend against the attacks of the 8 godly emperor treasures. Divine Emperor No Flame noticed the commotion not far away. A surging river swept across the sky, suppressing everyone. River of Time. Divine Emperor Wu Yen was shocked. Could such a turbulent river of time originate from the infernal realm? If that was the case, it would be much easier to defend against the immortal realm's army. The 3 of them were being held back by the Divine Emperor's treasures. There's also spatial energy. It's also at the ultimate god level? In the next moment, Divine Emperor Wu Yen was shocked once again. The traces of spatial energy fluctuations were too eye-catching. No Flame, it seems like the infernal realm has sent a powerful controller. Divine Emperor Taishu exclaimed. Time and spatial energy, they can't win. I remember now. I think only Di Tian has the power of time and spatial energy. Gong Sun Yu exclaimed. Di Tian? The strongest expert in the mysterious sky world? The 3 of them looked over. They could not believe it. The power of time and the power of space gathered in one person's body, and more importantly, cultivated to the same realm. This was truly rare. Many monstrous existences might not be able to cultivate to this realm. It's him. It's really him. The 3 godly emperors had sharp senses. They could feel the power of time and spatial energy released by Di Tian. This is great. They could see hope. Too monstrous. With the help of the power of time and spatial energy, they would not lose. The immortal realm's plan would be ruined. Lin Fei did not make a move. He could only control the power of time and spatial energy to ensure everyone's safety. Aha, this is awesome. With the power of time and spatial energy, this is awesome. I don't think the Immortal Realm experts are that great. The ultimate gods were all smiles. Even if they were not convinced in the beginning, they could now suppress the ultimate divinity with the help of the power of time and the power of space. They had never experienced this kind of advantage. The Immortal Realm had lost more than 10 low-level ultimate gods and 5 to 6 mid-level ultimate gods in a short period of time. I'll go kill him. Divine Emperor Brahma's face was solemn. The double suppression made Divine Emperor Brahma feel a great deal of pressure. It's all that guy's fault. Divine Emperor Brahma, who was in high spirits, knew things were not going well when he saw the casualties. His advantage had been evened out. It was all because of that black-robed kid. Divine Emperor Brahma broke out of the encirclement. With his high-level ultimate god strength, the power of time and spatial energy could suppress him, but he still had the strength to fight his way out. Divine Emperor Brahma knew very well that if he did not kill the black-robed kid, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One Lin Fei controlled the spatial energy and froze the space. Divine Emperor Brahma was very strong, but he could not break through the spatial energy. There were also high-level ultimate gods coming at him from behind, not giving him any chance. Lin Fei watched coldly as he tried to break through the barrier several times. Retreat. Divine Emperor Brahma was suppressed and his strength was greatly reduced. He had no choice but to retreat with his people. They're retreating. The ultimate gods from hell cheered. They had won the first battle. Among them, Dongfang Yijian killed the most ultimate gods. With the combination of time and spatial energy, his unlimited speed became the strongest weapon. The experts from Mon Kingdom also cheered. That was the fastest way to drive people out. At first they couldn't believe it was true. In the past they had to lose a large number of experts to resist wave after wave of attacks. However, they quickly won today. The Mon Kingdom was once again filled with fighting spirit. Go! The river of time pierced through the sky and came above another gap, suppressing the ultimate gods from the divine realm. Leave some people to guard the gap. The rest go help them. Lin Fei immediately made arrangements. Now, these experts of the underworld were very obedient to Lin Fei. If it was not for Lin Fei's help, they would not have achieved what they had. Another wave of ultimate gods joined in. Chapter 1913. A crisis was resolved just like that. The divine world's attack was blocked once again, leaving behind more than 20 ultimate gods' corpses. They had no choice but to retreat. The three divine emperors started to pay more attention to Tian. The other ultimate gods looked at him in a different light. In the beginning, everyone was puzzled as to why the infernal world would let someone from another world lead the attack. Now they understood. The number one expert in the mysterious sky world did have the ability to lead the attack. He had mastered the space and time bloodlines, two top-notch bloodlines that forced the divine world to retreat. After the divine world retreated, the three divine emperors announced a celebration for the guests from the infernal world. The Mon Kingdom capital was filled with cheers. The Mon Kingdom world had not achieved such a victory for a long time. They had always paid a huge price to stop the divine world's attacks and completely suppress them. This was the first time the divine world had lost a lower-level ultimate god's corpse. For the divine world's side, it was a huge blow. As the leader of the attack, Hierarch Long Rainbow was quite shocked. He knew there were reinforcements. The only thing he did not expect was that the reinforcements were so strong that they could easily defeat their attack. You can't be blamed for this. Hierarch Long Rainbow was not angry. Hierarch Long Rainbow already knew what happened. We didn't expect the infernal world to send such powerful reinforcements, said Hierarch Long Rainbow, and the one leading the attack is Tian. Hierarch Long Rainbow would never forget Tian's name. Tian had killed many people when he invaded the divine world. No one would forget that. Hierarch Long Rainbow was also a subordinate of a divine emperor and naturally knew Tian. He was cultivating in seclusion at that time. After he came out, Tian returned to the lower realm and did not come out. Sir, the Mon Kingdom world has the help of Tian, a dual elemental bloodline controller. It will be very disadvantageous to our next attack, said Brahma Divine Emperor. The power of time and space can already affect our strength. It won't be easy to attack the last city of the Mon Kingdom world. The high-level ultimate gods were very clear. Because of Tian's appearance, the Mon world, which was on the verge of collapse, was no longer easy for the divine realm to conquer the Mon world. Venerated God Long Rainbow knew very well that the appearance of a dual bloodline master wouldn't have such an impact on the battle situation as he claimed it to be. Hierarch Long Rainbow had also witnessed the battle that had taken place in the arena. Even high-level ultimate gods dared not underestimate the Time Force's influence. Those low-level ultimate gods were suppressed and killed on the spot by the opposing ultimate gods. Everyone don't worry. The Moan world has invited DT on. Our immortal world has vast resources, and it's not like we don't have time controllers and space controllers. Hierarch Long Rainbow laughed. I will contact the immortal world and have them send out time controllers and space controllers to restrain DT on. Everyone relaxed. Capital of Moan Kingdom. The three god emperors held a celebratory banquet. The experts of the Moan world heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since the divine world started their invasion, the Moan world had been losing. They hadn't won for a long time. During the banquet, everyone's focus was on DT on. This young man who had turned the tide. The three god emperors were especially enthusiastic. No one knew better than them the importance of a dual bloodline master. The Moan world also had a controller whose bloodline power was at the divine king level. It wasn't easy to go from one level to another. Lin Fei's appearance brought hope to the Moan world. After the banquet, someone arranged for the ultimate gods from Hell world to rest. Lin Fei also had a house and arranged for maidservants. He wasn't interested in this and asked them to be replaced. The house was very quiet. Daoist Ditian, I heard you ask the maidservants to be replaced. Is it because they didn't serve you well? A black figure appeared in the house. Lin Fei was sitting on a stool when he stood up. Greetings, Divine Emperor Wuyan. The black-robed Divine Emperor Wuyan waved his hand and smiled. You've helped the Moan world so much. Calling me Divine Emperor sounds so bad. You might as well call me Big Brother Wuyan. Divine Emperor Wuyan thought highly of Ditian. Just now, Divine Emperor Wuyan received a piece of news. If it wasn't from that person, he would have suspected it to be fake. Ditian was the junior brother of the three god emperors of Hell world. The three god emperors of Moan world knew very well that the three god emperors of Hell world were brothers and were very united. They finally understood why Ditian was the leader. Lin Fei could feel that this was Divine Emperor Wuyan's sincerity. He wasn't joking. Since Big Brother Wuyan said so, then I won't be polite. Divine Emperor Wuyan was very happy. I like your personality. The two sat down at the stone table. Divine Emperor Wuyan took out a bottle of immortal wine. This is from the God world. Try it, it's very good. He personally poured a cup for Lin Fei. This made Lin Fei feel a bit flattered. It was still very exciting for a god emperor to pour wine for him. Lin Fei took a small sip. It was indeed very good. He couldn't help but praise, good wine. If you like it, I'll send you a bottle when the time comes. Divine Emperor Wuyan smiled. 2 cups of wine. The two became familiar with each other. Divine Emperor Wuyan also saw Ditian as someone on the same level as him. Ditian had the qualifications. Although he hadn't entered the God Emperor realm yet, he would definitely enter the God Emperor realm in the future. There was no harm in befriending him now. Little friend Ditian, what do you think of the God world? Divine Emperor Wuyan asked. It's very domineering. Lin Fei thought for a moment. The matter of the past is over. So many years have passed. There's no need to start a new war. I don't know when it will end. Lin Fei was not a person who liked to fight and kill. It was just that the situation forced him to kill. If he didn't kill, others would kill him. Divine Emperor Wuyan was very surprised that Ditian would say such a thing. He smiled bitterly. The God world is used to being domineering. They sealed our 6 subworlds and restricted generations of experts from entering the God world. This is a feud. Now they want to enslave us. No one is willing to accept this result. The reason why Lin Fei was running around was also to improve his strength. The God world wouldn't spare his 6 subworlds and they wouldn't spare him either. Lin Fei was very clear on this point. I heard that you're very interested in Hierarch rank godheads, and God King rank godheads. Divine Emperor Wuyan suddenly changed the topic, throwing a storage ring to Ditian. This is a small token of our Moan world's appreciation. I hope little friend Ditian can accept it. Lin Fei didn't need to look to know that there were Hierarch rank godheads inside the storage ring. Chapter 1914. After a small victory. Surprisingly, the divine world chose to call a truce instead of attacking relentlessly like before. The experts of the Moan Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief. However, to the 3 god emperors of the Moan Kingdom, it might not be a good thing that the divine world stopped attacking temporarily. On the contrary, a storm might come after the peace. After a discussion, the 3 god emperors invited Lin Fei over. Ever since they found out that Lin Fei was the junior brother of the 3 god emperors of the infernal world, they paid extra attention to him. After Qianxi God Emperor inadvertently revealed it, they sent him an ultimate God divine spark overnight. No one would look down on an ultimate god bloodline master with two top-notch bloodlines at that. Big brother Noble Flame, did something happen? Lin Fei asked as soon as he arrived. These days Lin Fei lived a leisurely life. Apart from refining his bloodline, he also increased his cultivation level. The ultimate god divine spark was a waste, and his cultivation level was raised to high-level ultimate god. Every cultivation level was just enough for him to increase his bloodline power. Wuxian Celestial Emperor had a good impression of Lin Fei. I didn't want to disturb you, but we are worried about the divine world's actions, so we called you over to discuss our next move. Wuxian Celestial Emperor said. Lin Fei came to the Moan Kingdom this time to assist them. He did not intend to be responsible for the specifics. The God Emperors were the ones to worry about. Lin Fei was quite surprised by Wuxian Celestial Emperor's words. Big brother Wuxian, you can discuss this among yourselves. There's no need to discuss it with me. I'm really not good at this. Taishu Celestial Emperor added, Little friend Di Tian, you are the leader of the Infernal World team. You have the right to know our next move. Otherwise you will become a laughing stock. Yes. Gong Sun Yu added. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even the God Emperors wanted to discuss their next move. What was going on? Big brother Wuxian, are you planning to ambush Divinity Longbow and the others? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Divine Emperor Wu Yen laughed heartily. I told you that you must have thought of this as well. Even a fool would know why the Immortal Realm's army did not move. God Emperor Tai Su and God Emperor Gong Sun Yu laughed as well. A surprise attack on the army of the Immortal Realm. Lin Fei had thought of this a long time ago. He did not bring it up. This was someone else's family matter, and it would be bad if he interfered too much. When Deity Emperor Noon Flame wanted to meet with them, Lin Fei had already guessed something. If things went wrong, they might launch a surprise attack on the Celestial World's army and disrupt their rhythm. Actually, I guessed it too. Lin Fei said, if Senior Divinity Longbow and the others don't make a move, they might contact the rulers. Once they arrive, the situation of Moan World will be very disadvantageous. Even Divine Emperor Noveblaze was impressed by Lin Fei's intelligence. We did have this idea, but we did not dare to carry it out. Now that you're here, you have the power of space and time, and you're also a hierarch. This gives us a great opportunity. Deity Emperor Noveblaze was very direct. I hope that you will lead the team to launch a surprise attack on Senior Divinity Longbow and the others. Meh. Lin Fei was very surprised. Tai Su said seriously, that's right, you will be the leader. Lin Fei once again became the leader. This time he did not only lead the hierarchs of Hell World, but also the hierarchs of Moan World. There were more than 100 hierarchs. This was also the strongest force that Moan World could bring out. The 3 God Emperors had to restrain the 8 God Emperor treasures and could not act personally. The rest could only be left to Lin Fei. Helplessly Lin Fei could only agree. Fortunately, with a small victory, the hierarchs of Moan World were very convinced. With the power of their top-notch bloodline, others would not be able to take advantage of them. The hierarchs who had been suppressed for a long time were all excited when they heard that they were going to launch a surprise attack on the Celestial World's army. Most importantly, the leader was Di Tian. With the help of the spatial energy and time energy, they became bolder. They had the upper hand in the same realm. The temporary headquarters of the Celestial World's army. Hierarch Long Rainbow was waiting for the ruler of the Celestial World to come down. The Moan World's final struggle was nothing in Hierarch Long Rainbow's eyes. The news about Di Tian was also in front of him again. This Di Tian is really haunting us. Hierarch Long Rainbow put down the documents. No matter where we go, this guy will be around. After staying hidden for 100 years, he has appeared again. What shocked Hierarch Long Rainbow the most was that Di Tian's bloodline power had increased to the Hierarch realm in a mere 100 years. That was the most shocking thing. Just how did that guy cultivate? Hierarch Long Rainbow could not understand. No matter how he cultivated to the Hierarch realm, as long as the people from the Celestial World come down, they can naturally suppress Di Tian's double bloodline. No matter how powerful he is, his bloodline power is at most a low-level Hierarch god. At the very least, it would be a mid-level Hierarch god. It would be best if we can kill him. Lin Fei used the power of space to envelop everyone. It isolated all auras. Only Lin Fei could do such a thing. Of course, a Divine Emperor could do it too. The group quietly arrived above the temporary base camp of the Celestial World Army. The Celestial World Army was huge. This time we are going for the beheading operation. Our target is the Hierarch God experts. As long as we kill the Hierarch God experts, our mission will be completed. Lin Fei's aura was steady. Later, when I cover that area with my power of time and space, all of you attack like crazy. The surprise attack at night was also a kind of decapitation operation. Although it was Lin Fei's first time carrying out a beheading operation, he knew how to kill the Hierarch God most efficiently. Over 200 Hierarch God experts attacking at the same time, coupled with the influence of the power of time and space, would definitely be able to catch the Hierarch God experts off guard. Lin Fei was very confident about that. The Hierarch God experts behind him were also convinced. Without Di Tian, they would not be able to kill the Hierarch God so easily. If they were surrounded by the Celestial World Army, the consequences would be unthinkable. No one had any objections to Lin Fei leading the team this time. They all agreed to let Lin Fei lead the team. Alright, all of you get ready? Lin Fei was waiting for the 3 Divine Emperors to make their move. The power of 8 Divine Emperor treasures was still very terrifying. Alright, it's time to strike. Divine Emperor Wu Yen stood in the night and took out a Divine Emperor treasure. It was a black pagoda that suppressed the Celestial World Army's temporary base camp. Divine Emperor Tai Su and Divine Emperor Gong Sun Yu also took out their Divine Emperor treasures. A terrifying aura enveloped the Celestial World Army's temporary base camp. 3 godly sovereign treasures shot over, followed by 8 godly sovereign treasures, suppressing through the air, simultaneously turning the tools of the godly sovereign treasures. Attack. Lin Fei led the group to the sky above the base camp. Whoosh, whoosh. The river of time flowed by like water. The huge Celestial World Army's camp was enveloped in the power of time. Space cage. Time cage.